Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Municipality of Whitestone Council meeting of Tuesday, August the 19th, 2025. My name is Joe Lamb. I'm the Deputy Mayor, and I'll be chairing the meeting this morning. And I'll introduce the rest of council and staff after our land acknowledgement. So, okay, I wonder if everyone could please rise if you can for the national anthem. The municipality of Whitestone recognizes all of Canada resides on traditional, unceded, and/or treaty lands of the Indigenous people of Turtle Island. We recognize our municipality on the Robinson-Huron Treaty territory is home to many past, present, and future Indigenous families. This acknowledgement of the land is a declaration of our commitment and collective responsibilities to reconcile the past and to honor and value the culture, history, and relationships we have with one another. Before I get to disclosure of pecuniary interest, I'd like to introduce council. 4 out of 5 councillor members are here. Councillor Janice Bray had an emergency, so she cannot attend and will not attend today. But on in the room, there are no other councillors. On Zoom are Mayor Comrie and councillors Nash and Woods. In terms of staff here, the people in attendance are Nigel Black, our CAO, Paula Macri, our planning assistant, Wendy Schroeder is our deputy clerk, and by Zoom, Janice Sinkowski, our treasurer, and Bob Whitman, our fire chief. So also on the line, and we'll get to him shortly, is Patrick Christie from the Parry Sound and Area Planning Board. Okay, any declaration of pecuniary interest from anyone? And again, you'll have to speak up because you're not in the room. So hearing none, so let it be shown. Okay, our first motion today is to approve the agenda. So I need a mover and seconder for the following. Whereas the members of the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone have been presented with an agenda on August the 19th, 2025, regular council meeting, be it resolved that the agenda for the meeting be adopted as presented. I need a mover and seconder, please.
Also move, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Seconder?
And I can second Councillor Nash.
Okay, Councillor Nash. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, I guess you'll have to say it through the mic.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Mayor Comrie, yes.
Okay, that's passed. There are no presentations and delegations this morning. I need a motion to move into the committee of the whole. So I need a mover and seconder that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone move into committee of the whole at 10:09 a.m. Need a
I
mover.
can make that motion, Councillor Nash.
Councillor Nash moves, yes. Seconder?
I'll second, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mayor Comrie. All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Mayor Comrie, yes.
Okay, thank you. When we get to planning matters, we have two planning matters this morning. The first one is, no, I'll do the motions when we come out of council. So the first one is a consent application number B16 2025 Whitestone McCray Rodney and Ruth Ann, excuse me. Patrick, you're on the line. I'll toss this over to you or Paula, or both of you.
I am Deputy Mayor and Council. Good morning. The McCray file is an interesting one. It is a pair of lot additions to and from some small lots on Bearspaw. The McCrays own 3 lots. They own 11C, 11D, and 19 Bearspaw.
Patrick, can you share the screen, or is that possible?
I believe I can.
Yeah, I think that would be better for people online.
Okay, just sharing
Okay.
a sketch from my report, Mr. Deputy
Okay,
Mayor.
thank you. Carry on.
Okay, all right. So this here, if you can see my cursor, is 11D Bearspaw, and it is receiving some frontage from 11C, and it is also giving up some area that is a lawn to number 19 to the north. And the reason for that is there's a new dwelling on 19, and just the lay of the land looks as though 19 should control the lawn, and then 11D is receiving this sliver from 11C. Now, that makes obviously 11C smaller, but that lot also, as a result of this, will still comply to the minimum lot areas in the zoning bylaw. And the only other little note on this file, council will need to see this file again because these are lots in a plan of subdivision, and these lots will need to be deemed not to be lots in a plan of subdivision in order for the consent to be finalized. Thank you.
Okay, any questions or comments from council?
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor
Yeah,
Nash.
thanks. I just have a quick question, Patrick, and I believe I know the answer to it. Just want to make sure. I know right now we're going through the official plan update, but as we go through that, we're still able to have planning applications that are going through with the current official plan and zoning bylaws. Am I correct on that, Patrick?
Through the chair, absolutely, Councillor Nash. The planning applications are allowed to go through under the current official plan. Some updates take years, and that would slow us down. So thankfully, we're allowed to go with the current policy.
Okay, thanks. I thought that, so I won't ask it for the next file, but I just wanted to make sure that we're doing everything correct, or we're doing everything based on the current official plan. So thank you, Patrick. That's the only question I had, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions? This is my neck of the woods. I live very near Bearspaw. So I go by it every day, just as a matter of interest, the property's for sale. It went up about a month ago for 6.9 million, so I don't know whether it's still that price, but that's a bit irrelevant, I guess, but there's no new lot creation here, it's just swapping of land between the three of them, so. Okay, if there's nothing else, we'll move on to 5.1.2. Is another consent application by Daily Proof, Margaret Daily Proof. And again, Patrick, I'll flip this one to you, please.
Thank you. I will share my screen again, as that seems to work best here. So this application is one that was approved once, extended again, and then lapsed, unfortunately. So it's a new application for basically the same thing. Margaret Daily Plouffe owns a piece of land on Whitestone Lake off of 520. The original application was for a right-of-way over a road and the creation of these two separate lots. The road was constructed, the parkland was paid, the road was named, and the consent never got finalized, so it lapsed. So this is something that council has seen before. The application is for a right-of-way over this now existing road to these new separate lots on the lake. And the only difference in this new application is that these three lots to the east will now gain access over the road onto their deeds. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments or questions from council?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I might.
Yes, Councillor Nash, go
Thank
ahead.
you. One question, Patrick. I guess it's too bad that the applicant missed the deadline. So they've reapplied, and I guess they had to repay the application fee, if I understand what you said correct. I believe you'd said that already paid the parkland dedication fee in the previous application. Just wondering, are we making them pay that again, or can their initial payment be used for this application, hopefully? Just wondering. Thank you.
Yeah, the answer is it's been paid and we won't double charge here.
Okay, good. Thank you. That was my only question, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So the original application was in what year, Patrick?
I believe it was 2021, Mr. Chair.
And then it was extended, you say?
It was extended because at that time, the approval of conditions were only good for 1 year. So it was extended once, and then lapsed. So
Okay.
I believe when the owner got an approval, it was of course a conditional approval by the planning board. She kind of thought she was done, and so unfortunately it lapsed.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
I suppose my question would be, Mr. Chair, does the planning board not contact people to kind of warn them that their consent is going to lapse if they don't follow up with the remaining details?
Patrick?
Through the chair, yes, Mr. Mayor, if we catch it, we don't generally monitor timelines. It's not really once you receive approval. I mean, the expiration date is on the notice, and so we generally don't mark it on a calendar per se. If we catch it in time, we do contact the owner. In this case, unfortunately, that didn't happen.
But in any case, the owner, did I hear correctly? The owner is not being required to pay any additional fees this time for this. Is that true? Or?
Well, I think,
Sorry.
Mr. Mayor, I think that will be a decision of the planning board, not of Patrick. Right now, I think the applicant has been charged for a second go round, so.
Well, you're right. It is a planning board decision, not ours. I guess I just thought I heard you say that it sounded like you
No,
decided
there,
not to do it.
just for clarification, because I asked Paula beforehand, there's no real cost from our standpoint on this, and she's already paid the parkland dedication, so there's no cost from Whitestone. And as I say, any fee changes would be dealt with at the planning board.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, if nothing else, I'll reconvene to a regular meeting. I need a motion here. I need a
So,
move.
Mr. Chair,
Pardon?
I will so move, Mr. Chair.
Oh, okay. I'll read it out first. That the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone reconvenes into a regular council meeting at 10:19. Yeah, 10:19 a.m. Mayor Comrie has moved it. Who seconds, please?
I'll second Deputy Mayor Lamb.
Okay, Councillor Woods seconds. All those in favor?
Councillor Woods,
Councillor
yes.
Nash, yes.
Mayor Comrie, yes.
That's carried. Our next matters arising out of the committee of the whole. I'll read this motion and ask for a mover and seconder. This is on the two planning files. Consent application number B16/2025 W. McCray, Rodney, and Ruth Ann. Whereas Patrick Christie, CPT, has prepared a report for the Perry Sound and Area Planning Board dated August the 8th regarding consent application B16/2025 W. McCray, Rodney, and Ruth Ann, and provided a copy to the municipality of Whitestone. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that the council of the municipality of Whitestone receives this memorandum as information, and that the council of the municipality of Whitestone recommends this consent application for approval in principle, subject to the following conditions. Number one, that the applicant apply to the municipality of Whitestone to have lots 20 to 22, Plan M260 deemed not to be part of a subdivision. Number two, that written confirmation be received from the applicant's solicitor confirming that the lot additions will merge with the benefiting lots. And three, that payment of all municipal planning consultant fees and all other fees associated with the process of this application be paid. Okay, mover and seconder, please.
I'll move, Councillor Woods.
Councillor Woods.
And I'll second Councillor Nash.
Okay, Councillor Nash. Any further discussion? If not, we have to have a recorded vote on this. So.
Thank you. Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Lamb.
Yes,
Thank you. That motion's carried.
thank you. Next planning item. Thank you. Okay, I need a mover and seconder for the following consent application number B17/2025 W. Daily Plouffe, Margaret. Whereas Patrick Christie, CPT, has prepared a report for the Perry Sound Area Planning Board dated July 25th, 2025 regarding consent application B17/2025 W. Daily Plouffe, Margaret, and provided a copy to the municipality of Whitestone. Now therefore let it be resolved that the council of the municipality of Whitestone receives this memorandum as information, and that the council of the municipality of Whitestone recommends that consent application for approval in principle, subject to the following condition. Number one, that the right-of-way be extended to the adjoining lots being parts 1 to 3 on Plan 42R-14175. Number two, that the former right-of-way being parts 4 and 5 on Plan 42R-14175 be quitclaimed in the favor of the registered right-of-way being parts 1 to 7, Plan 42R-1763 over the new road. And number three, that payment of all municipal consulting fees and all other associated fees with this processing of this be paid. Do I need a mover and seconder, please?
I'll move, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Seconder?
I'll second Deputy Mayor Lamb.
Yep. Councillor Woods. So any further discussion on this? Okay, we'll ask a recorded votes.
Thank you. Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Lamb.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion's carried.
Okay, there are no public meetings scheduled this morning. So the consent application, I'll ask for a mover and seconder of the following. Okay. Whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone has reviewed the consent agenda consisting of council meeting minutes, 7.1.1, regular council minutes of July 15th, 2025, 7.2, council committee and board minutes, 7.2.1, Perry Sound Area Planning Board, May 26, 2025, 7.2.2, draft Whitestone Cemetery Board meetings, May 8th, 2025, 7.2.3, West Perry Sound Emergency Management Services Advisory Committee, May 22nd, 2025, 7.2.4, North Bay Perry Sound District Health Unit Board of Health, April the 23rd, 2025, 7.3 unfinished business listed on page 4 and 5 of the agenda. Now therefore let it be resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby approves the following council minutes. 7.1, council and committee meetings minutes, 7.1.1, regular council minutes of July 15th, 2025, and that the municipality of Whitestone receives for information. 7.2, council committee and board minutes, 7.2.1, Perry Sound Area Planning Board, May 26, 2025, 7.2.2, draft Whitestone Cemetery Board meetings, May 8, 2025, 7.2.3, West Perry Sound Emergency Management Services Advisory Committee, May 22nd, 2025, 7.2.4, North Bay Perry Sound Health Unit Board of Health, April 23rd, 2025, and 7.3, unfinished business listed on pages 4 and 5 of the agenda. I need a mover and seconder, please.
I'll move.
Councillor Woods moves, seconder.
I can second Councillor Nash.
I think someone's got their mic open. I saw or heard some children in the background, so if you'd turn off your mic, please. Okay. Matters arising from the consent agenda? I guess not.
Deputy Mayor Lamb, I have one that I'd like to speak to.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Be on page 38 of our packages,
Let
under
me just-
councilor items.
Just hold on, let us get there. Oh, you gotta go to the next one. Public meeting. I'm getting there. Yes, go ahead.
It would be under Councillor Wood's section, my comments. The third one said, asked if there are ways to make council meetings shorter. I don't think that that is an accurate description of what I had asked at that time during the meeting, and I would like it changed.
Okay,
I had to sit and think about it, to be honest with you, for a little bit. And I believe that's supposed to be reflecting my comments about asking if the CAO could chair meetings. I thought it would have been a little bit easier for everybody, right? Easier on the mayor, easier on you, right? And I don't know, it was
Yeah.
just an idea, but I would like that to read that.
okay,
Makes
would you
sense.
have the motion there? Because we have to amend it, right? So your suggestion is that what in the motion would we change? Nothing, I guess. In the minutes, we would change what Counselor, we would strike out the third bullet point, Counselor Woods,
Please and thank you.
and we would replace it with what?
I had just asked if the CAO would be able to chair meetings.
Ask if the CAO could chair meetings. I think that is accurate to what was said last month, so, so I guess what I'll do is, ask the question on the amendment. I need a mover and seconder for the amendment.
I'll move it, Deputy Mayor Lamb.
Okay, Counselor Woods moves it, seconder.
I can second that, Councillor Nash.
Counselor Nash seconds it. Any further discussion on it? All
Yes,
those in favor?
Mr. Chair.
Oh, sorry,
Sorry,
Counselor Mayor Comrie.
I mean, I agree with Councillor Wood's assertion that that is in fact what he asked. So I suppose all we're really doing is we're talking about whether the minutes accurately reflect what was said or not, and so this is appropriate in that sense. But I would also note that I did answer his question during the meeting, and the fact of the matter is that the Municipal Act says that the head of council or someone who is designated by the head of council to chair the meeting in his absence chairs the meeting, and it cannot be the CAO clerk. It could theoretically, in the city of Toronto, they have a different act, of course, not municipal act, but they get someone else to chair the meeting. So, but it's not. It would not be appropriate or lawful for the CAO clerk to chair the meeting. CAO clerk has a specific job in the Municipal Act that is different from chairing the meeting. So, and I thought I did say that when the question was raised originally. That's
Yeah,
all.
I recall you answering it that way, Mayor Comrie. But this reflects, the amendment reflects what Counselor Woods said, I guess.
Yeah.
So I'll call the question on the amendment.
Just 1 second, if I could, through you, Mr. Chair.
Yes?
Yeah, and I do agree with both comments that were said, and I don't want to get into a debate over it right now, but I really think what was asked was, the idea was trying to speed up council meetings, and in many other locations, It won't be the chair that reads a motion, or it won't be the chair that introduces items, even though the chair is in charge of the meeting. And I think that decision to allow the CAO or deputy clerk or somebody else to assist in the presidings of a meeting by reading motions and things like that is the decision of the chair. So if the chair doesn't want to try and do that or to speed things up, I think that's the chair's decision. But I think what was being raised was, is there a way we can do this which would help speed it up, if that makes any sense to people listening on the phone. But agree with everything else that's been said in regards to the minutes. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to call the question on the amendment, please.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Mayor Comrie, yes.
And I'm a yes, so that's carried. Thank you. Now, I'm going to go back to my agenda here. Okay, so that's passed. We're now on to accounts payable. And I would ask the mover and seconder for the following.
I'll move, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I better read it out first. Accounts
Sorry.
payable that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information, the accounts payable listed in the amount of $307,676.85 for the period ending July 31st, 2025. So Mayor Comrie moves. Who seconds it?
I'll second Deputy Mayor Lamb.
Okay, Councillor Woods. Okay, any questions on the accounts payable?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I had one really quick general question
Okay,
in regards to accounts payable. And it was just, I saw in here that there's 1 or 2 road grants that are being paid. So my question is to staff is simply, I guess we are starting to process the road grants for payments. And are we doing that once invoices come in? I just wanted to understand how we're processing them. That's all. Thank you.
thank you. Jessica, you're on the line. You can probably respond to that, right?
Yeah, through the chair, those 2 road grant application payments were for 2024 applications that didn't get processed. So they just fell through the cracks, so we issued the payment this year, but no payments for 2025 entitlements have been paid out yet.
So,
Oh, okay.
so the files, they put an application in by September, what is it, September 30th, eh?
Yes,
In 2024, they did the work and submitted their bills by December 31st. Correct me if I'm wrong, and then they simply were not.
Yeah,
Were they not given their road grant when they applied in September?
correct. I went back and they had sent everything in on time, but for some reason it wasn't processed.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jessica. Just to follow up on that. So for the 2025 grants, do you know when they will start to be processed? I'm just curious. I've had a couple people inquire, that's all. Thank you. And I know you're going through a new system and following it all. It's just a question on processing time so the public can know. Thank you.
Yes, through the chair, if we could address that with my memo that's going to be further up on the agenda.
Yeah,
Because
that'd
that's
be no problem.
regarding-
Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? If no, I'll ask to vote on the motion. All those in favor?
I have a quick one, Deputy
Oh.
Mayor Lamb.
Okay,
On page 74. It's 3138, Ontario Federation of Anglers and Hunters for the Rec Committee. I'm assuming Mr. Mayor would probably be able to answer this one. What was that for? Is that like something to do with the archery program? Are they bringing in? It says course. bring in special instructors to teach, and that's the fee.
Sorry, I'm just trying to find it.
Right at the 3138 at the bottom of 74.
Oh, sorry, yeah, I see it. Um, Yes, that's, my hesitation is because I didn't realize it was the Federation of Anglers and Hunters who were doing it. But yes, there was a training program for additional instructors in archery. And
Okay, yeah, no,
that's what it has to be. Yeah, you're correct.
yeah, no, fantastic program. I think it's doing a lot of good for some people around here. I didn't know that it would have been the Federation Anglers and Hunters putting it on, but no, that's fine. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. That's all I have, Deputy Mayor Lamb.
Thank you. Anyone else? I'll call the question on the motion to accept the accounts payable.
Councillor Woods.
Mayor Comrie, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes. And just one other thing, if I might, through you, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to say that today, I'm not sure for others on the call via Zoom, but the sound system is working very well thus far. I just wanted to say that it's working really well today.
Well, that's good. Okay, so there are no staff reports this month. There are no bylaws this month. So we now get into business matters, the official plan review. So this morning, what's going to happen is sorry, let me. What's his name? Yeah, I get Jamie and Patrick mixed up. So Jamie Robinson is going to be presenting us a very short presentation, I think mostly of the changes that have been made in the official plan document since August the 19th. We then will go through the document, the second version that was in our package, and make any changes and probably take kind of straw polls on items that may be brought up, and so it can be changed as appropriate, and then sent off to the government to start the 90-day review period by the provincial government. This, under business matters, this is the time for council to speak on this, not the public. So I'll be keeping to that sort of general rule. And I guess in terms of the review of the plan itself by council, not everyone's going to get what they want or wish in this thing and review. So we've had all kinds of emails from citizens, from lake groups, from business owners, etc. So we have to take into account all those comments and not the comments necessarily of only one or two groups. So anyway, with that saying, Jamie, I'll pass the floor to you, and you can share your screen. We'll go from there. No.
There. Now you can hear me. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, in terms of what's before us today, the ultimate objective of today's meeting is there's really two ways council can go. One, they can make the recommendation that this draft official plan be provided to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing for their comment period. And what that does is initiate a 90-day review period for the ministry. The second option would be that council could refer it back to staff for more further updates. If there's updates to this plan that come out of today's meeting that are kind of agreed upon, council can recommend that it be forwarded, that this draft that's included within this agenda package be forwarded with modifications as sort of as specified. So those are really the options that's available to council this afternoon as we work through this, this document. Just in terms of what's been done since the since the last meeting that we held here, which was the meeting where the open house meeting where we presented the first draft of the official plan to the public, is we've considered a number of comments that have been provided both at that meeting, and then there's a substantial amount of comments provided in writing as well from various members of the community, including lake associations. That material's been incorporated within this draft 1.2 of the plan, which is included in the agenda package. There is a comment summary table which has been included. It's quite a lengthy table, but it references the various comments that were received, and there's a response of how the comment was considered. I'm not proposing to go through that in any detail today, but if folks want to review it, it's part of the agenda package. And then included also in the agenda package to try sort of for ease of reference, what we've included was a clean version of the document. What that means is that's a document that with no track changes included. We've got the second attachment, which is an overall track change version. What that's intended to do is to illustrate and identify the changes from the current official plan that's in effect today versus this draft 1.2. So it redlines those changes. And then we've provided a third version, which just provides the differences from what happened at the open house meeting until now. So those that were familiar and wanted to see if their comments have been incorporated from the open house meeting till now, they could have a look at that third version. For the purpose of our exercise today, the version that we're going to be using is the second one, the one that identifies any track changes that were any changes that have been provided from or proposed to be provided from the current draft of the official plan. So that's kind
So
of
the version that starts at the top, overall track changes version.
yeah, it starts at page 216
Okay, thank you.
of 424 of the agenda package.
Okay, thank
So
you.
I intend to share a Word version of that on my screen and work through it as we go. And then what I do want to make clear is we're not proposing today that we're drafting policy by committee. That just simply wouldn't be an effective use of time. What I would hope from the various members of council is that first off, it's important that your opinions be made. It is fine to simply agree with what someone else has said if your opinion is the same. But what I intend to do today is to make notes and review any responses. And then if we need to make any sort of minor changes, we can, but we're not gonna make, we're not gonna be drafting policy, so to speak, by committee today. But if there's certain changes that need to be made to get this document to the ministry, we'll certainly be making notes about that as we go along. So if we can get consensus, that's hopefully what we can try to do today. Just in terms of process, to make it abundantly clear, this is a version that's being sent to the ministry for comment. So it's by no means council's, it's not an adopted version by council. That will come subsequent to this meeting and at a later date. So there is opportunity for further input and further change to be made following this meeting. So it's not a specific position of council. It's a draft that's being sent to the ministry for comment. So with that, I think it's probably appropriate now. I don't think there's really much need to go into details about the staff report. There's a staff report that provides some information about timing, what's occurred, some of the sort of key elements of change. But I think it may be appropriate just to work our way through some of the highlights of the document and key areas of the document. Is that okay, Mr. Chairman, if we kind of proceed in that, or how would you like to?
Well, I'll chair the meeting, and what I intend to do is go through the document and we'll see what changes council makes. It seems to me that the public has had lots of time to have input, and they indeed can have further input as we go on, but at no point has council, which is ultimately the people that pass the official plan, has council had any comments? So before we send something that may have changes to it, we should discuss it here today. And I don't, if I heard you right, you sort of kind of inferred, doesn't matter what you say, we're sending this version on. Have I read that right?
No, that's not correct. No,
Yeah,
what I
okay.
mentioned was that we will be considering modifications today.
Okay,
We can't spend all day drafting a specific policy as a group, but what I would hope is that council provides input. Do they agree on a policy? For example, if a lot frontage requirement's 100 meters or it's 150 meters and someone thinks it should be a different number, I would encourage a counselor to say, I think it needs to be this number, this is why, and it's appropriate for another counselor to agree with that. That's
okay. Okay, thank you. You're finished for now? Yep.
yes.
Okay, Mayor Comrie did mention to me this morning that he had put in some comments, and he's noticed in the document that his comments weren't included, even though people after him, I guess, made comments. Is this, would this be, did you say them verbally, Mayor Comrie, or did you write a document?
I submitted them in writing and discussed them with
Maybe I
plan.
can just elaborate on that or comment
Yeah.
on that. We haven't, I don't believe in the comment summary table, we provided comments that were provided by counselors specifically. It was the public comments that were provided. I think there might be a separate table that deals with council comments.
Is it
I
in
don't
the
see it.
package somewhere and I didn't find it, Mr. Chair?
I don't think it was in there.
Yeah, I don't think we included the comment summary table that we did for council comments in the agenda package. We just included the public comments in the agenda package.
But I guess, Mr. Chair, and this is really just a process issue. I mean, but there, I also did not see that the issues that I raised about half a dozen, and they were high level. They were not comments, you know, like on the wording of specific items. They were more sort of high level things that I felt needed to be addressed by the plan that were not either not there or not adequately dealt with. And I don't find those things, I don't find any reflection of those things in the plan, it's in the draft plan itself. And, you know, I guess all I want to say at this point, at some point during the discussion, I guess I would like to share them with council because council hasn't seen them. I was trying to follow what I thought was the process, and I didn't copy everything that I said to council. But I guess I have to question why, if there are still sort of major philosophical issues with a few things, not a large number of things, but a few, then why would we send a document to the ministry that, you know, that we're later on hopefully gonna change, right? So anyway, that's I'll leave it at that for now.
Well, to alleviate
Unless you want me to start, I mean, I can give you sort of a 5-minute overview of what those things were. But they're not, I don't see anything that reflects them in the draft. That's my biggest concern, I suppose.
Yeah, so noted. So we'll go through the document, and if each page you feel that there's an item in there that you had brought up, then we'll do that. So,
And
okay,
through you, Mr. Chair, do you mind if I say one thing as Councillor Nash?
yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I fully agree with what Deputy Mayor Lamb has said, and Mayor Comrie as well, in that I'm sure we've all had some input, if we could, into what we thought of the official plan, but a lot of that might not be commented here. And I think what I see is really comments that were received from the public and comments from a number of associations, lake associations, conservation associations, lake or road associations. And for whatever reason, a lot of those comments have been inserted into the official plan. And I myself as a councillor don't see a lot of rationale into a lot of what's been put in, other than somebody had said something and the item's been put in. And I think we all need to look at it. And I'm sure, as what the mayor said, as certain sections come up, there'll be items that we all want to speak to. And hopefully we just go through it page by page or section by section and can do some quick, does somebody agree with the comment another councillor has made, or member of council has made, or disagreed, and move on from that far. And then once those updates have been done, I would hope that would come back to another council meeting for a further quick review, and then it would go to Ministry of Social Affairs and Housing after those updates have been re-brought back to council and staff for another quick comment and review. And I think, something that we all need to think about is, when we receive comments, be it from a road association or a lake association or a conservation association, many of these groups don't represent the overall numbers of a lake, in the sense of a lot of these associations, if it's a lake or a road, but especially in lakes, aren't the majority of the members. And I think we have to think of that. And it doesn't matter if it's an individual, if it's an association, if it's a business, everybody is lobbying they're activists for what they feel are important. And what we need to do as council, just so the public understands, is we need to try and hear everybody. But at the same time, we need to do what council feels and staff is the best interest of the municipality as a whole to move forward, not just one specific little area, but as a whole. We need to think, how can we make this municipality thrive and continue to be here for decades to come? So there's a lot of work that we have to do to try and balance things out. So I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Chair, for letting me speak to that at the beginning.
Okay, thank you. So Jamie, if I have this right, in the version we're going to review, the red are the changes, and the yellow are mandatory things from the province, from the provincial statement. Is that correct?
Yeah, the yellow areas relate to items that implement PPS policies, correct?
Okay, so is it fair to say that the yellow parts, it can't be changed, it's all part of the provincial plan? Is that correct or incorrect?
They could be changed if it's to implement provincial policy. I think what's key is that there needs to be something in the official plan that where the yellow highlighting is found. If someone has a concern with yellow language, we can certainly look at it though too. I'm not going to say it's off limits completely.
Okay, thank you.
But the focus should primarily be on the red text.
Okay, so let's start going through this and
Deputy Mayor Lamb,
yes, Councillor
did
Woods.
I get a quick opportunity there to say what I think about the document? Everybody else spoke to it a little bit, right? Won't take long,
Sure.
promise.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Woods.
I've talked to multiple people in the community, be it business owners and I guess what everyone wants to call cottagers and locals, and I see everybody as taxpayers. And for the numbers of people that I have spoken to, if I were asked to vote today on this document to have it put forth as our actual official plan, my personal vote would be no. Because there's not one person that I spoke to that thinks that this is something that's good for Whitestone. I mean, there's some pretty restrictive language and some things that I think are left out. And this document to me does not speak to community. It speaks to, individual neighborhoods more. And more rules for certain spots, but it doesn't have the growth of the entire community and the advancement of the community, in my opinion, properly reflected in here. So I'll leave that at that. And as far as the yellow wording, Jamie, I'm just wondering, so they're things that need to be addressed in the OP, but it's, you know, your version or Patrick's version of the wording for those, say, paragraphs or sentences?
Yeah, that's fair to say.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so let's start going through the document. So the table of contents, there's no changes there unless we make a change and drop an item or something as we discuss it. So there's no one wants any changes in the table of contents, I take it. Okay, let's go to page 220 and we'll start there. Does anyone have any concern? I'll butt in here. I have one concern. The Parry Sound area, it's the fourth paragraph, includes Whitestone, McDougall, Carling, McKellar, and it does not include the town of Parry Sound that was brought up last time. So Parry Sound needs to come out whenever you're talking about the people who are in the Parry Sound area planning area. So anyway, others on page 220, does anyone have any problems with that? Hearing none, we'll go to the next page, 221. Does anyone have any problems with 221? Hearing none, we got a lot of pages, so I'm not gonna, if you're gonna speak up, and if you're too late, take us back one, but anyway, page 222, any concerns there?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Nash.
Yes,
4.06, it speaks
Yeah.
to the kilometers of road, 106 kilometers of road providing access throughout the community. I'm assuming that's municipal roads, so I just think it should be noted that's municipal roads and not private roads. And if we can clarify that.
yeah, that's, I had that starred too.
And my second comment on the page is 405. I know it's in yellow.
Okay, let's deal with 406 first.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so Jamie, what does 106 kilometers mean? Are these municipally maintained roads?
That's my understanding. That's a number that we got from the municipality, but we could get clarification on
Yeah,
that.
get clarification because, and they have figures also on how many private roads are, so you could put both in. And I, for some reason, thought the private roads were roughly double what the municipal
Yeah.
roads were. Is my recollection, but you can reflect that in that area. Is everyone okay with that? 405.
Yeah.
Councillor Nash, you had something on 405?
Yeah, it'll be quick. I know it's in yellow there, Jamie, but all it was, and I think Councillor Wood spoke to the beginning, and it's just, I've highlighted an area. It says the local economy for the municipality of Whitestone is largely derived from its seasonal landowners, as a majority of properties are seasonally occupied. I don't think we need to say that. I think it can be just left the way it was, that the local economy of municipality of Whitestone is largely derived from its landowners. And just leave it at that. Doesn't matter. You know, we always talk about, let's try and make everybody equal. Let's try and treat everything equal. You know, a landowner's a landowner. And so I just revert back to what it was there. That's my only comment there, if possible. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Chair, excuse me, Mr. Chair, I would be inclined to agree with that last comment of Councillor Nash. But I did, that particular section 405 just it raised another issue for me that I mentioned to the planners. And that is that I thought when looking over the whole document that we had done short shrift, re-given short shrift to our agriculture. And I would simply have hoped that somewhere in here, and I'm guessing 405 would be maybe the place to put it, is to simply add the word agriculture, because we do have, I mean, we still do have, and I hope will in the future continue to have an agricultural component to our local economy. So that's my comment on 405.
So you want to include agriculture?
I just want to get some mention somewhere in the, I mean, this is kind of preamble about what's the municipality like. I just don't want us to leave out agriculture. That's all I'm saying.
And I'm in support of.
I'm happy if the planners want to
mayor
put it
said.
somewhere else, or
Just hold on, Councillor Nash.
make a separate section for it or whatever. But anyway, I just would like
I
to
think
get,
that's fair ball. So on those two changes in 405, being to just leave it as it was, seasonal landowners, and not the next paragraph, or not the next line. And to add agriculture in the economy portion. Everyone who's in favor of that, please? On 405?
I've made those changes. They're on the screen. So if everybody's okay with it, it's up there.
Okay. Everyone okay
thank you.
with what's in there now?
So I have one more on this page, if I
Yeah,
may.
well, I want to make sure everyone's in agreement on 405, right?
Oh, sorry. Yes,
Yeah,
I'm in
so
agreement.
please, I think Councillor Nash and Mayor Comrie are in favor. Councillor Wood?
I'm okay with that, Deputy Mayor Lamb.
Good, so that's carried. So Mayor Comrie, you have another comment on page 222?
Yeah, 407. And again, I did mention this to the planners. I think the first statement is okay. It has a significant Crown land base. But then it goes on to say there are 2 provincial parks and several conservation reserves. This is brand news to me. I've never encountered any provincial parks. There is one conservation reserve that I know of, and I don't know of any other ones. So, and then it goes on and starts to say, well, you have to recognize the relationship between the different types of Crown land. My question is, why are we talking about Crown land? And there's more stuff about Crown land in other parts of this. We have no jurisdiction over Crown land unless we get the government to convey it to us and make it our land, or unless we have a land use permit, or preferably a lease with the Ministry of Natural Resources to lease the Crown land. But none of the rest of our policies in the official plan or our provisions apply to Crown land. So I don't understand why we're going off on tangents here. I mean, I have no problem with recognizing that we have a lot of Crown land within the bounds of the municipality, but we don't get to control what happens on it. And we don't get to do land use planning with respect to it. And you know, as I say, unless we go to the government and ask for it to be conveyed to us in some manner or other.
Can I just make a suggestion, Mr. Chair?
Yeah. James.
My suggestion is you've got 2 options. This section is just introductory and just providing it's a table setter effectively. So you can either one, just delete it in its entirety, or in two, we can go back and double check the comments about provincial parks and conservation reserves, but it doesn't hold council to anything, this section. So I think those are your 2 options: is recommend we delete it, or recommend we go and just double check those facts that were in there. And again, this is a carryover from the previous OP.
So,
Like I'm inclined to recommend it just be deleted, but leave it up to you
okay.
guys.
Who wants to delete it? 407.
before that's said, Mr. Chair, can I just say one thing?
Yes?
Yeah, I think it's important to leave it here. I think all we're saying is that a lot of the municipality is Crown land. And when it comes to provincial parks and conservation reserves, I think what's being referred to there is the Nayscoot and the Magnetawan River Provincial Park, which we just touched, I think, at the north end there. I think that's all it is. It's just saying that it's within here. And as our planner said, it's not saying we're stuck to anything, but I think it's important that the public understand that a lot of our municipality is made up of Crown land. Thank you.
Okay. So what would it read, Councillor Nash? What would you, the municipality of Whitestone has significant Crown land.
Can I make a recommendation?
Yeah, go ahead.
My
Jamie.
recommendation is if we leave it in, I've got a note here that we'll go and we'll review the Crown Land Atlas and just confirm if there in fact are any provincial parks firstly, and secondly, how many conservation reserves there are, and we'll just leave it at that.
That's fine. Is everyone in agreement with that?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with that, Deputy Mayor.
Good. So let's move on. Anything else on 222? 223.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I just had one comment on page 223. And I know it's going to come across a little different, but the very last sentence of 4.10, where it says, it's talking about the official plan and consultation, and to incorporate comments that have been received throughout the review process. It's not that we're going to incorporate them, it's that we're going to discuss them or have regard for them. Just because somebody says, I want this in a comment doesn't mean that we're going to be putting it in. And to use the word and to incorporate comments that have been received throughout the review process, I think that needs to be updated. I'm sure the planners can choose some wording, either deleted that last sentence, but obviously we're taking into consideration comments. It doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be inputted. I think, Jamie, you understand what I'm trying to say there?
I'm proposing to modify it to consider. That's what I put on the screen.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, it could say, consider or that sort of thing, right? You can make that change?
That's what's proposed, yeah.
Okay. So that change has been made. Anything else on this page? I had one. It says approximately 80% of income is derived from seasonal population. Why is that little tiny thing in there? It's true. In fact, it's more than 80%.
Where is that? Sorry.
Well, it's just after 4.11. There's a little tiny thing that says approximately 80%. I don't know why that's in there like that.
Must have been a track change from the previous OP. I'm not sure. It's probably.
Oh, I see. Okay, it's out anyway. Yeah, okay. Okay, anything else on 223?
I have one, Deputy Mayor Lamb.
Yeah, go ahead.
Section 4.14.
4.14, yes.
So this is kind of one of the things that I was talking about earlier. The population of Whitestone Up is made up of year-round and seasonal residents. Okay, sure. But the next line, the seasonal residents outnumber the year-round residents about 5 to 1. People that I've talked to that have read that statement said that statement and much of the stuff that's in here is almost, it gives the idea to people, or gives some people the feeling that you're here to serve us and that's it. That is not a community building statement right there, in my opinion, and the opinion of many other people that I spoke to. Now, whether that's part of our existing plan or it's an update or whatever, to me, that there's no reason for that. That doesn't speak to any unity in this community. And everybody here will know, when my very first campaign, my big thing was the divisible wedge, where we're constantly putting left versus right, or cottager versus local, seasonal versus year round. So references like that, I don't think that's a good idea to have. So I'd like that removed, at least that sentence removed.
Okay,
Can I just make a suggestion?
Yeah.
If council is agreeing with that statement, I'd suggest removing everything that's highlighted on the screen right now. And it just read the population of Whitestone is made up of year-round and seasonal residents. And then it is anticipated though there will be a steady number of retirees considering their cottages for future year-round use. Period.
Councillor Woods, you okay with that?
Well, I mean, it seems to me like it's always going to be that we're just going to be a place that's geared more towards you're going to be a retired cottager, right? Nowhere in the document do I hear anything about the families that live here, right? Or the school. I would like to see an OP that accurately reflects all of us, because community, you can't spell it without the word unity, right? Something that reflects everybody here, all aspects of our municipality. Through the whole document, I get it. We're environments, the lake, everything. But our most important resource and our most valuable resource in Whitestone is the people here. And I'd like to see a document that reflects that we're all on the same team and we all have the same goal to make this place live up to our motto of a perfect place to live, work, and play together.
Mr. Chair, I have to support those comments. But I had an issue. I'm not convinced that the 5-1 is correct, but regardless, I also think that what we're going to see as time goes on is that we will see more and more people who move here permanently, because they can do they can make a livelihood here. They can conduct their business and earn an income and so on. And hopefully they're not all retirees. Our goal is not to become like Elliott Lake, right? So I guess I wouldn't like to highlight. I agree with what Councillor Wood said about the ratio, and I also would not like to highlight it retirees particularly.
So why don't we just take 407 out?
Yep, that's fine. 414, sorry.
It's
Or
on 414,
sorry.
yeah, but yeah. I don't
Just
know.
take it out altogether. Everyone okay with that?
Yep, I fully support that. I think very good comments made there.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay, page 224. Any changes here? Hearing none. 225, any changes here?
No.
And 226, any changes there?
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Uh,
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to catch up here. 5.16, I think it is. It says preserve and enhance the wilderness or semi-wilderness character of the numerous recreational bodies in the municipality. And what I would say to that is,
What number is that again?
it's 5.18, but it's been scratched out, so
I
it
think
becomes
you said
5.16.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm suggesting that come out, but here's my rational thought to that is, if you go and look at any lake in our municipality currently, and you can say there's semi-wilderness or wilderness, but that's primarily made up of the Crown land. Where there are historical cottages, many have cut down the trees, grass to the shoreline, there's boats, there's docks. On some other lakes, there's solar panels and windmills. And it's hard to say there's a semi-wilderness look. You could also say there's a semi-developed look. So I think we're pushing one side towards the other, kind of that wedge. And I think that can just be taken out, because I don't think there's really a single lake that doesn't have a lot of cottages on it that have cut down a lot of trees. built bunkies, built cottages, done all this, but then they're saying they want to maintain the look across the lake of semi-wilderness, which is just crown land. So I'm just recommending that that line comes out completely. It's not to
Oh,
stop
all of
anything.
5.18 you're suggesting? come
Yeah.
out?
Yeah.
Okay, what
Because
are others' feelings on that?
The 5.1.
I'm okay with it, frankly.
Okay, let's take 5.18 out. Councillor Woods, you wanted to say something?
Sorry.
I think it's 5.16 now, Deputy
No,
Mayor
I
Lambert.
think no, it's 5.18. He said 5.16, but in clarification, it's
It's the one on the screen right
Uh,
now, highlighted. It's one.
5.18.
Mr. Chair, when I said I'm okay with it, I'm sorry, that I should have said I'm okay with leaving it there. I don't have a problem with it being
Oh,
there.
okay, okay.
I'm not looking to remove it.
Okay,
I also was going to question at the bottom of page 225. I'm looking at the, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the red line version, but 5.16 said that to ensure that water supply and sewage services are planned and utilized in accordance with long-term planning and growth management objectives. I just was curious as to why that was out. Did you, maybe to the planners, did you see that as a reference to municipal sewage and water services, or what? Why is what was 5.16 in the old version taken out?
I'm not sure specifically why that was taken out, but I do know that we have specific policies in the later on in the official plan that deal with servicing and sewage and water supply. But to your specific question, I'm just trying to see if there's another objective.
Did you put anything in to reflect the comment that I made about co-housing, you know, that is that what you're talking about? Because I didn't see anything there about that, but that was.
We did make some updates to the OP based on your comments about housing. I'm not sure the exact specific section those are in. I'm sure we'll get to them later today, but there's
Well,
nothing
anyway,
section.
I mean, I'm not sure that it's like these motherhood things that we're still in the motherhood section, kind of, you know, where we're not talking about really specific things, but anyway, it's not a showstopper to me. I just was hoping that somewhere or other we would have some comments about water supply and sewage specifically, and maybe the possibility of other services and having them be shared services as opposed to everybody has their own well and their own septic or whatever, right?
Do we want to add,
okay.
do we want to add that back in or not?
Well, let's deal, we've got two sections going here. So
Yeah.
5.18,
Can I make a suggestion just on 5.18 that
Yeah.
might? So it seems to me that the concern may be surrounding the words wilderness and semi-wilderness character. When I look at the other components of these sections, there's nothing really that speaks towards lake-based character, which is, I think, what this section's getting at. So maybe the wording we could look at here that may satisfy everyone, I'm not sure, but it could be something to the effect of maintain, and I'm kind of spitballing here, but maintain an appropriate balance between the natural character and built form in shoreline residential areas, something to that effect.
And through you, Mr. Chair, Jamie, that's exactly where I was going. You hit the head on the nail there. So I think if you
Okay.
bring something back to us.
well, okay. So you're okay, Councillor Nash. Others on what Jamie said?
It sounds good to me.
Okay, good. So that one's sort of completed. And then we get back to 516, to ensure the water supply and sewage services are planned and utilized in accordance with long-term planning and growth management objectives. The mayor.
Through you, Mr.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I think I'm a little delayed. I apologize for that. I'm okay with leaving it out because I think we do find it further in our documents today. There's sections to speak to water supply and sewage. But because we don't have any community-wide stuff, I think that's why it would have been taken out there. So I'm fine with leaving it out because it is addressed further in the document. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, looking at this further, I do think that's in reference to municipal servicing.
Okay, everyone okay with that? With it, I guess,
Yeah.
coming up?
Yep.
Okay, that's finished. So next we're on to 227, I think. Growth and settlement pattern. Any questions or comments on 227?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I have a couple. The first one is the first highlight in yellow.
Yeah.
And it's the last sentence that's highlighted. In that it's in red. It says home-based business opportunities will be encouraged throughout the municipality with only home occupation being permitted in the waterfront designations. That whole sentence should be struck and right out as far as I'm concerned. Again, if somebody's going to have a home business, if it's on the waterfront, if it's in a back lot, if it's in a farmer's field, shouldn't matter. We shouldn't be separating it, so that entire sentence should come out. That's been underlined and put in red.
Yeah, it's sort of an awkward verbiage. Home-based business opportunities will be encouraged throughout the municipality with only home occupations being permitted in waterfront designations. So, okay.
Perhaps we should ask the planners to tell us to explain what they really mean by that.
Yeah, that's the last line.
So it could be taken out. We address home-based businesses being home industries and home occupations later in the official plan. It's kind of a motherhood statement in its entirety, where this paragraph in its entirety talks about attracting growth in sectors of the population, encouraging business opportunities. And then it was just being specific that the business opportunities that were to occur in waterfront designations would be that sort of smaller scale home-based business, as opposed to what businesses you'd see in other areas. But I don't think if council doesn't want this sentence, like, it doesn't functionally change the impact of the plan. Like, I'm happy to take it out.
Okay, in or out, gentlemen?
I suggest that I'll stick with it goes out. That's mine.
Okay,
I could agree to take that out, Deputy Mayor Lamb.
okay.
My reason is me looking at it again. It's almost like you're getting condemned for some opportunities because you have a waterfront property, and I don't like seeing that kind of thing happen. I mean, if a former property that I had before, if I wanted to have a home-based business on a 135-acre parcel of land that had 400 feet of waterfront, I think I should be allowed to open something like a small wood shop or something on that, right? I don't think someone should be told no. I mean, obviously there could be a case-by-case basis met or looked at for each application, but I don't think we should say, you're only allowed to have this here and you can't have this over here because you're on the water.
I guess, Mr. Chair, this is kind of one of these the devil's in the details kind of situations. And Councillor Woods has brought up a good point, which is that there are parcels of land that are 100 acres that have a whole bunch of waterfront. And so you could use part of that property, and I don't know, I mean, I would argue probably that some of those properties were not zoned properly in the first place when the municipality was created, because they just took a look at the property and said, what is it mostly? Well, it's got waterfront, so we'll treat it as waterfront when it's, in fact, it's a farm or something, but most of it, or it's mostly woodlot or whatever. But anyway, putting that issue aside, you get, there are potentials for some issues here. Like, for example, let's suppose you have one of those properties that does have some waterfront, and you say, guess what? You know, I can fix outboard motors or boat motors or boats or whatever. So I'm going to have a home-based business where people drive their boats up. I'll fix them or something. So the question is, at what point does that become a marina, which requires a commercial designation, which we're not going to permit? And at least the way things are right now, it looks like we're not going to permit those to be, if they weren't pre-existing, to be on the waterfront. So, I mean, I don't know that we need to get into this in this particular section here, but which is kind of like a preamble, is it? But it's still, at some point in time, we're going to have to deal with the nitty gritty of those things, right? Like, does a person wants to do at what point does a business not become a home business and requires a rezoning, really?
Yeah.
And that's for the detailed portion of the plan, not for here.
Okay, on this, I tend to agree with Councillors Wood and Nash that it be taken out, the last or the last sentence. Anything else on 227?
Through you, Mr. Chair, sorry about this.
Yeah.
People lost today. But second last paragraph, the last sentence of that second last paragraph, or second last line, it reads, municipality must ensure that the character, heritage, and the natural landscape of the municipality are preserved. Just 2 pages back on 221, we changed the word preservation to conservation. So I would suggest that we take the last name or the last word, and it'd be a couple word changes there, but it'd be conserved or conservation. And instead of must ensure, I think it should be should ensure. Right? The must is a very significant word. So I'm just word finagling here, I'll call it, but I'll leave it to the planners just to change. I think we should be consistent. If we're taking out the word preserved and changed it to conservation, some spots we should be consistent throughout on that. If that makes sense to other members.
Go ahead, anyone else? I do agree with the must be taken out and should be inserted, because that gives a little greater flexibility. And the second part was, what do you want to change at the end? What would the wording be?
He wants to change the
conserve.
word, okay, preserve to conserve, then I guess I'm not sure what the difference really is, but I mean, that's semantics. It's not.
Okay, well, we can change it then. Okay, Jamie, you have those changes? Yes? Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Lim,
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Woods.
on page 227, the year-round population, the first heading. The year-round population of the municipality. Whitestone includes a large portion of retirees and those that cater to the tourist sector. And we're never going to mention anything other than that. Like Mr. Mayor, you brought up about the agricultural portion of our community, right? They would be under
Mhm.
year round. Nothing about families,
Business owners.
right? Many, I don't know, other portions that don't get represented here in the wording, right?
Okay, so what are you suggesting yeah. Turn your mic on, please.
So through Mr. Chair, if I can offer a suggestion, maybe we just delete this paragraph in its entirety. I think the comment I'm hearing is that it's sort of a confined statement right now and they want it more broader. So if we just delete it in its entirety, then it's as broad. The remaining paragraphs still speak towards year-round population, and it's really, again, just a descriptive policy describing the municipality. I don't think
Okay.
it's needed.
Is everyone okay with that?
I'd be in favor of that. Thanks, Jamie.
I'd be in
Okay.
favor of that.
Okay, that's passed. Modest growth. Yeah, I had a question here. Why did I say no? Like settlement areas in the second paragraph, modest growth is forecasted with the settlement areas being the focus of new groups. So, I think back to the application on 124 West, who was going to build a factory here. That was a one-off. And when we, during that process, people brought up I'll call it a settlement area, but an area of industrial commercial growth, right? And the community went bonkers, and it went on months and months, and finally we passed it. Funny enough, haven't heard very much since, but as soon as you start saying settlement areas, if I'm understanding it correctly, yeah, try to get one in someone's area, right? So I have some concern with the whole thing about settlement areas, right? Just because of our past history with it. So nothing my backyard sort of thing. So anyway, do I misread that, Jamie?
Just in terms of what that's in reference to,
Yeah.
is that the provincial policy statement, this is a bit of planning 101, but the provincial policy statement says that growth is to be directed to settlement areas, and that rural areas are to be the location for other things like limited residential. Well, it used to be limited. It says area appropriate residential development now, resource extraction, forestry, agriculture, those sorts of things. But growth is supposed to be directed to settlement areas. So in
Okay,
your municipality, those areas like where we sit today in Dunchurch, that's an example of the settlement area.
okay,
So that's what it's in reference to.
okay, thank you. The next one I have on here is the second last paragraph and the second last line in it. Municipality must ensure the character, heritage, and natural landscapes of the municipality are preserved. I like the word should.
Yeah,
as
we
opposed to
we
must.
made that modification in the previous comment.
Okay,
So now
okay.
it says should, and then we changed to conserve.
Okay, good, thank you. That's all I had. Anyone else on that page? Okay, the next page, 228, anything?
Or sorry, no, I was going to make a comment, but I don't want to change anything, so I'm not going to make the comment. Sorry.
Okay, 229, any changes? Hearing none. Section 8, general development policy.
And sorry, Mr. Chair, can we go back one page there? I was just trying to find my thoughts. There's only at the very top where it starts and accessories to the residential use, and there is no adverse impacts on adjacent residential or sensitive uses. So I guess I'm asking our planners, why did we add this is a continuation of the previous page. Why did we add the word and accessories and the word sensitive uses? I don't know if we need to add those words when I read it
Sure.
as a
So,
whole.
through Mr. Chair, so secondary uses, the term, this is a planning 101 as well, but secondary uses are additional uses to a main use on a property. So there's a principal use and a secondary use if it's lesser in scale. Accessory, that could mean if you've got a commercial use, for example, that has a residential dwelling above the commercial use or behind it, that would be considered an accessory use to that commercial business. And then, so they're similar concepts, but a little bit different. That's why it was added, to make sure we cover off all bases there. We removed the word adjoining and added adjacent, because when you're dealing with the concept of land use compatibility, it's not specifically just adjoining properties. There's an area of adjacency that's been included. And then residential, there's other sensitive land uses that could exist in addition to residential uses, like daycares or things like that encompassed in that. So it's really to reflect the provincial positions on adjacent lands, sensitive land uses, and compatibility. That's why we changed that.
Jamie, thank you very much. Makes perfect sense now. So
Okay.
I'm good with it. Thank you.
Okay, here we go on to, what time is it? Okay, 20 to 12. We'll go for 20 more minutes and we'll knock off at 12 for lunch. Pardon? Maybe 30 more minutes. Okay, 30 more minutes. Anyone need a break at this point for 5 minutes or no?
No.
Okay, hearing none, away we go. So, general development policy. Any changes here?
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Or sorry, go ahead. I think I heard somebody else there. I'll let them speak first. Sorry.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, and I determined at the outset of this that I was not going to do any sort of editorial stuff, but I'll just point out to you that 8.01.2 plans of subdivision will be required, etc. If you look at that paragraph, there's a bunch of words missing, and there are dozens and dozens of examples of this throughout the document, which I'm not going to comment on to you, but you know, and it's I suppose my message to our planners is, okay, this is your work product, not mine, but if it was mine personally, I would be going through and fixing them, because there's actually quite a lot of them like that. If you just look at that paragraph, I don't want to talk about the substance of it because it's fine. I understand what you're saying, but there's words missing, and you'll find other instances of that. Anyway.
Okay, well, I guess we'll have a kick at the cat.
Just leave it with the planners. I just wanted to point out to them.
Yeah, okay, good. Okay, something here.
So if I might, if you're done, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, go
I
ahead,
am.
Councillor Nash.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, and I said the same thing, Mr. Mayor. I did the same thing at the last page where I said, oh, I had a comment, but I won't say it unless it's an update. So hopefully we all do that and can keep it going quick. So I have a lot of updates on this page because I think it really changes development and development patterns, or could. And to me, it's very important for development to be done in a sustainable way for future taxes and stuff like that. So currently we talked about a plan of subdivision. This is 8.01.2 would be done where there's extension of municipal services, right? So you might have 6 lots or 12 lots and we need to extend a municipal road or a municipal water line or municipal sewer line. Well, in our municipality, we don't have the latter, the sewer and water. But if we're extending a municipal road, it would have been by plan of subdivision. Instead, we're really changing that to be even if you just need some special studies. So I would like to see it put back to the way it was, because unless I'm missing something, normally part of the provincial policy statement when you're going through consent versus subdivision is based on, is there an extension of municipal services? And if that's what the provincial policy statement says, why are we changing it to be greater restrictions? Am I correct, Jamie, that the provincial policy statement normally says a plan of subdivision is when you are extending municipal services? If we can just get that answer out of the way, I think it would help the discussion here.
Go
So
ahead, Jamie.
through your, Mr. Chair, so what this section is intended to do, and this is primarily a carryover from the existing plan. There has been some refinements made in here, but effectively what section 8.101 does is it answers the question of when can you proceed with law creation through a consent application, or when should you proceed through a plan of subdivision application? That's what it's trying to answer. And the current, it's in section 8014. The current plan does basically put the cap at 3 lots if you're proceeding through the consent process. So you do 3 lots, you can go consent. You do more than 3, you go through plan of subdivision. That's what the current plan says. So I think the question really for council today is, are you okay with that current approach of 3 being the cutoff, general cutoff between consent and plan of subdivision? Or do you want it 5? Do you want it 7? Do you want some other number included in there? And then to Councillor Nash's comments, typically OPs do sort of have a threshold limit in terms of where's the trigger for consent versus plan of subdivision, but there are exceptions. And generally the trigger, he's correct, and generally the trigger is there an extension of a road? Is there a condition being included that's going to require more than 2 years to satisfy? Because the consent process only can exist for, you only have 2 years to satisfy conditions. If you need 5 years to satisfy a condition, for example, best to go through the subdivision process in those instances. If there's extension of hydro, extension of water, for example, if there's drainage considerations or it's a more technical, complicated development, then usually we say go through plan of subdivision. But I think the real question for council in simple terms today is, what's the number that you want to include as the trigger? And if you guys tell us
And
that,
it's
then
3 right now, you say?
correct. You want it
And-
increased, we can do that.
And if I might be able just to comment back there, Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Thank you. So, Jamie, I appreciate your comments back. That does help me, and I think you hit the nail on the head. But I do think we should leave the part about the subdivisions the way it currently read if there's extensions. But with that being said, unless I've been misinformed for many years now, we might say as a municipality, oh, it's 3 plus 1. Or other municipalities might say it's 3 plus 1. But if I wanted to develop 12 lots all at once, and there's no extension, and it's on a private road, those have been done in the district of Muskoka in the past. I think there's been up to 21 I've heard from the previous planner, the planning board. And there is no limit on them. And if somebody wanted to appeal the planning board and say, I'm doing 5 lots or 12 lots and I meet the threshold of a consent, they could take that to the OLT and would most likely win that. Just because we as a municipality say, oh, we want to see it as 3, doesn't really mean that much. It's the other triggers, the triggers of a subdivision. Are you extending roads and stuff? So that 3 plus and the way we had it written, I don't think should be there, because that isn't, in fact, what the Ontario government would say if somebody appeals it. It's what we're trying to say. So I would like it to be reverted back more to the way we had it before, to say we'll generally look at it like that. That's not going to be a for sure thing. And also subdivisions are when it's extensions of services. if that helps other councillors, that would be where I would like to see this, because I think these changes could drastically affect people. And when people do apply, doing a plan of subdivision is much more costly than a plan of, or than a consent. But do we really need a plan of subdivision when people are just doing simple additions of lots on a lake or a back lot or wherever it might be, or off of 520 or 124? I think we're just making it a little bit more restrictive for no reason. So those are my thoughts on it, and I hope I have support from other councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Nash. So we have to test two things. One of them being that we leave 8.01.2 the way it is. So let's test that. Councillor Nash wants to go back to the way it was. Other comments? Or thoughts?
My comment, Mr. Chair, would be well, this doesn't really, I guess this doesn't get into the 8 point, get into the 3+1 retained lot, but I have always been opposed to what I call creeping subdivision by consents. And I don't think, as a practical matter for starters, we should be saying consents are intended for the 3+1. And that's the default assumption, is that you would apply for a consent if you're looking to do 3.1 or less, and if you're looking in terms of new lot creation, 3 is the maximum number of new lots. And if you're looking at more, your default assumption should be that's a plan of subdivision is going to be required. Now, there might be some circumstances where we could be convinced that we don't need one, a plan of subdivision. But, if somebody wants to develop a plan as a large piece of shore property and they want to develop a 12-lot subdivision, there is no way that should be done by consent, because you're going from 0 to a large density in a very short period of time. So I am not in favor of trying to make it easier to do subdivisions by consent.
Councillor Woods, we're talking about 801.2. Leave it as is, or
Well, my question would be, right, are we not supposed to follow what the province would be saying that would be a subdivision, right? Following those requirements. I just want something clear here. Like, if it's the general rule, from what I remember, has always been, 3+1, but there has been more in multiple areas in the province. And if people are allowed to do more, then we should allow them to do more. But if you want to say generally, the practice has been, the 3+1, sure. But if somebody would technically be allowed, following the rules, to do 7+1, we shouldn't be telling them no. If it's something that should be a plan of subdivision because there's going to be extension of municipal services, then most definitely that's what we should do.
By the way, Mr. Chair, I forgot to mention, you have to look at 8.01.1 and all the way down to 8.01.4. They have to be taken together, because that whole thing is the discussion about when do you do a consent, and when application, and when do you do an application for a plan of subdivision.
Can I maybe just jump in? I
Yeah.
don't know if it helps out at all.
go
but
ahead.
Effectively, there's no change proposed to the principle of 8101. There's nothing substantial change there. It's just some nomenclature. Point 2, it's removing the piece where it talks about extension to municipal services, because there are no municipal services in this municipality from a sanitary and water perspective. We added in where there's support for special studies are required. So if you got those things, and again, the default in the Planning Act is that you're to go through the plan of subdivision process. And then the way this is written is that if you meet certain requirements, we'll let you go through the consent process, which is a little bit simpler. So then in subsection 3, we remove the section where it talks about section 5124. Those are the requirements for evaluating whether consent or subdivision should be approved. We move those to a different section in the plan because that's not really what this section's talking about. This section's only talking about consent versus plan of subdivision. That's why it got deleted. And then 8104, this is the one that I think our focus should really be on. Should the number be 3 or should it be something different? And then secondly, it says the number's 3. But then in the last sentence, it says, but there's exceptions. And if you've got a unique circumstance, then we can consider land division by the consent process in those unique circumstances for more than the 3 lots. So like it's I'd say pretty permissive framework. The question to me is really, you want to go with 3 lots or you want to go with 5 lots as your kind of primary trigger?
Okay, that's the second thing. Let's deal with 801.2. Do we change it back to what it was or not? Just a simple yes or no from people.
I would leave as it was.
Hard to hear. You believe what?
Leave it the way it was.
Okay. Others?
I'd be okay with it.
Okay with what?
Leaving it the way it was.
Okay. Mayor Comrie? I guess, well, go ahead and then I'll comment. It really doesn't make us.
Developments,
stand-
part of the problem I have is that the words are missing. So I'm not even sure what it really is supposed to say. I mean, it kind of implies plans of subdivision will be required for multiple lot developments proposed that are where municipal services are required or something. I don't know, what is it? Maybe I should ask the planners. What is it telling me what this 8.01.2, what does it actually say? In words, just paraphrase it. What were you trying to say? You only need a plan of subdivision will definitely be required if you need special studies or a new development pattern is being established or whatever. I guess that's an okay statement maybe, but
It's giving circumstances where you're going to need a plan of subdivision.
Or through you, Mr. Chair, if we leave it as is, but the planners just come back with a little bit modified wording. Again, this isn't set in stone right now, so I understand what the mayor's trying to say. I think our planners have heard what was said, and maybe they can come back with a little bit of updated wording instead of us trying to pick the exact words. Would that help everybody to get to the next item here?
Yep, we've got a big document to go through, so
Sounds
I'm
good
okay
to
with
me.
that. Okay, so the next thing is 3+1 or any changes to that?
And through you, Mr. Chair, on this, where I was coming from on it, and I think Councillor Woods had said it also there, is if it is permissive to do 4 sometimes or 5 sometimes, I think the wording, I get what you've tried to say there, Jamie, but again, maybe you can bring it back, because I, as a municipality, don't want to be defending a position where somebody's come with 6 lots and we're saying, no, it should have only been 3. And we're defending to the OLP 3 versus 6, and they end up winning on saying 6 was okay. So maybe if you just bring it back with a little bit of updated wording there, just so people understand it can be more, but we generally like to see it as 3. And we all know that if, as the mayor said, if somebody does, creates a lot and does a retained, they can come back a year later, or maybe it's 50 years later, and do more lots, and there's nothing stopping people from that either. And I think the mayor said that he looks at that as serial consents, but the planning, provincial planning statement allows that. So why limit something to only 3 if people are allowed to do more? So I'll leave that with you to come back with some wording. I think you've heard from us all, if others are okay with that.
So here's what I'm going to propose is I think we can really simplify this entire section 8.01 and make it clear if it's agreed that the 3 is the trigger, but then I'll come back with some requirements of sort of when a plan of subdivision would also be required. So some bullet points. I think I can basically condense these 4 sections down into 2 or 1.
Okay, everyone okay with that? So this will come back to us.
I agree that 3 is the trigger. I agree with what you just said.
Yeah, I
3
think
is-
everyone,
I
3
think we
is,
should keep 3 as the trigger so that, it's setting an expectation. It's not saying that there's no possible variance, but it's setting an expectation.
that's correct. Okay. Next page. There's nothing more on page 230. Okay, page 231. What do we want here? Nothing?
Okay, well,
If nobody else, or sorry, go ahead.
no, I just said I'm okay with it. I don't have anything marked on that page.
Okay, Councillor
And
Nash.
yeah, item number D on the page, second and third lines. The new lot must have deeded mainland parking and dockage with direct access to a public road and or an existing right-of-way. And then further in that same paragraph, the deregistration of the deeded mainland access from the water access lot shall only be permitted once alternative deeded mainland access has been registered on the title of the waterfront lot. So I guess I'd first come with, where did this come from to the planners? Why do we have all these changes in here now of an existing right-of-way, dockage in it? All this is brand new and will really affect a lot of our waterfront residential areas where there is waterfront access, not road access. So I'm wondering why, I have questions on so many parts on the next page, but why this has been put in here the way this is. In the past, it was, you can create a lot. If it's waterfront water access, we as council or the municipality need to make sure you have either deeded access or access via another way to the water. But we've added so much more restrictiveness in here, so I want to know where this has come from. If it's not provincial policy statement,
Okay,
who is
Jamie?
directing us to put this in?
Yeah, Jamie?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. So I think the comment that I thought I heard was that the current official plan requires you to have deeded access or have access from a marina and written confirmation. And that's what this section brings forward as well. I don't think there's anything added in that sense. I could be wrong. But the idea here is that the concept is this, is that where there's new lot creation proposed that's water access, so it doesn't have road access, that there needs to be, it's to protect the municipality and it's to protect the people that are creating and ultimately purchasing the lots. I would expect, and it's to ensure that they have a place to dock their boat and they have a place to land from. So that's either at a marina or that's at some sort of waterfront landing, or if there was a municipal situation. What would happen, for example, if there wasn't a waterfront landing or if there wasn't a marina for these folks, is likely these people would be coming to the municipality and saying, you need to provide access for us to get to our cottages and a spot for us to park their boat. So the idea with this policy is to sort of eliminate the need for that or the potential for that additional burden on the municipality in the future. And it's ultimately to ensure that there's sufficient access for new lots as they're created. So It's a standard concept that's used in lake-based municipalities throughout the province, is that doesn't deal with existing situations and existing lots, but if you're going to create new lots, there's a fairly standard threshold that needs to be met for access. It's the similar concept that we don't allow lot creation in areas of the municipality that are on landlocked parcels, for example, that you can't access from a road. It's a similar concept. We're not got the plan wouldn't allow lot creation from a lake if you can't get access to that lake and access to that lot. So I don't think it's a huge change from the current plan. There's a reorganization of policies here, but I
Well,
don't think the concepts change.
I don't think, and I may be wrong, that there was any mention of dockage in the previous plan. There was certainly, like, I'm thinking of Wawashkesh, that, and there, you must have deeded access or a parking spot as part of the conditions, but it was never dockage. And what people, you'll never get deeded access for dockage. Like most people go to the local marina on Wawashkesh, the Bennett's, go and have trailer storage and that kind of stuff. And so I don't think you're going to get deeded access for some of these things. Certainly the parking, I think is we can keep in. But this is, as you say, completely rewritten. And also,
Would you mind?
just hold on. The only other thing that I want to comment on is C, and the fourth line down, third line down, it says, creation of new lots for any purpose on a private road shall be discouraged. And I put beside there, no. In fact, it's the opposite. This council voted on and created a back lot, allowing back lots. So that's, I don't want to discourage development on those private roads. I think that statement has to come out. So anyway, dealing with D first, I guess, Councillor Nash, you had something to say?
Yeah, and just for the record, I fully support what you said about C as well. But for D, I'm going to read some very specific words that have been added here. The new lot must have deeded mainland and parking and dockage with direct access to a public road and or an existing right-of-way. Well, maybe somebody's going to make a new right-of-way. Doesn't need to be existing right-of-way. This is where we've taken this policy and why so many people from the public have voiced concerns to say, why is it becoming so restrictive? It shouldn't be and or an existing right-of-way. Well, if somebody creates a right-of-way, you should be allowed to do this. And if somebody has access to the water, why do they have to have a dock? Maybe they're going to bring a canoe and go across the lake. But at the same time, if you only need, on the next page it goes, or confirmation of a letter from a marina. Well, that's not deeded access, it's just a marina. Maybe the marina closes. They make it easier for some and harder for others. So that's my problem in D. It's the word dockage with direct access to a public road and or an existing right-of-way. No, they just need a right-of-way or an easement to get to the water to go across the lake. And that's what it is now, so it has to be changed back to that, in my view.
Does that work what I changed it to on the screen there?
So I'm Mr. Chair, I'm afraid I don't agree with most of that. I don't understand why the right-of-way has to be existing. I agree with that comment. But in fact, that has been our policy in the past. And when we discussed this, we have had a number of problems around specifically these two items that are being discussed. But as far as the parking and docking is concerned, council decided more than once that we did not want to be in the marina business. And what our planner said a few minutes ago is absolutely correct. And you know this is correct. What happens is people come to us and say, well, you municipality, we pay taxes. You've got to create more parking for us, and you've got to create more docks for us because we don't have any place to go in and out. And they have to, they come in, they want to tie their boat up to the dock and they want to leave it there. This problem's going on in Washcash right now. They want to leave the dock, the boat at the dock for multiple days, right? And it's only a dock for loading and unloading. So are we going to get into the business of providing public marinas? And then of course we'll get complaints from the folks who already do run the marinas that we're competing with their business. I think we're going in the right direction here with saying, look, if you're water access only, there have to be arrangements that are in title that say this is how a person is going to access their property from the mainland, and that's a condition of being able to create the lot. And I don't see us going back on that. I mean, as I say, if council said, well, you know what, we'll go into the marina business and we'll charge people for parking and docking, that's one thing. But and some municipalities have done that, or they've facilitated additional private enterprises to do it. But I think we're limited. We're not on that scale at this point, and we don't want people to just be able to say, oh yeah, I can create a lot anywhere, and then come back and the owners come back of the lots that they create, come back and say to us, well, it's your problem. You've got to, we're gonna, we pay taxes. You should provide this to us. And then all the ratepayers of the municipality are stuck with a bill. Or you have chaos at whatever landings you have where people go in and out. So I'm not in favor of watering this down, other than, as I say, it doesn't have to be an existing right of way, but there needs to be a right of way. They need to have some deeded access on the mainland, so that gets off a road.
So we're all, I think, in agreement to change that to existing or new, or whatever the wording is, Jamie, for that.
Deputy Mayor Lamb, can I say
Yes.
something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks, through you. I've always wondered and often wondered if someone is going to create a waterfront water access lot and the lake has an existing parking area that the municipality pays to upgrade and maintain, why are we not charging a fee? So if somebody wants to create 4 or 3 new water access lots, why are we not making them pay a fee that would go back to expand our existing parking areas where we have them? Right? I think it was one on Wawashkesh not all that long ago. I think it was Mr. Keene who paid fees for parking spots. And it was Mr. Keene actually who brought it up in a meeting that he would have rather paid the municipality the money, and that money be applied towards the parking areas at Wawashkesh to expand them or upgrade them. And I don't understand why that has never been an option, because as far as I remember, we have made that exception in the past, right? Requiring someone to expand the parking area on Gooseneck Lake in order to have their lots created.
I guess the question is, and this is for our planner, what's our mechanism for requiring the developer to pay for that? Is that not a development charge?
Jamie?
I'm not entirely sure I'm clear on the question, but pay for the development of an access point?
Pay the municipality to develop the access point.
So,
If I'm right through you, Mr.
Okay, we're going all over the place. Nice.
Chair, I think what Councillor Woods was asking and the mayor was inquiring about was simply if somebody does a lot, instead of having to have an agreement with the marina, the municipality says, we'll allow you to have a lot on Lake X. And for that, we're going to require a $30,000 payment to the municipality for future work at the X Lakes public landing kind of thing. Am I correct, Councillor Woods? That's where you were going with it?
Yeah, that's exactly where I was going with it. Like if I remember correctly, Mr. Keene paid somewhere for 10 spots in the area of $50,000 to $100,000. And I look at it as if in that example, Mr. Keene was willing to pay the money to the municipality, we could have spent $50,000 or $100,000 on expanding parking up at Wawashkash, or maybe paving the area one day, and we'd maximize the parking area that we have up at Wawashkash.
But in that case, they would then be allowed to park at Indian Narrows or Bennett's, right? If he's not paying for deeded, you're saying if he's not paying Mr. Bennett, for instance, for deeded parking, that we get the money instead, aren't you? Is that what, am I following that right?
Yeah, and then we could then take that money and apply it towards the landing where we have landings that we can expand on the lakes. Right? I've realized that there's some where we just don't have the property, we don't have the area, but the ones that do, Wawashkash being a prime example, there's more than enough area there. We still have some on part of our land use permit that we could expand. We've heard that before in meetings before when it came up with the Wawashkash Landings Task Force. I would rather see somebody pay $100,000 to the municipality and we apply that right to the parking area there. Clear some more trees, put some gravel down. Everybody uses the municipal access points. Everybody's allowed to use them, right?
And I guess
Just,
my question,
if it's an option, maybe nobody agrees with me, but it's just something that I always, that was kind of puzzling to me.
Okay, so what are we going to do here? Jamie, do you have anything to suggest here? Under specifically D.
Well, just on that discussion that was happening there, I think that's a bigger issue and a bigger study about, and a separate study and review about what the municipality wants to do with their municipal access points and do they want to do something with that? And it could result in a future official plan amendment in the future. I don't think that's something that you can necessarily make a decision on today. I think you need a report prepared on that issue. But on this specific item D, what I suggested on the screen was remove the word "and existing." And I think there was a comment about dockage too. If you just want to make it reference the mainland deeded parking and not docking, but parking have direct access to the road, we can do that. I don't know.
The third thing is with direct access to a public road. So this can't be a private road?
Or right of way.
Or right of way. Okay.
That's talking about a public right of way. So would you
Okay.
rather it include private road as well there?
I'm just thinking of people who are on a private road and someone with a water or a lake access point wants to make an arrangement with someone on that private road for dockage or parking or whatever. Does this prohibit that? Because they're not on an existing right of way. They don't have a right of way across the private road.
It would, as currently constructed. And the concept is that you're basically in a private road situation. It's not a condominium or anything like that. We're all probably familiar with private roads where you've got one person that maintains it and some people might not pay their fair share.
Right.
This sort of a situation has the potential to precipitate that sort of a situation. So what it's saying is, from an OP perspective, is we're not supportive of adding waterfront landings, so to speak, on a private road, we are supportive of those waterfront landings that are accessed through a municipal road. And if someone wanted to do it for a private road, they have to come in for an amendment to the documents. And maybe that's not what this council wants, but that's the idea, is it's trying to prevent those future landowner conflicts that are associated with private roads and not exacerbate an existing situation.
Okay, so
And-
we've got all kinds of ideas out there with respect to D.
Can I say
what are-
one thing, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
Yeah, and I think it helps summarize it. I think what you just said at the end there, Jamie, you're not trying to exasperate on private roads. I think this council as a majority is going to say, we want it to be more lenient and more restrictive on that. And what happens on private roads happens on private roads. We as a council are okay if these access points are off of private roads. I think that's what we're trying to say in different ways. And also we're okay if possibly a public landing is used in the future for a fee, but that might come with a different study, like you said. So I think we're on the side of we're okay using private roads or private right-of-ways and not restricting it from that. That's the whole thing I've been arguing. And I think everybody's trying to say, or the majority is trying to say that in different ways.
Okay, is that the consensus then? I'll add private roads in here as well.
I think so.
But you already, I mean, you already have something in Part C about private roads. And this is a point that our Fire and Rescue Service has made repeatedly, and it's a valid point, which is that the road, the private road, if you're going to use it for, you know, additional people, it needs to be of a standard that the fire and rescue can actually access it, because what happens is when people get 911 calls, and remember, we when we approve a consent, one of the conditions is always, well, you got to have 911 addressing for the municipality, and that's an implication on our part as a municipality that we're going to provide, you know, fire and rescue services to that property, and we can't, because the road in question is, it might, in situations where the road in question is not you know, conducive to bringing a rescue vehicle in. So, you know, then we're in a situation where we have to have, you know, some provision, you know, on something on title that says we're not guarantee you any municipal services on this road. And it's I don't think it's
Hello,
it's a
someone's.
good, it's a good condition.
Yeah, okay.
Just in response to that, Mr. Chair, if I might, I think this is a question that we've heard directly from the fire chief in the past when it's been raised, and it's been said, let's say I get in a boat accident on the lake because I don't have a road, they won't come help me. I have a heart attack when I'm walking on Crown land, they won't come and help me. We all know the answer to that is, of course they're going to come. They'll use different means. We try to use this, I'm going to say, excuse of, oh, the road has to be this side or the road has to be existing. That's really just because people are trying to say, we don't want lots in our backyard. That's all it's over. When we know municipal, fire and rescue, provincial, OPP will find a way to get to people no matter where they are. That's been asked over and over and answered by the fire chief a number of times. That's just a rationale to stop people, not to promote people. And it's one of the reasons why we're hearing from so many property owners up here, why are we being so restrictive? Why are you doing this to us? Why are you trying to stop us when what we can do on our own lands? Sorry, but that's what I'm hearing from everybody.
So Jamie, you've listened to all the arguments on this back and forth and the proposed changes. Maybe you can think on those and come back with something that reflects as much as possible everyone's comments, because we've spent enough time on page 231.
Yeah. And Mr. Chair, you also had brought up item number C to make sure that it
Yeah.
about private roads isn't discouraged, right? So there's kind of a few bullet points there you're referring to, Jamie, to come back on.
Yeah. I either take it out or put encouraged, but anyway. Okay, if we're done with page 231, I'm going to call a break because it's 20 after 12. And it can be for, how much do we need? 20 minutes or a half hour? I'm going to say we'll come back at quarter to 1. How's that?
Yeah, I'll just mention, Mr. Chair, I can be with you at 1:45, no problem. But I will have a hard stop sometime around 2 o'clock, I'm guessing.
Okay.
I have to go out for a period of time, so.
Okay. But we will come back at 1:45 and
Could,
everyone,
by chance, Mr. Chair, could we make it 1 o'clock? That gives us just over half an hour to have a break and have lunch. Would that be possible?
whatever your desire is, we're certainly okay with, there's something wrong with 1:45?
Did you mean 12:45 or did you mean 1:45?
Or 12:45, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no, and I was just saying if we can just make it 1 o'clock, but whatever the majority of people want, if the others want 12:45, I'll try and make that work. That's all.
Okay, so I'm going to say 12:45 because the mayor at least will get 15 minutes to be with us before he has to bow out for a little bit. So I'm going to say 12:45. So that's whatever. Well, that's just over 20 minutes. How about 1:50? 12:50, sorry, 12:50 p.m. We'll come back.
12:50, okay,
Thank you, everyone.
thanks.
See Mayor Com. Oh, okay, good. Okay.
Yeah, I'm
everyone,
here,
welcome.
Deputy Mayor.
Pardon? Okay, I think everyone's here. So we'll carry on. You missed a good lunch here, so anyway, page
Yeah, I missed
230
any lunch, but that's okay. Yeah.
Okay, 232, we're on now, so any changes to 232?
All right, let me look at 232.
Through you, Chair.
Yes,
So are we going to go through it kind of in alphabetical order? Would that be the easiest way to do it? Because I have a couple comments. So do you want me to kind of do it in alphabetical and just do one at a time?
yeah, that's why I'd rather deal with one at a time than a multitude, yeah, so start with
Okay.
E, I guess. Or whatever we have on this page.
Yeah. So my next comment, I know they're coming back on the previous numbers there, is item H. And the reason I'm asking about this is the new lot creation. If we just think about this from a high level, a lot of municipal water supplies can be via way of well or via way of the lake. In many cases, it can be the lake. And people can put in UV lights if they want and all that kind of stuff. But I don't know what the idea of creating a new lot and needing it to be needing to confirm that it can be serviced by a water supply. I just don't see the relevance, and I think it can just come right out. If somebody creates a lot and never builds on it, they'll never need a water supply. And if somebody buys a lot, they'll put a water supply in if they can. I don't think it should be any requirement of creating a lot in regards to water supply. So I think it should just be stricken out. Maybe in the future, if we get bigger as a municipality, you might do that, but not for our municipality at this time.
So you suggesting all of H comes out or just water supply?
All of H.
Okay, other comments on that?
Well, this is, can you hear me, by the way?
Yes, you can. Yeah,
Okay,
go
sorry,
ahead,
I
Mr.
just
Mayor.
wanted
Right.
to The, I mean, I guess the question is, or the issue here, the concern here is that when people sever lots, we are making an assumption that they're buildable, and I accept the argument that somebody could own a piece of property that's not buildable and they have no intention of building it. But I guess my question is, what is the mechanism that we have for saying to a person, sorry, but you realize you know that property is not buildable. If you're in the, I mean, it's one thing if the lot existed, and we have a whole bunch of lots like this in the municipality that you couldn't build on. They're the wrong shape and size and all these things. But you know, if somebody's creating a lot, there is an assumption that that at some point in time they're going to build on it. And if you can't get water, and I mean, I guess if you were on the shore of a lake, you would assume that you could get water out of the lake and treat it, but there's no guarantee that if you're a backlot or something that you're going to be able to. And it's the same with the septic. Like if you can't put a lot in a septic on it, you're not going to be able to build. And so I guess this is a question for our planners. How do we, I mean, if you don't want to have this restriction here that's here, which I think, to be honest, is reasonable, then what's our mechanism for saying to a person, understand that this lot is not, you're never going to be able to build on it. So somebody doesn't buy a lot and then they'll come back.
Can I just jump in here? I think
They will come back
to
to the
the piece here.
municipality and say, municipality, this is your fault. You allowed this lot to be created and and then that guy went ahead and sold that lot to me and now I can't build on it.
Okay, Jamie has a response.
I can't get septic.
I'm just gonna jump in. It's this policy is really a non-negotiable policy. It's got to be in there. It implements the Planning Act sections about appropriateness of lot creation. And if we take it out, the province is, I'm almost certain it'll add it back in. So that's where the
Okay.
minimum lot size comes from. That's where the requirement to have water comes from.
Okay,
So, Jamie, if I might, if my lot is 1 hectare and 1 inch, so we'll just call it 1.1 hectare, I don't need to do any of this, so, correct?
No,
no, he said.
no, the minimum, what it's talking about, it's saying first you gotta be able to have water supply to create a lot. So you gotta demonstrate that you can have water supply. And is generally a minimum size of 1 hectare. Or is appropriate. So effectively, you gotta have a 1 hectare lot size. The reason they want that's the standard from MOE for rural lots, to have a well and a septic system on it. You want to go smaller than 1 hectare, then you have to do what's called a hydrogeological study to demonstrate that smaller lot size can support a well and a septic system. Like if it's a shoreline lot, it could be water from the lake, but that's effectively what the ministry requires. So,
Okay.
So,
I think-
if,
I
one
honestly
more
don't
thing.
think there's much time discussing this. It's a non-negotiable.
so why isn't it in yellow then, Jamie?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask.
Maybe it should be in yellow.
Well, let's leave it in for now and say it should have been yellow, I guess. Next, are we going by I, J, K? Any other things?
Through you, Mr. Chair. The next thing I had was just M. The shape and dimension shall be appropriate as the proposed, taking into account the character and topography of the area. I think we just had it recently at the planning board. And if somebody wants to create a lot that's a little bit different in dimensions, why should that be up to the municipality in a rule? You know, a lot can
I'm
be a lot.
just going to jump
It will
in
be-
here,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman. Section 24 Sorry, section 5124F of the Planning Acts is a requirement for considering draft plans of subdivision or consents. And F says the dimensions and shapes of the proposed lots. So this is directly out of the Planning Act.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry
So
for
again, it
interrupting.
should
I
have been
just
in
wanna make
yellow.
sure
Yeah, no, that's fine.
efficient.
But Jamie, why are these things not in yellow then?
I had one of my junior staff go through it, so there may be some instances where we should have included some items that were yellow that aren't marked as yellow. I did not specifically review all of the yellow markings in this, but good on us for catching them now, but that it was intended to be a tool to help move things forward expeditiously here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are we done with this page or anything else? Go to page 233. Sewage. What do we have on this page? Anything? Hearing none, we'll go to the
Oh,
next.
sorry.
Okay,
I alluded to this earlier, eight point, I'm trying to figure out what number this is exactly. 8.1.2, I think, sorry, 8.1.1, sewage, it says.
yeah,
Yeah. So it says all development is on individual on-site sewage services. This is not expected to change when the official plan is in effect. Development proposed by communal servicing shall require an amendment to the official plan. Okay, so communal services does not mean, at least my issue is not, I'm not trying to say we should get into the sewer and water business in Whitestone, but if we are going to create affordable housing and attainable housing in Whitestone, what we are going to want to do, I submit to you, is to have what's referred to as co-housing, in which there are in fact communal services. So you might have a small subdivision, and trust me, this would be by plan of subdivision. Isn't that going to be, there's no consents involved here. There's a lot of work goes into the design and planning of these, but you can have a little subdivision of 8 to 12, or some small number like that, maybe 12, let's say, modest properties that all share a bunch of common services, such as heating and air conditioning, right? Such as water and waste, roads and parking and other things. It's referred to as co-housing. It's like a condominium development, development of townhouses, these kind of things, except it's not a municipal services. There is going to be an engineered service to provide them with the water and the heating and cooling and other things that they need. And there's all kinds of opportunities for energy conservation and other great things associated with this. But this does not allow that. And my suggestion to our planners was and is that what we should be doing is we should be putting in the changes into the official plan and the zoning bylaw when we get to it now that allow this to happen. And I just actually sent you a document, which is the document that I referred to earlier that I submitted to the planners. And in it, there's a reference to how another municipal jurisdiction in Ontario has dealt with this in their official plan. And my suggestion to the planners was that we should have that we should put something to that effect into our official plan so that we could go ahead with this, because there will be federal money to assist in developing these things. And it would allow us to get some attainable housing in the municipality. And by the way, it wouldn't be on waterfront or anything like that. So it would be in a settlement, close to a settlement area, but probably on some vacant land that people are not using for any purpose right now, but that's maybe been cleared and is suitable for that kind of a small development. So I guess I don't want, I guess I don't want what it says there to be there. I want something else.
I just maybe jump in here.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
council doesn't know what you're suggesting.
I think what he's suggesting, so there's, I think so what the official plan proposes is that if there were communal servicing proposed, that it would need to go through an official plan amendment. I think what the mayor's suggesting is he doesn't want an official plan amendment to be required for communal servicing. But I think he's also looking for a separate policy somewhere else that speaks towards maybe facilitating this communal housing type opportunity. So I'm first going to just speak about the communal servicing and why we put in here the requirement for an official plan amendment. So what we've done is really follow the lead from what the District of Muskoka has included in their official plan with respect to communal servicing and the requirement for an official plan amendment. What communal servicing is, so it's not municipal servicing. It's where you've got multiple lots that are have a sewage system that's operated by those multiple lots together. The plan basically is saying you got to go through an official plan amendment if you want to do that. One of the reasons for that is it would be a requirement that you'd have some sort of condominium agreement structured. The ultimate risk to the municipality with respect to communal servicing is quite high unless there's agreements in place and limitations and requirements put in place that if there's any sort of failing of that system, that there's a responsibility for that group that operates the system to maintain it. Otherwise, in accordance with historic case law, the responsibility falls on the municipality. And that's not something, I think that's not a risk that the municipality would want to endure. So what this basically says is that there's a high test available that has to be met for communal servicing, and it's that official plan amendment test. And it's really to protect the municipality from a financial perspective at the end of the day. So, but if council wants that requirement for an OPA removed, we can certainly remove it. But that's why we include it.
Well, it's in yellow, right?
True.
We're talking about the paragraph right under sewage. It's in yellow. You don't have a
True.
choice.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, if I might.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jamie, thank you very much for that explanation. I believe you spoke to that at the open house as well, and I totally understand what you're saying. We're not trying to discourage affordable housing or discourage communal servicing, but basically by saying that it has to go through an official plan amendment, we could make sure there's paperwork in place so that if that system failed, it wouldn't be on the municipality to overtake it. That's basically why you'd go through an official plan amendment, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, so I think that's good that you put it in like that just to protect it. So thank you, Jamie, for that good explanation you had a minute ago.
But my only problem, Mr. Chair, my only problem with that is that we are in fact basically discouraging it, because think about it. The last time we tried to do an official plan amendment, which was the one that related to backlots and a couple of other things, it took us 2 years to get it done. So essentially what we are doing is we are throwing a roadblock in the way of doing any affordable. We're not going to do affordable housing if the units are single built on single lots and require all of those things. That's not going to produce attainable housing. It's going to, so we are essentially saying by doing this, no, we're not going to do any attainable housing. And I don't think that that's necessary or appropriate. I mean, having agreements to protect the municipality is all part of this. I'm aware of all the things that are necessary to make it happen. I'm not suggesting that we take shortcuts, but the official plan amendment is just in itself a bunch of extra red tape. What does it do? I mean, it just adds this process of involving the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing and all these sorts of things, when basically what they're saying to us is you guys need to get on with creating with creating housing. And we're saying, well, what are we going to do? Are we going to sit here and just say, okay, if builders come to us and say, I got a lot, I want to build housing on it, you know, give me a building permit or whatever, or I want to create a subdivision out of some forest or something, and we'll build some lots on it. We'll build some single family dwellings, each one on its own size lot with the size requirements that we have and everything for it. At the end of the day, it's not going to be attainable, affordable housing. It can't be. So,
Okay, so.
you know,
we're getting-
this is really a watershed decision for the municipality. Do we want to do this or not do it? I mean, and I think we should open the door to do it. We should set an
Okay,
example.
okay, and Councillor Nash is the opposite. He wants to keep it in.
Well,
Uh,
and if I might,
Just hold on, I was speaking. Councillor Woods, what do you feel on this? Keep it in?
Thanks. Through you, Deputy Mayor. What I think is I understand that, you know, Jamie is trying to write something to protect the municipality, but I really do understand where the mayor's coming from, and I'd hate to miss out on an opportunity for someone to be able to put in, say, you know, 5 small attached units. That would be like I don't know, like little row of bungalows kind of idea, say 500-600 square feet, that we could market towards seniors being able to afford to stay in the community.
Okay,
Right, and
so
an
you're
OP
in
amendment
favor of
for
taking,
2
I
years.
guess, the last line out, right?
Sure.
Okay.
and
So the decision, because I'm for taking it out too, so is to take it out. Unless we can't take it out because it's in yellow, right?
and if
You can take it
I
out.
might,
You take it out, okay.
if I might, through you, Mr. Chair, I
Yeah.
understand taking it out. I think that's where we're going to go on this. But the mayor made a really good point about how costly it is for an official plan amendment and how long we take. And I just hope that sense of what the mayor said there is carried through on the parts that come up that say, if you're going to do development and stuff, you have to do official plan amendments, right? I fully agree with that. Anyways, I'm getting off topic.
Okay,
here,
so
Dave.
it
Sorry,
comes
I'm gonna
up.
stop.
What's next on this page? Anyone have anything else? Okay, let's go to the next page. 234. Again, changes.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I have a pretty substantial change on 8.04.1, which is the last line right above water supply,
Yep.
which I don't think we've dwelled on too much as a municipality in the past. But I think some of the words that were chosen to insert here are not correct, even though I support a voluntary inspection program. So I think this should read, the municipality of Whitestone supports a voluntary septic system inspection program, not re-inspections, a voluntary program to ensure that septic systems are functioning correctly. These voluntary, not re-inspections, these voluntary inspections will be done in connection with the local associations. Why are we having cottage associations or environmental associations oversee septic re-inspections. There can be somebody with a back lot, somebody on Highway 124. The association should have nothing to do with this, and this is just done by individuals and the approval authority where funds are available, I think is how it should read. And we as a municipality can come up with the program that maybe we put a couple $1,000s aside, and somebody can apply, can get, $200 towards an independent voluntary septic inspection, but it shouldn't be run by any association or road group or anything like that. It's an individual to do it. So that's a big change in the document, I think, but it's voluntary, and I fully support a voluntary system, but it's voluntary for an individual, not voluntary for an association to say we're doing it. If that makes sense to other councillors, what I'm trying to say into Jamie?
Can I
Okay,
just maybe jump in?
Yeah.
I think it's appropriate to remove the last sentence. It's kind of a confining sentence on who's going to administer the process. I don't think that needs to be in the OP.
okay.
So I think that can come out. And then it's up to you guys whether you want to make it voluntary or just,
Okay,
if it just says supports a septic reinspection program, period. Like it could be voluntary, it doesn't need to be. That can be determined through bylaw, resolution, any other means. You don't need to make that decision today.
well, my comment is that it should be not only voluntary, but through education. That's how we've done it in the past, right? We put stuff in our website and whatever. So I'd like the word through education in there somewhere. But the way it reads right now seems to me to be edging towards mandatory septic inspections. And I don't think that's the way we should go. So anyway, other comments by councillors?
Well, as for me, I would simply, I agree that the second sentence should just be removed. I don't think that's how it happens, whether it's voluntary or mandatory or whatever it is. The municipality supports a septic system inspection program to ensure that septic systems are functioning correctly. That statement, I think, is okay. It doesn't say mandatory, and so it doesn't, but it signals, it does signal to people, I guess, who are reading it that, yeah, there is a, there is a potential issue with septic systems that aren't working properly. And I can tell you that I'm aware of significant numbers of them that have not been ever checked. I'm talking about ever checked. And what people do is they keep going until they have a problem, until all of a sudden the ground, their whole yard is wet and stuff's oozing out of the ground and it's starting to smell and whatever. And then by the time that happens, you've polluted a bunch of water. So I'm not one for trying to say, okay, everybody's gonna have to inspect their system every 5 years or something, but right now we've got significant numbers of them that are old that nobody's looking at. And if you wait till they stop functioning, it's too late. So
Yeah,
I don't know.
comment?
I think it's worth leaving something in. I mean, you could leave the whole thing right out entirely, I suppose, but it's a way, it's just again, we're still in motherhood statements here. What we're doing is we're just saying, okay, look, it's something that you ought to be concerned about if you have one.
So I've proposed some
Okay.
revised wording that says
Yeah.
municipality supports septic system education and a voluntary septic system inspection program to ensure that septic systems are functioning correctly, period.
Okay, I am fine with that statement. Jamie, others?
Yeah, Deputy
Yeah,
Mayor
I'm
Lamb.
okay.
Yeah,
I'd be okay with that. I think the part that had me hung up was where it says re-inspection and it's crossed out, but then you can see the re and then below it inspection, and you lose the part where it says re-inspection, right? I definitely think we need to have, we support people getting their septics inspected, and we should be promoting them to get them inspected. And I do think that we could put some monies aside for those people that do go and get them inspected. We would pay a portion, or if it's, a couple $100, pay the whole thing for their inspection, as long as they give us the data back that they find, right? Because if we have 100 people over the next few years that get their septics installed, some of them, might be older systems, some of them might be newer systems, but we find, there's a certain percentage that's failing, right? Then we might have to look at instituting, like a discretionary thing. We've had 100 properties checked and they're all in this area and 50% of them failed. So now we might have to start looking at a re-inspection program, but I don't think we're there yet. But we most definitely should be encouraging people to get them emptied and maintain them properly. And if there is a septic system failure close to you, you can call North Bay Mattawa and file a complaint, and they will send somebody out. But I don't think a lot of people know that. So, education, education, education. That's one of our best friends, I believe.
okay. So we've got 2 yeses on Jamie's proposed changes. Mayor Comrie or Councillor Nash?
Yeah, I'm okay with this proposed change.
Okay, good.
And I'm fine as well.
Okay, good. We're over that one. Thank you. Anything else on this page?
Through you, Chair, sorry, go on. Somebody else had a question.
No, okay, go ahead. Are you still on this page then?
Yeah, no, still on this page where it says 8.22, just below water supply, second paragraph. Any applications for land division proposing more than 5 lots or units will be required to undertake hydrological study with provincial guidelines. I'm just asking this, Jamie, because this recently came up on another file, and is this something to do with the provincial policy statement that if it's only over 5 lots in one application, you have to do this?
Yeah, it's provincial policy. Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought, but it's for a single application, correct? So if somebody came back in 20 years and severed off something else and did another 2 lots, they wouldn't need to do it for those 2 lots. Am I correct? And that was the discussion we had in regards to this on another file. That's why I'm asking, just so I understand.
In accordance with the policy, no, but there may be other circumstances that might require the Hydro-G study, just depending on the situation at hand.
Okay, thank you very much. That was
Hey,
my only
page
question.
235, anything there? Page 236, anything there?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. I think this was spoken to earlier, and I think we have it missing here, if it makes sense, Jamie. We, as a municipality, and it's been brought up under an official plan amendment, had allowed for back lot development, and I just think under municipal, well, I don't know if it goes here or not. I put it here, but I put it somewhere else. But it says new lots must front upon a year-round municipal road or a year-round cottage road. But I don't see where it says the exceptions. I don't really see, even if you flip to the next page, where it speaks to private roads, as you could do for back lots, if that makes sense, where I'm coming from. Because not all our roads are a year-round cottage road, but we still allow stuff to be done, or a year-round municipal road. Does that make sense what I'm trying to ask here?
What
I think
section
so.
are you on, Councillor Nash?
8 point, I think it's 8 point or 9.02 municipal roads.
Yes.
Oh,
Right,
all
just under
right.
there.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
but Counselor Nash is right. We have to recognize, I don't care what you call them, private roads but we have private roads, we have municipally owned roads, both assumed and unassumed. I don't know.
We have municipal seasonal roads.
So can we just, here's the question I need to get council to answer is, do you want to restrict lot creation on any certain types of roads, or do you want to allow lot creation on municipal roads, private roads,
Yeah.
seasonal roads, like anything, basically?
Well, basically, those would be called backlots. And I think the motion that we made some months ago or last year was that backlots you can build on. So the building inspector's out there, and if there's a backlot, they can build on. So that's already decided by council.
So is that on existing backlots, or is that creation of new backlots?
Well,
that
there's a lot
bylaw.
of people that want to create, new lots. Booth Road, for instance, is a private road, I think, and the Johnsons own hundreds and hundreds of acres back in there. So they sure would want to someday, I'm sure, develop that area, maybe with more lots. So
So is the takeaway for me then that council, and I'm just, if I get this direction, then I can adjust the policies
I
accordingly?
think that's what it is. Am I incorrect, council?
No, didn't we
Yeah, I
just
don't know,
pass
what
one
is-
not too long ago off Amarak that we allowed new lot to be created? Right, that's a private road.
Yeah,
No,
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 they're
it's-
allowed on private roads, yes.
But no, but it's on the public, those lots are on the public portion of the road,
okay.
Councillor Woods.
Okay.
They're municipally maintained, but what's a cottage road? Do we have a definition of that in here?
Well, here's part of what I'm looking at is basically, I think we need to categorize municipal roads as year-round maintained or seasonally maintained. And then we've got private roads as a third category is what I think we need to do. Like, I'm not sure what the cottage road terminology, how that differs from a private road.
Yeah, I don't
So I
either.
want to just clarify that terminology in here.
Well,
So my question is,
for-
if you
unless
want to
we-
allow lot creation on a municipally maintained road, I think everybody says yes to that. Do you want to do you want to allow lot creation on a seasonally maintained municipal road? I don't know the answer to that. And do you want to allow lot creation on a private road? I think I heard the answer to that was yes, but so.
I think so.
If
We
you
also
wanna allow it
want to
on all
allow
three,
lot
then I can-
creation on provincial highways, right? Which there are 520 and
Right.
what about those?
Sorry, I'm putting municipal roads and provincial highways into the same category, but yeah. it makes
Okay.
sense.
Okay.
And if I might be of some assistance here, Jamie, I think the answer to your question is yes, yes, and yes for me. But I think if you just quickly turn to page 240, Jamie, 9.06.6, you'll see where we're kind of getting some of our terminology from. It says non-waterfront lots on private or unassumed roads that have a registered right-of-way or some form of legal access are eligible for development, including consents and building permits. I think that's what we're kind of referring to here, just overall as a general statement as well, if that helps
Okay.
you.
Okay,
Okay, so you can reword that, given the discussion?
Yep.
Okay. Anything else here on this? Okay. Next page.
Sorry,
Sorry?
Chair. Under A, we have new lots. I'm just trying to read new lots in accordance with the. Oh, sorry, I don't have a comment. My apologies.
Okay, next page. 237.
One comment, if I may, through you, Chair, is just right under major roads, 9.03. Right now it reads major roads are provincial highways, Bunny Trail, Lorimer Lake Road, and Balsam Road. And I think I kind of question Lorimer Lake Road and Balsam Road. I think there's so many other roads that could be classified as major roads. And I'm just wondering, why are we saying only those two? And to me, there's kind of three arteries and many other important roads, but three arteries for the municipality. The Bunny Trail, Highway 520, and the 124 kind of create a nice big triangle for our community. And I'd say those are our three arterial roads, if you think of it like that. So there's more of a comment why Lorimer Road and Balsam are on there, but not other roads, or like the roads leading to other areas of the municipality.
So what I'm gonna suggest on that is maybe I just discuss with Public
Right.
Works about what their recommendation is on that.
Sounds good to me, Jamie.
Okay, next. Anything else on this page? Okay, next page, 238. Anything there? Hearing none, page 239 or 240, excuse me. Anything on? I've got a couple here.
You're on 239, right?
Oh, okay. No, I thought we went over that. Yep, back to 239. Anything here? Hearing none, now I'm on 240.
Oh, so, sorry, I couldn't get you unmuted, Mr. Chair. We speak to municipal road standards here. And I just wanted to refer us, in our appendix, we do have a really small chart on municipal road standards, which I think maybe can be referred to in this section, just to refer to the appendix. And when we get to that, I will be making some comments, but I think it's important to know on the municipal road standards that there is an appendix in our section that speaks to it, if that makes sense, Jamie.
Okay.
Okay, you can add that. Anything else on this page? Okay. Oh, no, we're on 230, we're on 240 now, right? Maybe place in Livingston. Okay,
Through you, Mr. Chair, you said we're on page 240?
yes,
Yeah, so I just have a small comment under the second paragraph, 9.0.3. It says development on private road may be placed in a limited service of the implementing zoning bylaw. But I think it's development on private road and private right-of-ways. Again, if we look at the next page, it comes up. So I just think we're missing. It can also be a right-of-way. It doesn't need to be a road particular for development.
Can you just repeat that section number? Sorry.
it's at the top. Page 240, 9.063.
0.3, yeah.
0.3.
Yeah. And right now, Jamie, it says development on a private road. There's a little typo. It says may be placed in limited service. But I think it's the development on a private road and or a private right-of-way, because we allow them to be on private right-of-ways or easements, that type of stuff, right?
Okay, you got that?
Yep.
Okay, any others?
I'm just curious about 9.06.6. It says existing non-waterfront lots and private or unassumed roads that have a registered right-of-way or some form, I guess it is, of legal access are eligible for development, including consents. And then it says, or building permits. Okay, building permits are not the purview of the Planning Act. Why is that there?
You're just saying the last three words, or building permit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like, I don't know what the intent of that was. I mean, we can't
It's
say to
really-
somebody in our official plan, you can get a building permit. They might not be able to get a building permit for a whole bunch of other reasons that have nothing to do with this.
It's really an implementation policy providing direction to the zoning bylaw, that the zoning bylaw can have a section in it that provides permission to issue building permits for lots that don't have access to a legal right of way. Which are,
And through,
In what cases would that be?
Yeah, that's the mayor's question.
not existing. Sorry, my apologies. It's saying that if they have a registered right of way or some form of legal access, they could get a building permit.
and if
So
I,
what it's directing
I-
is the zoning bylaw on what to allow for building permits to be issued. If, for example, if you've got a lot that's not fronting on a water body or doesn't have access to a municipally maintained road, you can still get a building permit and the bylaw can still allow for that if you do have some other form of legal access. That's what it's saying.
and through you, Mr.
So-
Chair, I think this might help. If I might, Jamie, if you don't mind. This wording here, I'd actually asked for this in one of my comments. This is the exact wording that came from our official plan amendment number 2 regarding back lots and back lot development. This wording is pulled right from that, if it helps everyone.
Yeah, no, I was just surprised because I didn't think we talked about building permits but I guess I understand where you're going. It's not that I think it isn't possible. I'm just saying what like it just
Okay.
seemed like to me like it'd be an odd thing to put in an official plan, that's all. Yeah.
Now,
Okay.
with that said, if I might, Mr. Mayor, or Mr. Chair, I did have
Yeah.
a comment in regards to that line. Just the very first word, I think, should be removed. It
Which
should be
line- what
non-waterfront.
section are you in?
9.06.6.
Okay,
Just the word existing. It should just be non-waterfront lots on private or unassumed roads that have a registered right-of-way. There's not existing. Like, I think I think what we, as a municipality, if you have a back lot, we use the word back lot, or a wooded lot, or a bush lot, you can do stuff on it as long as you have access to that lot. It's not existing lot, it's simply a non-waterfront lot. So I think the word existing should be removed.
okay. Any problems with that? Now can we go on to page 241? Any changes on 241?
I have a big change that I know some residents might not like me for, but I've been pushing for it for a number of years. When we are selling our shore road allowance, doesn't matter what water body it's on, a common comment that I'll say is, what are we selling? What type of fish habitats there? That kind of stuff. And I think under 9.0.3, the second paragraph says, prior to approval, the municipality may require an assessment. And I just think we should say, if we're going to sell the shore road allowance, we need to make sure what we're selling. So if somebody's going to buy the shore road allowance, it's not a may require an assessment, but it's a will require an assessment. We're saying that later on for a lot of things if you're creating lots. So I think similar wording should be here. If somebody's, again, wanting to buy the shore road allowance, you have to do a fish assessment and a study. So change the word may to will on this section.
Okay, other comments or comments on Councillor Nash's suggestion?
Sorry, don't agree.
And why do you say that, Mr. Mayor? Just so I understand.
Well, you know, I think we're elsewhere. What we've really been doing historically is encouraging people to buy the shore road allowances. If we have a you know, a reason to believe that there's something there that needs to be protected, environmentally protected, then you wouldn't sell it. I understand that, but I think that's covered already, right? So, you know, but in the absence of any indication that it's a sensitive shoreline, why would we care? I mean, people are using these properties to access the water, regardless, whether they own it or don't want it. So you say to a person, well, you got to do a study. They say, oh, well, fine, I won't bother buying it. They're still going to use it. All right. So what?
Yeah, could I ask a question through you, Mr.
Well,
Chair?
just hold on. Councillor Woods has to weigh in on this.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Lamb, I kind of understand. I understand what Councillor Nash is saying and trying to do, and I don't disagree with him. I'll give you my reason. Far too often we're looking at old maps, old pictures of old maps when it comes to any kind of development on our lakes. We all know, and I mean everybody in the community knows, and if you have ever sat in on environmental stewardship committee meetings, you'll know that our shoreline and our fish habitat, that's, you know, that's all indicators of how well the lakes are doing. And the more opportunities we have to get data on those areas and the more protections we could do for shoreline, I think is a step in the right direction for the municipality. That's just my 2 cents. And I realize maybe not everybody agrees with me, but I would be in favor of it. The more data we have from professionals that we can then use is a good thing.
Okay.
And if I might, Mr. Chair, where I was just going to go at the end of this was, we're saying if we're going to sell a piece of land at the front of somebody's lake, do a fish assessment, but we're getting kickback from the mayor on it. But if you're going to create a lot, and there's a chance that there's fish assessment, or there's a chance that there's a fish habitat, you have to do an assessment. So we'll sell the land to somebody, that's fine, but if you're going to create a lot, you have to do it. Let's treat everybody the same. This is what I've been saying for 3 years, right? In the sense of, if we're going to sell that shore allowance, you do a fish assessment. Just like others, if you're going to make a property they want a fish assessment done, we'll do the same thing here. And we already know that on a specific lake, it's talked about how there's so much special fauna and flora on a lake. And there's endangered species and endangered turtles. No, do a study if we're going to sell the land to you. Period.
Okay.
Just like people want if you're creating lots.
Okay, I think we've heard from everyone, and we'll change it to will. Thank you.
We haven't made it necessary for people who are creating lots, have we?
I don't
We
know.
certainly are today in our official plan when we get to it.
Well, certainly that may impact this when we get to it, I guess. So, but anyway, for now, we'll put will instead of may. Okay, anything else on this page?
I have two more items, if I might, Mr. Chair. They're additions to this section. And I
Okay,
think it is spoken to
to which section? are you
somewhere else.
talking?
This section on shore road allowances.
Okay,
And it is worded somewhere else in the document, but I just think it should be here as a reminder. And basically, what was being proposed, which I'm in favor of, is if somebody is applying to create a lot and does not own the shore allowance, that part of that lot creation application, they will purchase the shore road allowance. And it's somewhere else, I think, in the lot creation. But I guess I'd ask Jamie, should it also be noted here? Is it okay if it's only created in the other section of the official plan, which you already do have it noted in?
Can you just be specific in terms of the section you're on right here now?
I think he's.
9.085, right under that. It'd be creating
Okay.
an additional bullet point. And you've already spoken to it somewhere else in the official plan, that if somebody's creating a lot, one of the requirements would be to buy the shore allowance if it's not already purchased. And I'm just wondering if we should reiterate that in this section as well.
I think if it's already in the other section, there's no need to duplicate it.
Okay, so that answered that question. And then the next one is on the shore road allowance. I think this is very critical. And you could call it lake specific, but later in today, I'm going to speak about what I think about lake specific policies themselves. But a lot of the time we wonder what height should be used when we're selling the shore road allowance, and especially on Lake Wawashkesh. And it's been said that some people use the dam height, some people use the height that the water's at in May, others might use October. So I think it's important here that for Lake Wawashkesh, there's an elevation level provided that is used for calculating the shore road allowance areas, instead of using the time of year, because the lake fluctuates so much, if that makes sense, Jamie, or I'm trying to go on it.
There is a standard datum for, that is used. for
Mr. Mayor,
purchase
you're
of
cutting in
shore
and out,
allowance.
sorry.
There is a standard datum that is used for purchase of shore road allowances. It's got nothing to do with the dam. It's a lake level. It is established. It's called the high water mark. It's established by survey, was a long time ago. It's been consistent throughout all of my time involving in this. So it's not, it has nothing to do with the time of year or anything else like that. And sometimes parts of the shore road allowance that you're buying are underwater, and sometimes part of them are it just depends. Like, I've actually participated in the survey of some, and you have to go out into the water and figure out where the extension actually is, because the water level is high at the time. So it's not a random thing. It's already consistent.
Okay, we'll use that when we get to that section. So, and remember that. So I just want to make sure that in here that we're protecting what's always been, which is we do not sell a shore road allowance if there's a way that the public can get to the shore road allowance. For in other words, if there's just a straight road allowance, right, going to a private or doing to a shore road allowance, that we don't sell that. Is that still the case here, or are we changing that?
No, it's still the case.
Pardon?
That's still the case.
That's still the case. Okay, great.
Yeah.
That's the most important thing to me, that we don't sell areas that the public can access. So, and long term, I think it's the right policy for the municipality. So anyway, anything else here? I think all questions have been. Go ahead.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Chair. It's the next section. 9.09 roads over crown land, if I might speak to that one just really briefly.
Go ahead.
And all it is right now we say the municipality has no objection to the establishment of roads over crown land. And basically it goes on to say that, you know, as long as they have approval from M&R. And, you know, so often I hear, and even earlier today, we spoke about water access properties and all the, not restrictions, but covenants that need to be done in order to do a water access property. And instead of saying has no objection to the establishment, instead of talking in the negative, no objection, I think we should use encourages the establishment of roads over crown land. We encourage these types of things. If somebody wants to build a road over crown land, we might not pay for it, but if the Ministry of Natural Resources says you can do it, we're all for it. If that's going to help out a lake to have less reliance on a marina or other easements to get somewhere, fantastic. So instead of using the word no objection, I'd like to see encourages the establishment,
Okay,
if possible.
any objection to taking the word no objection out?
My solution to this is to remove the whole section. I do not know why it's not our business in our official plan to talk about roads over crown land. We have nothing to do with it. We can't encourage it or discourage it or do anything else about it, object to it, or I agree, we have no objection, but we have no involvement in the establishment of roads over crown land. So what's the purpose of putting it in in our official plan?
I have a question to that.
I'm pretty certain that when an application is made for a forced private road over crown land, that they do ask the municipality for comment on it. Could be wrong, but I'm pretty certain, just like if there's
They ask for input.
just like if there's a land use permit. So this would be the section that the municipality would rely on when providing comment. Was that just that they have no
Yeah,
objection?
okay. Well, that makes sense. Okay, so I think what Jamie's saying is we should leave it in, and I think that Councillor Nash says encourages. I agree with him on that. Councillor Woods, what do you say on this?
I don't really have an argument. Reason being is I know there's some areas where it might not be for a lot creation, but there are some lakes where the municipality would have the ability to put in an access point onto lakes through a roadway, right? It would be an access point to help everybody on that lake. Multiple lakes, actually, but I won't tell everybody the ones that I'm thinking about right now.
So anyway, are you saying leave no objection in or change it to encourages?
I'm fine if you want to change it to encourages.
Okay,
I've just proposed that we say the municipality encourages and has no objection to the establishment of.
that's fine. Okay. Next page, whole bunch of yellow on here. So we're on 242 right now. A long way to go.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the
Yeah.
second paragraph, I know this is one that was added since the first draft, and I'm not sure why it's here. I know the mayor spoke about what we can and can't do on Crown land, which I agree with them on. So I'm not sure why we have the municipality may restrict motorized vehicles from trails where appropriate. If we're going to put that, I just think we need to say on municipal lands. Or take this whole sentence out or use the word on municipal lands at the end of it. I'm not sure why we have it here, but if others want it there, I would ask that on municipal lands be added.
I have something I could speak to that, if that's
Yeah,
okay
go
at the
ahead.
time, Deputy
Go
Mayor.
ahead. Go ahead.
The one area when it comes to trails where I think that we could restrict and probably should restrict is on our walking trails. Because they were put in, they were fantastic for walking, but they've been kind of getting abused by ATVers, and people can't even navigate the trails anymore walking them. They're so rough in areas. right? So that I could see, but everywhere else, it's not up to us to be able to restrict it because it would be Crown Land Trails. It would be my my thinking on that.
Yeah,
I mean, we have a
my
land use permit
suggestion
for those areas.
would be to say from trails on municipally controlled land, and that way you can deal with the,
Yeah,
Yeah, that makes
right,
sense to me.
that's how I would.
okay, I think that's good wording, so let's go ahead with that. Anything else on this page?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I just had a question why we have a float plane section. Do we need a float plane section? I had a question mark next to it. And if, Jamie, if you think it should be there, that's fine. It was simply a question.
So I'm not sure why it was there. It was in the current official plan. We've proposed to scope it back quite a bit to reflect the fact that float planes and aerodromes aren't within the jurisdiction of the municipality. So what have we said here? These.
Take the whole section out.
Yeah,
Jamie.
like it doesn't, it's fine to me to remove it. I don't see, it doesn't really have.
Well, we did have
applicability.
someone who had a airline, water taxi, that sort of thing, but I don't think they're in business anymore.
I have no issues removing it if that's what council wants
Is
to do.
everyone okay with that? Okay.
Yeah,
any-
it's one of these things where we don't,
Um,
I mean, this has not been properly tested, by the way, but the like float planes themselves, we have no jurisdiction over them. They can come and go as they please, except, you know, they're subject to the Canadian air regulations and NOTAMs and things. But what we're really talking about is a fixed base for what's referred to as a fixed base for a float plane. And that is, there are federal air regulations covering those. But the argument was because it's in federal legislation that the municipality has no control over it. And I don't know. I mean, I would argue that they should be, if somebody does want to establish one, like, I'm talking about a fixed base, okay? And the only example of one that we've had is the Rainbow Airways one.
Right.
That they probably should, that should probably be on property that is zoned commercial. I don't know if it is or not, but I don't know that it's ever been proven in court that the municipality has no jurisdiction over that, because you're building buildings on the land and you're running a business out of it, right? So, I mean, why is it any different from a marina? I don't know. We don't have any control over boats on the water either, right? So, you know, but we zone them. If you have a marina, you got to zone it commercial. So what's the big deal? That's federally, boats are federally regulated too. So I don't know. I mean, it doesn't matter to me. It's just, I assumed the only purpose of this was to signal to the public that, hey, we don't have total control over these particular uses.
Okay.
Right.
So I think the section's coming out soon. Anything else on this page?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I had a question, Jamie. I see the next section, railways, in yellow. And I understand that this must be a provincial policy statement. And I guess from what I'm reading here, it's 300 meters from a railway for a one type of noise study, and only 100 meters away for a vibration. So this is just, if you're within those parameters, no matter what, you have to do these. Is that correct?
Yeah, these are policies that we received from one of the rail lines, like a similar set of policy requirements we received through one of the rail lines through commenting on another official plan. We haven't gotten comments back specific to yours, but this is what we're expecting to receive.
Okay, and the only reason I'm asking that is if you send it to the railways, could we say 100 meters for each one? Like keep the numbers the same, if you know where I'm going, like 300 and 300 or 100 and 100.
If
That's
we
all.
keep them the
It's-
same, we would go 300 and 300. So it's up to you guys what you want to do there.
So is it 300 and 100 or 300 and 300?
I don't care. I was just asking.
Yeah, doesn't matter to me, but yeah, I go 300 and 300, I guess.
Well, in both cases, it says may be required, right? So we
Yeah.
have jurisdiction, so. Counselor Nash?
Yeah, that's fine. Doesn't matter to me. I was just bringing it up just because I want to know the answer. That was all. Thanks.
Okay. So you wanted both 300? Okay, 300 in both. Okay, anything
Mr.
else on this page?
Mr. Chair, no, I don't have anything else on this page, but I just wanted to let you know, and I apologize, I'm gonna have to take my leave of you in just a minute to, so I will, be muting myself and going.
Okay.
Maybe I should disconnect, I don't know, but.
Yeah,
anyway.
but do you expect to be back or no?
Well, it depends how long you decide to go, I guess.
Okay,
But I could, I could be out until, I don't know, 6 o'clock or something. So I don't know if it's gonna, I mean, I will check when I get
hopefully we'll
back.
be done by that point.
Well,
But anyway, thank you, and thank you for your input today.
okay, thanks, everybody.
Okay, bye-bye.
Yep. Bye, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I guess we took out navigational impacts on 242. We took that completely out because I guess it's not within our purview to control this, because we do get questions about wakes from, I think they're called wake boats. They look like they're surfing behind them, right? And I've had several calls of the impacts of on docks mainly. People are out in their docks and suddenly they're flipping all over the place, right? Because of these wake boats. Anyway, what's the reason we took it out?
Just that the municipality has no jurisdiction to regulate water traffic and navigation.
Okay.
It's beyond your scope. So
I accept that as an answer, and hopefully when we get calls on that, we'll be able to say. By the way, are we able to regulate? There's all kinds of places that say no wake or 10 kilometers an hour. Are we in charge of regulating any of that? Isn't that Oceans and Fisheries or something?
Transport Canada, yeah.
Okay, so,
Nothing to
And the
do
mo-
with that.
and yeah, I know. So there must be a list of which ones are on Whitestone Lake, for instance, if any.
I don't know where it's managed from or who manages it, but it's a Transport Canada thing. That's
Okay,
not to say the municipality couldn't put up signs if they want to, but
yeah, okay. Well, I always tell people we can't determine that, right? You have to go to Transport Canada, so, or Oceans and Fisheries or wherever. So anyway, next page, 243. Any changes? Nope. 244. Any changes? Nope. Moving along. 245. I'm not able to bring up anything because you guys all
Through,
did before me.
through
so-
you, Mr. Chair.
Other than to say, just hold on, that in 1101.7, for instance, and it starts it says the township, it should be all the municipality, right? This was cut and pasted from someone else's township.
oh, there you go.
And I think it's at least mentioned a couple times in here. Go ahead, Counselor Nash.
And I was just going to say, it's too bad the mayor had left, because I was going to say this is where we speak to a little bit about affordable housing and how we do support it. So it's too
Yeah.
bad that he had to leave when he did. But after that, unless anybody has anything under that section 11.02, additional residential units are permitted, all land use
Well,
designations.
I'll
And
go
if you
back. I want to go back to
Sure.
it. The goal of the overall target of 25% of new residential dwelling units to be attained as defined in this plan. That's ridiculous up here. There's no way that affordable housing is 25%. It just won't happen. So where do we get the 25?
Which section are you in there?
11.01.7. Attainable housing. The township supports the provision of housing which is attainable, blah, blah, blah. The next line, in this regard, the overall target is 25% of new residential dwelling units to be attained as defined in the plan, but it's just a comment. There's no way we're getting there, so, but if you want to put it in as a goal, I guess that's okay.
or do we eliminate that second sentence?
Yeah, we could do that too, because 25% is, yeah. This target is intended to, well, you'd have to eliminate the rest of it, right? The whole section. I'm okay with eliminating. What about others? Hello?
I believe these comments may have come from the mayor's comments, but I'm not entirely sure. He wanted some reference to attainable housing and trying to achieve it. But I don't want to speak for him.
Okay, well,
We could say that sorry through you, Deputy Mayor Lamb, but we could say that we support attainable housing initiatives, but I agree with the 25% target. I don't think it's going to happen in Whitestone anytime soon, to be honest.
Just remember the 25% target wouldn't include any lake-based development.
Right.
It would not include shoreline development because shoreline development's resource-based recreational. It's intended to be seasonal. It would just,
you know
the
what?
25% would apply to rural areas and settlement areas.
Okay. Again, I have a problem with settlement areas when we get to them, I guess, and anyway, you can leave it the way it is as far as I'm concerned. It's unattainable, but leave it in for now anyway. Lands 1101.9, lands within settlement areas may be pre-zoned to permit housing styles that may be attainable. Like, again, who's going to establish these settlement areas? Like, again, whenever we've tried to say settlement areas here, there, and whatever, we get a lot of pushback, not in my backyard, sort of, right? Or what's a settlement area, I guess is my question.
Okay,
I could help you out with that, I think, Deputy Mayor Lamb.
Yeah.
I think when they're saying settlement areas, they're referring to like Ardbeg, Dunchurch proper, Maple Island, right? Those sections would be the settlement areas.
Yeah, it'd be Maple Island, Ardbeg, Dunchurch, and there's a fourth one. Whitestone, yeah, maybe those four.
So yes, those are what would be the settlement areas.
Which are the current settlement areas, if you're looking at the most population.
Correct. And where it comes from is the PPS, as it requires municipalities to identify them.
Okay.
And it defines what a settlement area is.
Okay.
So, and those, in my view, those communities would meet that definition of what a settlement area is.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Any other thing on 245? Okay.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, or Mr. Chair. 1102, item A, the one I was speaking to earlier when we went back. In there, it speaks to additional residential units are permitted, except it says for waterfront designation. And I have a problem with that from the ratepayers I've heard from, that, you know, if it is waterfront and somebody has a property and they want to be able to do two structures, additional residential, like 2 units, why should they be treated differently than back lots? And yes, I know some people on waterfront don't want it, but if the lot's big enough to support it, why are we saying you're not allowed to do it on waterfront designation? So I think the except for the waterfront designation should be taken out of there. And if somebody's lot is big enough and it meets their criteria to allow it, they should be able to have a second unit, just like somebody on the 124 or the 520. Again, this is only if the lot is big enough to allow it, but why not allow it? If that makes sense. So the word except for the waterfront designation, I would propose comes out.
Okay, Jamie?
Yeah, what section are you on?
11.02A.
About
Units
the
are permitted-
second sentence in.
Right here. Oh, there, sorry. Yeah, okay. So the basic principle here is that shoreline areas are areas of recreational based development. They're not, do people live on shorelines permanently? Yes, some people do. Those properties typically would transition over time from seasonal to permanent and so on. But from a policy perspective, shoreline areas aren't generally where permanent residents occur. That's in rural areas and in settlement areas. So the idea is that adding additional permanent residential dwelling units, which is what this section is really speaking towards, would occur in those rural areas and those shoreline areas. Second, so that's one aspect. The second aspect is that adding additional dwelling units to shoreline areas could have an impact on lake capacity from a few different perspectives. I would suggest if you want to allow the opportunity for additional units or more than one unit on waterfront properties, then there should be a requirement that the lot is large enough that it could be eligible to be severed in the future and be its own self-sustaining lot, for example. That would be, to me, the situation where you could consider more than one dwelling unit on a waterfront property. But I wouldn't suggest that on a typical shoreline lot that you should be allowing additional dwelling units as of right. I think that's.
What about granny suites? Wouldn't that be eligible? And isn't that a secondary? So you can't have a granny suite on a waterfront lot?
The same principle applies as what I've just talked about. You could apply for an amendment to do that, but I'm not
Right.
suggesting it would be kind of an as of right thing.
Well,
And
Right.
go ahead.
What-
Who's that? Counselor
You-
Nash? Or
Councillor
Woods?
Nash or Councillor?
Go
Which one do
ahead,
you want
Counselor
first?
Woods.
What I've talked to a number of people about this one, the way I was looking at it is if, the situation I'm in, my parents are in their 70s, my kids are young, I own a waterfront property, and it's big enough to turn my garage into a secondary living space so that my mom or dad can come home and I can look after them. I don't think I should be condemned because I'm paying high waterfront taxes. But there's no way I shouldn't be allowed to do it. I shouldn't be treated differently than the guy on the side of the road. If it's doable when it's looked at by council or whoever's going to look at it, the planning department, then they should be allowed to do it. We shouldn't be telling people no. It's their property, they have rights, and they shouldn't be treated differently than everybody else. Especially when you look at the price tags of some of the waterfront tax bills.
Okay, so
Yeah,
I think what we're saying is take out except for waterfront designation, and I hear two. So that passes. Since there's only 3 of us here. Anything else on this page? And I agree, by the way, if I wanted to put a granny suite in to house my granny or my mother or father, that I should be allowed to do that. Because obviously they'd have to have the septic and everything else to support that, and it would be a more modern septic if they had to add to it. So anyway, okay,
So should we delete the last sentence in that A as well?
lake
Or it's-
planning development is determined on the basis of one dwelling unit for each. Yeah, okay, yeah, you can take that out too.
I'm in support of taking that out too, so there's two.
Okay, that's gone. Next page, 246, anything? A lot of changes
Uh,
here. I didn't have
Yeah,
anything.
through you, Mr. Chair. I was going to comment on 11.0205, but I think what we've just changed, I'll leave that. But I do have a comment, and I have a hard time with it. It's the next section, trailers. The municipality of Whitestone discourages trailers, motorhomes, and camping on any lands in contrast to conventional single detached dwellings. I don't understand why this is in here. We went through a whole trailer bylaw amendment. We said we didn't want anything on trailers, and we have a whole bunch on trailers again here. We don't discourage trailers. That's why we didn't do a trailer bylaw. So I guess I'll wait to hear from other council members, but I'm not sure why we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 10 sections on trailers when we tried to say that they're okay. Why are we saying we discourage trailers? I just don't get it. Thank you.
Jamie, just by way of background, in the last year or so, we discussed in a public forum the need for a trailer bylaw. And through bylaw, et cetera, are saying we've never had hardly a call ever in, our last bylaw officer had been here like 20 years, right? So, we kind of took the approach of what problem are we trying to solve? And have we got a solution looking for a problem, right? So do we need anything on trailers, I guess is the question. Or can we take the whole section out? Or just say, I don't know that we encourage or discourage, right?
Maybe we do this, I'm just thinking out loud here, but if you've got a trailer bylaw, do we just say that the municipality may enact a trailer bylaw to regulate the placement of trailers within the municipality, period?
Yeah, I think that's fair ball, eh? Others? We may, it says
I'm-
may, in the future, we may do it or may not.
Through you.
I'm fine with
My
that.
understanding was at the end of that discussion about the trailer bylaw was that you didn't want to have a trailer bylaw, you wanted to deal with it in the official plan. So
Oh, okay.
that's, I think, why it's in
Yeah,
there.
actually, I think
Yeah.
you're right, sorry.
Okay,
So,
okay.
and I think it was a way of simplifying it to some degree, and that's why it's in just as a section in the official plan as opposed to being a separate bylaw. So I guess that's the question. Do you want to do it this way, or do you want to do it by route of bylaw?
Well, I know the history on this going back to incorporation was that we had a bunch of old sloppy looking trailers on lots and we didn't want that, and particularly in waterfront. So we made a trailer bylaw. Then it was in conflict with the official plan, and that's why we couldn't, have a trailer bylaw. So my concern mostly when it comes to trailers are that they must prove that they have a proper sewage system or sewage disposal system, right? That's, but we didn't see going beyond that. So I don't know whether you put something into that effect that we may, and something about sewage along with just a simple statement. What do people think?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think 11, I'm flicking to the next page because we're kind of talking about trailers in general, but 11.03.4 says the municipality may enact a trailer bylaw to regulate the licensing of trailers, motorhomes, and tents. So maybe if we just have that alone, and then whatever we might do in the trailer bylaw, should we do one, could talk about the sewage requirements and stuff, Mr. Chair. Just leave it to the one liner.
You okay with that, Jamie?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm abundantly clear. Can you repeat that one more time?
He wants to just
currently-
have the statement 11.03-.4, just put that in. Municipality may enact a trailer bylaw. Just what, you said.
What I said before. Okay, I'm just gonna track change this stuff, but if you want to come back to it later, you can. Okay.
And basically, the truth is people can have trailers on if they have a building, right? So treating everyone the same, I guess, would be that they'd be allowed a trailer, everyone. And we'd take out the rest.
Okay.
Okay, we're ready to move on. Anything on page 247? Okay, not hearing anything, 248. Any changes on 248? See, I've got a mark here. Why is it only 2 additional employees? You can have a home occupation. I know someone who's a plumber who he actually brings workers up from another area every week, and they live in his place and he does business out of there. So he may have 3 employees, right? Are we saying you can't do that? Can't call it a home occupation and have 3 employees? Why do we care how many employees they have?
So that's more, what you're describing is more of a home industry than a home occupation. But the intent with a home occupation is that they're allowed in residential areas.
They are, yeah.
And the intent is that they're limited in scale and that they're operated by the person that runs the business. So the idea with the limitation on employees is to try to limit the scale and intensity of use to ensure it's compatible with surrounding residential properties. Could that number of employees be increased? Certainly it could. It's really a function of what does this municipality think is the right number of employees that would be appropriate for a home industry. 2 is a pretty standard number that we see in many municipalities, but if you want to go larger, by all means, that's something that could be considered. Or we could remove any.
No, why do we need it?
You could remove any restriction on.
Remove with not more than 2 additional employees. We could just remove that.
Yeah, I'd be in support of removing that with more than 2 additional employees.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
okay with that as well, Deputy Mayor Lamb.
Thank you. Okay, that's all I had on that page. 249.
So are you,
Okay, home
I get,
occupation.
yeah, the home,
so
Home-
sorry,
the
so
home-
home occupation before?
Yeah,
I'm guessing you're gonna want to make the same change to home industries?
yes.
yeah, and I have some more concerns on home industries. Again, I heard from a lot of business owners, a lot of residents, a lot of cottagers on this. And I'm going to jump down to 11.07.2, but then come back to the one above it. Home industries are permitted in all designations except the waterfront designation and are subject to the following. No, we don't mind in our municipality of Whitestone if people do have home industries on waterfront. Somebody might want to do a small marina. Somebody might do a small repair shop, a small little cook place, whatever they might want to do. So I think that word, except the waterfront designation, needs to be removed. So I guess I'd ask what others think of that before I go on to my next comment.
Counselor Woods?
I'm not against it.
Are you for taking it out?
Yeah, if we can take it out, I would be in favor of taking it out.
It's out.
I mean, I again, my comment earlier on, when I had a 130 acre property that had some waterfront on it, if I wanted to open a cabinet making shop, right? Build a big garage off in the back and employ people and offer a service to the community, I don't think I should be told no.
Okay, it's out. Anything else on this page?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. Going back now a section, because I had to get that comment done first. So 11.701, we speak to, it's about halfway through. I'm just going to use some words. The repair, it says, home industries may include welding, carpentry, or other products. I'm skipping, but then it says the repair or sale of motor vehicles is not considered to be a home industry for the purpose of the official plan. A self-storage facility containing individual locking units is not considered to be a home industry. And I'm just wondering why we have that, because I know of several probably home businesses that people go and might park a boat at, or a trailer at, or a snowmobile trailer at, and we don't say anything, and why are we going to limit stuff? And those would be lockable units. So I think those wordings to do with the repair or sale of motor vehicles is not considered to be a home industry. For the purpose of this official plan, a self-storage facility containing individuals' lockable units is not considered to be a home industry. I'd take that wording out unless there's a good reason, Jamie, that we have it there. Again, I think what you're seeing is we might be a little bit more liberal on what we allow in our municipality or would like to compared to others. But is there any rule that has to be there, or if council decides in this draft, could we propose that it comes out?
There's no rule that says it has to be included there. It would be a lot more permissive if you're looking to be permissive to not include those items. Basically, the idea is that those uses, the repair and sale of motor vehicles and so on, are typically more noxious, less compatible with nearby residential uses. So the idea is not to allow them as part of a home or a residence. But if you want to remove that restriction, then by all means, that's within council's purview.
You still want it removed, Counselor Nash?
I would if there's support from others on that.
Okay, Counselor Woods?
Yeah, that doesn't bother me to remove it. I could think of a situation where you could have a house, you're a waterfront property, but you're also on the side of the highway and you could sell cars and not bother the neighbors. But then again, I grew up in Hamilton, so I might be a little bit different on that one.
Okay, it's out. Anything else on this page? Okay, next page, 250.
So we're just going to
Oh.
take out those two sentences. We're going to leave in at the end where it says, it's on the screen there now, where it'll continue to say home industry shall be promoted. So we'll just take that out.
Okay, where are you now? In the first paragraph, yeah.
Yeah.
So we're taking out for purposes all the way down to industry. And we're leaving in home industry will be promoted. and
We're gonna
encouraged.
start just above that where it says the repair or sale of is not considered to be a home industry.
Oh,
Correct. That would be moved as
okay,
well.
yeah,
Jamie,
sorry, it
yes.
starts there, right?
Yeah.
We can keep the last line. Okay. 250. I guess this is so subjective. I think in I or in J, it says the business will have no negative environmental impacts or adverse effects. I just put too harsh. I mean,
Yep.
no harsh word. Can't we come up with a different word than that? Minimal, or if we're encouraging
You-
growth in industry and
You
people
could
to be
remove
here.
it. There's lots of other criteria here that need to be met. It's up to you guys.
Deputy Mayor Lamb, if I could
Yeah.
say something. You're talking about J, right?
Yeah,
The way that I look at it, and maybe it's, I don't know, a little bit too far one direction, but a negative impact to the environment is me walking across my lawn, me driving my car down the street, me cutting my grass at the wrong time. They're all negative impacts on the environment. Now I understand, right? We don't want anybody to destroy our environment. We want to protect it as much as possible, but we need to word things in a way that are actually going to make sense.
yeah,
A
so I don't know.
negative
what
impact,
the word is, but-
you throw a candy wrapper out the window. It's a negative impact on the environment. You start your car, it's a negative impact on the environment. I turn
Well,
on
I
my
don't want
chainsaw to
people
cut trees down. It's
using
right.
this section and this specifically to say, nope, there is some impact, and therefore you shouldn't pass this, right? So.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't
I
know
agree.
what the word, no can change to. There's a whole bunch of other stuff, but, I just think it's too limiting, to say no, so.
So would you
The
suggest just
business
I'll
will
make a
I out?
suggestion.
Hold it. Jamie?
We could just take out the business will not have a negative environmental impact. Period. Now, that's still a subjective consideration.
Mhm.
And the way the negative environmental impact would be evaluated in a planning perspective would be on the overall impact on a feature, for example, or negative impact on natural heritage features. That's what we could say. So let's say it's in a part of a woodlot. Let's say there's a fish habitat nearby, for example, or let's say you're putting it in fish habitat. You have a dock or something that's associated with the business. It's in fish habitat. You could still design that dock in such a manner that it doesn't have an impact on the overall function of the fish habitat, right? So that's how maybe we say the business will not have a negative impact on a natural heritage feature, period. That covers off woodlands, wetlands, fish habitat, but it's not a full no stop. It just means
Okay, and are others in agreement with that?
I'd be fine with that. I'd also be fine with removing it if we need to, but fine with what Jamie said there for now.
Okay, good. Now we're on to page 251, I think.
Sorry,
Ed?
there's two other items on that page through you, Mr. Chair. I'm just waiting for you to finish that one.
Yep.
L and M, the business will be a low water user and sewage
Where are we on this page?
producer. We are on page 250, item L.
Oh,
I just think that can come right out. Like, if somebody's having a home business, they have a home business. They need to use water, they need to use water. And the same, there will be no outdoor storage or display. There's so many home businesses that people have outdoor storage at, let's be honest, right? We're just being too limited here. And people will have outdoor storage sometimes for some of their home industries. It's just the way it works in our municipality. So I think L and M should just come right out. I don't know what others think.
Well,
Through
while
you,
you're
Deputy
at it,
Mayor.
I would also change number N from shall to may. Zoning bylaw may establish limitations on the amount of floor area for the accessory building dedicated to the home industry. So anyway, Counselor Woods, how do you feel about L and M?
The low water usage, I don't disagree with Councillor Nash. M, the no outdoor storage or display. I see that there's a need, especially if you have a small home-based business. You know, I think of a guy that I used to work for that created his business off putting 2 wooden lawn chairs out front of his place nearly 40 years ago. Now he's one of the biggest patio furniture suppliers in this part of the country. And it relied on him being able to stick those 2 Muskoka chairs right out front of his house. That's how people knew that he was in business, and that's how he grew his business. Oh, I don't understand the reason behind that.
Okay, looks like L and M are coming out.
And then you'd suggested under N, we change the word shall to may, which I'd be in support of.
Okay, and I'm in support of that, so that gets changed. Thank you. Okay, page 251. Anything here? I didn't have anything on this page. Hearing nothing. 252.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
We've spoken to it earlier about garden suites or granny suites. And item C and D, I don't quite understand.
Someone turn the mic on, please.
It says the garden suite shall be portable, however, trailers shall not be permitted.
Just hold on, Counselor Nash. Oh, it might be you. Okay, sorry. Okay, start again. You're on.
Okay.
You're on what,
Yeah,
C?
it says the garden suite shall be portable. However, trailers shall not be permitted. And then number D says the garden suite is serviced through an extension from the existing dwelling unit, and the private services are adequate to serve the principal residence. So I think C and D should just come right off. I don't think we're trying to say that your granny suite has to be connected to your existing residence, because I've already said you could have a second one, and it doesn't need to be portable either. So I think those can just come off. Again, I think we're talking about bigger municipalities than what we have and what our needs are in our municipalities. So I suggest C and D come right out.
C and D, okay. Counselor Woods?
I'm still trying to figure out how a garden suite is supposed to be portable, to be honest with you. It says the garden suite shall be portable.
Maybe I'll just elaborate. There's a specific section in the Planning Act that references garden suites, and it's under the temporary use bylaw section. So that's the reference to being portable, is that they're supposed to be temporary. They can exist for up to 20 years and then they're to be removed. So garden suite's different than an accessory suite. So that's why it references portable. But yeah, we can take those out if you like.
C and D?
I'd be fine taking them out. I understand what you said there, Jamie, but a garden suite shall be portable. However, trailers shall not be permitted. So what do you use for a garden suite that's portable if it's not a trailer? How would that work?
A garden suite that's not on a trailer, it could be a purpose designed garden suite that gets brought to the property, placed on a foundation, and then removed again in 20 years. But I'm going to suggest, like, the way this theme of things is going here, and that you can probably take out A, B, C, D. Probably only need E if you're trying to be more liberal here.
Okay.
Okay.
I'd be in support of that.
Counselor Woods?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay, they come out and we just leave E. Anything else on this page? Natural heritage, page 253. Anything here?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think now we're getting into, I'm going to call it the very nitty-gritty and part of the meeting that I think will take some time. So under item 12.05, adjacent lands are those lands that are within, and we've said 120 meters of significant habitat of endangered and threatened species, potentially significant wetlands. I understand that just saying that you'll have to do an assessment if you're within those areas. But we've added something at the end, and unclassified wetlands greater than 2 hectares, which is about 5 acres, 2 hectares. And from what I've heard from the vast majority of people that have spoken to me, is why are we doing this? The municipality or the province doesn't have significant provincial wetlands. Why are we as a municipality trying to say if there's a wetland or an area of dampness, whatever we might want to call it, on somebody's 100-acre bush lot, that they have to go through all this same rigmarole? And you'll have a lot of man-made ponds. You could have a lot of beaver ponds. A beaver pond wouldn't be considered significant wetlands. So I just don't know what we're trying to do here by adding in this. I know this has been asked for from some associations, but you can build on the waterfront. You need a 30-meter setback or a 15-meter setback. But if you get to an area of an endangered animal in the woodlands, be 120 meters back, you need to do all this extra work. And we as a municipality to start classifying wetlands that are in the woods and require people to do stuff, I don't think is appropriate for us at this time, maybe in the future. So I would remove the and unclassified wetlands greater than 2 hectares from section A. Just totally eliminate it. Leave it exactly the way we had it before. And I don't know what others think of that.
Maybe I can just provide some
Yep,
background.
thank you.
On
Go
where
ahead, Jamie.
So the PPS requires protection of significant wetlands. So those are the most important wetlands in the province. It also, and then the document that we review or the MNR has produced to implement the PPS is called the Natural Heritage Reference Manual. It requires, it identifies an area of influence of 120 meters from unclassified wetlands. The reason for that is that every wetland's unclassified until there's an EIS done to determine what its classification is. So the approach the province is taking is that every wetland has the potential to be a provincially significant wetland until it's determined not to be a provincially significant wetland. So the approach we proposed here was that instead of doing exactly what the province said, which was requiring EIS for development within 120 meters of every wetland, we're saying we'll exclude the ones that are less than 2 hectares. So those smaller ones, we're not going to require an EIS for those small ones. But for everything else, if you're within 120 meters, then you need to do an EIS. So I think we're actually being more liberal and more permissive here than what the provincial requirement is. And this falls in line with some direction, or some approaches that we're aware of in other municipalities as well, that we've excluded those smaller wetland units, basically saying very low likelihood those are going to be significant because of the small size of them. So we won't require an EIS, but for the bigger ones, we will.
Okay,
So, Jamie, would it, or sorry, through
Yeah,
you,
go
Mr.
ahead.
Chair, Jamie, would it be possible, like what you're saying is you have to do it, but you don't have to do it. We'll wait and see kind of what they say. So if that's the case, why don't we use 20 hectares then? Because let's be honest, almost every lot in our municipality has a wetland in it. Any big lot would have something. So why don't we say if we're wanting to go down the middle, there's a big area. And what do we classify a wetland as? I want to make sure we're not talking about a beaver dam here. So how do we write that in here that this is a natural occurring? And could we say an unclassified naturally occurring wetland? We're not talking a beaver dam, because I think we all know that the ministry would allow anybody to remove a beaver dam. So can we add something like that? And unclassified natural wetlands greater than 20 hectares and see what the province says?
I don't think you're gonna get anywhere with that. I'm not,
But we could try.
I can't put in here any specifics about the type of wetland. I think we just leave that up. So the way the OP is structured is that the wetland layer that's included in the OP is the M&R's wetland layer that they've provided. That's what would be used as the basis for determining if there's a trigger for an EIS or not. And you'd use the size, you'd determine the size of those features to determine if you're exempt or not, if you're less than the 2 hectares. But I think if you went to 20, for example, it's going to raise a red flag. They're going to change it. Could you do it? Certainly. You can propose anything and see what the province says. But
Okay,
I'm
so
just
I guess I'm going
proposing
to,
for you something that I think is reasonable, that I think you
Yeah.
might be able to get through.
So, how many acres in a hectare again?
2.4.
2.4, so we're looking at just over 4 acres. What happens if we put 3 in there?
It'd be 5 acres. Real close to 5 acres.
yeah,
It's
well,
too far.
what
That's a
what
pretty
I'd
big
propose, and
5 acres.
I
Yeah.
might get outvoted, is just put 20 and let them redline and see what they come back with.
Well, I think what they may come back with may be more limiting than what we're asking for in say 3 hectares. I think what Jamie's trying to do is guide us through,
Yeah.
beyond what the province probably wants and see if we can get it. But I agree with
believe
you. You
too,
go
we're
for 20
proposing to-
hectares, it's going to raise a big red flag.
So go to 3 is what people are proposing?
That's what I'm proposing. I think it should be 3.
And if we go with 3, Jamie, you said it's a certain layer. When you say an unclassified wetlands, you said it was a layer. So could we just note what layer it is so people understand this isn't just everywhere? You said it was a layer based on M&R.
It's on the schedule to the official plan, the natural heritage schedule. There's a wetland. It delineates the
So-
location of wetlands.
Could you just reference that in here somewhere so people are understanding what we're referring to? Is that possible?
Yeah, I can think about where to do that here.
Perfect, thanks.
It is actually referenced right above that in section 1202. This data has been compiled and added as Schedule B to this plan. If you want me to add it again in 1205, I can, but it's right above it.
I think so, just so people really understand it. I think that'll put some people at ease, to be honest, even though we have it there. I do see it there now. But I think it would put some residents at ease.
Okay, anything else on page 253?
Just
The
back to that
next-
point real quick, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I just
Yeah.
think that if it's anything within 120 meters of something that we're going to define as a wet spot, if you travel up and down the 520, that's pretty much every single solitary property will touch a wetland. And there's not 120 meters before that wetland to the highway, basically anywhere the entire length of the highway. You might not see the wetland because you're driving down the 520, but I assure you, you're going behind 90% of the houses. There's wetland right there.
Yeah,
This
and
is why a lot of people on 520 can't store all their stuff in behind their houses and it's out front, right?
And if you don't mind, Councillor Woods, I think the other thing we're saying here, it says no development or site alterations permitted within. So site alterations can be an addition. So just so we all understand here, 120 is a significant habitat of endangered and threatened species, right? we all know where we live, there could be an endangered species 120 meters of everybody's property. So basically with this here, somebody does a building permit, a garage, a lot severance, they're going to have to do this assessment. That's kind of true in a nutshell. Am I correct, Jamie? Very simple, low level of it.
Yep, yes.
Okay. Page 254, anything there?
Yeah, I have two other items on it. Item number C, Deputy Mayor. 300 meters of at capacity inland.
Where are
lake.
we here? You're on page
Oh,
254.
253 still. Sorry.
Oh, you're on, okay.
Well,
thought
no,
it-
I'm still there. Yeah, no, this
Hmm.
is going to take a while. It says 300 meters at capacity inland lake trout lakes on the Canadian Shield. And I think it should be natural lake trout lakes. Add the word natural in there. Because there's put in lakes and natural lakes, right? So I think it's important that it's a natural lake trout lake that is being noted here in the official plan.
Jamie, any content or comment?
No, I don't have any comment.
Okay, Counselor Woods?
No, I'm okay with that. I mean, trout lakes are important, right? We know that, but there'd be one that the trout are actually native to that lake and not an introduced species. That wouldn't be necessarily a cold water fishery, it'd be a cool water fishery.
Okay, that's a majority, so that passes. Anything else on page 253?
No, but would it be possible to ask for a little break, for a bio break?
Yeah, we'll come back to 254 and you need any more than 5 minutes?
Can we say 10 minutes?
Okay. I'll
Perfect, 10
reclaim
minutes.
my time at the end of the day at 7 o'clock, but anyway.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Deputy
Okay,
Mayor.
10 minutes it is, so we'll be
Yeah,
back
thanks.
at 3 o'clock. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Counselor Woods and Nash, you can hear us?
Yeah, I'm
I
here,
can
Deputy
hear
Mayor
you,
Lamb.
Okay.
and
good
I'm
stuff.
here also.
Okay, good. Got to move along. We got like 50 pages left. So anyway, page 254. Any changes here? Hearing nothing?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so I had asked about this at the open house a little bit, and I've done a bit more research and tried to get some more information. And I know the fish habitat is a very significant item for development or for renovations or for anything that somebody might be doing on the shoreline. And I would propose that we put it back to what we had before, unless we have received direct comments back from the Ministry of Natural Resources saying that they're getting rid of the Type 1 and Type 2 fish assessment. I understand in speaking to our planners that it might be something coming from Municipal Affairs and Housing, that this might be something that might be done, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jamie, but I don't think that's come to fruition as of yet through any regulations or anything. And I think we can leave it in speaking to ecologists that have tried to speak to since our public meeting. I understand that there is nothing currently that says that the ministry is not doing Type 1 and Type 2 currently. So I would just ask if this can go back. And I guess my simple question is to Jamie, is there anything official from MNRF saying that we cannot use Type 1 or Type 2 fish habitat anymore? Or is that just something that might be coming down future?
Jamie?
We have we haven't received our package from the MNR for your official plan review. We did for another municipality's official plan review. and they outline the process for dealing with fish habitats and fish habitat and OP policies. So that's what we've implemented here. So, but if you want to go back to the type 1 and type 2 approach, you can do that and see what the ministry says when it gets circulated. We've just incorporated what the direction was that we got from the MNR in another OP review. And the basis for, I can give you the history on it if you want, but that's the reason why we did what we did.
Okay, so I guess the question is, do we leave it as is, or do we go with what's what's proposed here? Counselor Nash wants to go back to what it was. Counselor Woods?
To me, the significance and the difference between the type 1 and type 2, the way it was used before, made sense to me. But I mean, whatever anybody else wants to do, as long as we're protecting our fish stocks. But in this section, and I don't know if this is the section, but could we make mention somewhere in the OP that as a municipality, we support area restocking programs and efforts? Or is this a place where we would put this? Or because I think that's a message that should be in our OP. I mean, we've got a group of people they were at the fair, right? Dennis Morrison's involved. The fish restocking program, and our Rod and Gun Club takes part to help restock the lakes. And from what I've been told is the ministry's starting to loosen up a little bit on the restocking programs and encouraging it because they've been doing so well. And I just think that's something that Whitestone should be looking at is restocking programs for wherever we would be allowed to do it, in my opinion.
So Jamie, maybe when this comes back, you can simply say that we support that, as Brian says. So, excuse me. So Brian, you're saying put it back the way it was?
Sure.
Yeah, okay, put it back the way it was. Anything else on this page? Or I guess that takes us all the way down to wetlands on the next page, 255. Anything here?
Sorry, Councillor, Deputy Mayor. There is one more item under wetlands that I just think we should put in here.
One more item under wetlands?
Yes, under fish habitat. We had passed a zoning bylaw, or I think it was a zoning bylaw that allows docks in type 1 fish habitat. And that's not mentioned anywhere in our official plan. So I'm sure staff, Jamie, could get you that bylaw number. But I think we should just put something in here that floating docks are allowed in type 1 and EP areas, as we have a bylaw for that allows it, so that people understand that is allowed if possible. Thank you.
I always was under the understanding that in type 1 fish habitat that it had to be a pole dock as opposed to a floating dock.
I think the bylaw we passed, Chair, is a floating dock, and then bylaw we did last year. Maybe it was done 3 years ago, actually, but I guess it was done maybe 3 years ago. But I think it should be referenced in here. Would that be okay, Jamie?
Yeah, we can reference a bylaw that's through the OP. So I've just made note about that.
Okay, good. Anything else? Now we're on to wetlands. Anything on
I just have
250?
one item on that page, Deputy Mayor, and it is to add a section there that there is no identified provincially significant wetlands in Whitestone. I think it's important. We talk all about these wetlands everywhere, and I think it's important that we say there are no identified provincially significant wetlands in Whitestone or our municipality at this time. So just add a section to that. Maybe it's 12.02.4.
I guess it's to say currently should be in that statement also.
Correct.
Yeah, a lot of people don't understand you know, wetlands and what they mean, provincially and locally and stuff like that. So I'm in support of that, so. Anything else? Okay, let's go to the next page, 256. Significant wildlife habitat.
And I have a simple request for this, if we could. I know what it is, Jamie. In the initial paragraph in yellow, you say, second last line, you say through an EIS. I understand that's an environmental impact study, but I think a lot of people might not. Could you just put in the full verbiage there and maybe put EIS in brackets? And if we use it further on, people understand what it is.
Sorry, which paragraph is that?
The first paragraph,
Oh,
First
there.
paragraph.
I see it, I see it.
second last line.
Yeah, I'm well aware that you know, or I'd know, and probably many of the other counselors, but the public might not know. And again, I just want it to be, when I read this section, right, I just want to make sure that everybody on council understands that, you know, basically what we're saying here is if you're going to do new development, an addition, a garage, a new building, you're going to have to do an impact. The very simplest way of saying what we have written down in this next policy, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, areas of natural and scientific interest. Anything there? That's all pretty much yellow all the way to through the next page or half of the next page, which means we
The only thing I had on it is a definition, again, for the word life sciences. I think I've even thought of it about a little bit different, but maybe when it comes back, there can just be something, Jamie, about what we're referring to as life sciences, or a definition somewhere, just so people understand it. And when they read it, it's a little bit more common sense to them about what life science is. If, okay, thank you.
Anything else on page 257?
Page 257 through you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Right now we have item 12.05.3. And it says all development must ensure that the habitat of threatened and endangered species. But on the previous page, it was development and site alterations. So I think it should be all development and site alterations. So you add the word and site alterations. Then we're treating everybody the same. If you're going to do a new lot, if you're going to do a new garage, you're treated the same.
That's easy enough added. Okay, anything else on that page?
Ditto for 12.05.4, Jamie. The word and site alteration.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, page 258.
I have a question again. First paragraph, 12.06.3. I just want to make sure that we understand it. I don't disagree with this because I think quarries are a very big thing to be done in a municipality, but it says here new quarries shall also require an official plan amendment. So I just want to make sure that we understand that that's there. I don't disagree with that because I know there has to be a lot of studies done already for this to be done, but just make sure that we on council are aware of that in there.
So noted. Anything else? Okay. Next page. 259. I had in the yellow to kind of explain a little bit 1203.5 in yellow at the bottom. Can you tell me the meaning of that?
12.
Like wayside pits and quarries, like what's a wayside pit and
Oh.
quarry?
The wayside pit, quarry, that's a quarry that's developed by MTO to facilitate a highway project or an improvement. So there's something that we don't really have jurisdiction over regulating, but yeah, so they're permitted basically wherever.
Okay, thank you. Any others on 259? How about 260?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. I have a couple things here. It's something I brought up earlier in the day, but since I've been on council, there's been a lot of talk when stuff has come to Wawashkesh about the flood elevations. And in here, you know, it speaks to the flood elevation of Lake Wawashkesh being established at 229.57, which I think is important. But if we go down the page on that to 12.08.5, septic system shall be above the required flood elevation on any lake. And I think what came out of an application from a couple years ago on Lake Wawashkesh in particular was the flood elevation, or the elevation of the septic was below that 100-year flood, or was below the 229.57, and that was okayed by North Bay Mattawa. So that elevation that we used in that specific file, which staff would have the elevation for, I think is what we should be writing here. In 12.08.5, and noting that elevation there for Lake Wawashkesh for the septic elevation. I don't know what others think of that, and then I think that'll take a lot of the guessing game out for people, because if we use septic system shall be above the required flood elevation of 229.57, you will literally have historical cottages there that there's no way they can redo a septic system on, and it would be 5 meters higher than what they have now. So I think we need to make sure we're doing something there that's going to work for everybody, and I think it's using the newest elevation that North Bay Mattawa used for height of the septic system a couple years ago. What do others think of that?
So are you suggesting we take 12.08.5 out?
No, I'm suggesting that can stay, that septic systems shall be above the required flood elevation on any lake, but then we add, except for Lake Wawashkesh, which would be at an elevation of, and we use the elevation that was done on I think it was the Keene subdivision, that there was a lot of back and forth that went back and forth with North Bay Mattawa and the past planner on figuring out what a good height would be on that lake. And it wasn't the 100-year flood, it was a level above the dam height, because that spring freshet is only a very short-lived event, if that makes sense. Councillor Woods, I don't know if you, sorry to put you on the spot, but if you remember any of that conversation from a few years back?
I through you, Deputy Mayor Lamb, I do kind of remember some of that through the Keene file, and the discrepancy over what number we were actually going to use, whether it was the 100-year flood elevation or the one that was always used that's so far over the top of the weir. But I think I don't remember what the number was exactly.
Jamie, you can note that, I guess, except for Lake Wawashkesh, and I don't know what the verbiage would be there, but you can come up with it based on what Councillor Nash and Woods are saying. Thank you.
So they want you want those numbers coming out?
Pardon me?
He wants those numbers out? I just want to be clear.
Do you have exact wording to add to 12.08.5, Councillor Nash?
I don't have exact wording.
And then what?
But I just think it has to say, except for Lake Wawashkesh, which, like, the municipal staff would have the elevation that we use, Jamie, for the septic system on Lake Wawashkesh for the Keens, which went through some approvals with North Bay. So as long as that elevation is noted in this hazard lands for Lake Wawashkesh would be great. The wording that you use, I'll allow you to come up the wording and staff can give you that elevation number. It was 227 something. I just don't know what it was offhand.
Are you okay? Anything else on 260 or 50 here? 261, anything here? And 262, anything there? Okay. We're on to 263, which is brownfield development. Any changes on 263? Not hearing any. Any changes on 264? I suspect there are here.
Good thought, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Nash. So under form of development, item number C, Jamie, it says existing tourist commercial uses. Before I get into anything else, I just want to ask what others think of that, but I want the word existing tourist commercial uses out. The word existing is what I'm looking to come out.
Do you want all of C out or just existing taken off?
Just existing.
Councillor Woods?
I'd be okay with that.
Okay, that's out. Next.
And then, so the next, I'm not sure if it goes here, and Jamie, I'm hoping you can help here, if it goes here or if it would go under principles of waterfront development, but I'll bring it up here and you can tell us where you think it should go. So there's been a lot of feedback from lake residents, lake associations, residents, users of lakes, business owners, you know, on what waterfront distances should be on properties. And I can see that as we go through Lake Specific, I see 150, 150, 150. And what I see, you increase the size from 90 to 150. That means somebody's going to be selling that property down the road, most likely for more money, or most likely building a bigger structure. I don't see why we can't just say under form of development or under waterfront principles that the lots are 90 meters. I don't know that we need any lake at more than 90 meters. I know I'm going to take some heat for saying that, but if you go and look at newer lots that have been severed in the last 20 years, I'm going to say, you can hardly see a lot of the cottages. What you see are older cottages or older properties with smaller frontages. And those are the properties, in the most case, that people have cut many trees down or sodded, have beaches, in the most case, not the bigger lots. The bigger lots are not clear cutting for the most part. So I don't know why we're trying to go to 150 meters. We hear from the province housing is needed or homes are needed, but we're wanting to double the size or, you know, add 60 meters increase on. I don't see a point of it. I hope I have support from other councillors on it, that instead of having lake-specific policies, we have more waterfront policies. So that's why I'm guessing this section might take a bit. But a lot of the stuff we say about every single lake and a lake-specific policy can be put into this section under principles or form of development. So my first one would be 90 meters, and we just say that all lakes are 90 meters unless it's noted otherwise. And just leave it that simple. So I don't know what other members would think of that.
Councillor Woods?
Can I just make sure I'm clear? Sorry.
What he wants, I think,
He
is,
wants,
I don't think he wants 150 meters for any lake in the municipality.
but I think I also heard he doesn't want lake-specific policies at all. Is that, I just want to make sure I'm clear on that.
Yeah, I did.
I did say that, I like, in the sense of when I look at a lot of lake policies, you know, it's just the same verbiage over and over and over, and they can just be general lake policies for the vast majority of things. We don't need many specific lake policies. They can be policies that are throughout the entire municipality. Treat the vast majority of lakes the same, the vast majority of items the same, unless there's a really, really big requirement to do something different, which there might be. But we can certainly shore down the amount of comments under the lake-specific policies and put them more into this section, Jamie, if that makes sense. The principles of waterfront belt or somewhere in our official plan. If that makes sense where I'm
Well,
trying
I
to go.
think we have a vote, I guess, on both these things. So when it comes to the lake-specific policies, I'm in favor of keeping them. They may be pared down, and we'll get to that when we get to them, but I'm in support of keeping them in, unless we look at all the changes and later on and they're not needed, but I think they should be in. In terms of the 90 meters, 90 meters is nearly 300 feet. 150 meters is 500 feet. It's, I don't know, 2 football fields or something. And that to me seems extreme. I asked staff to compare to local other areas, and there's very, very few that are, we're kind of on top of it, 100 meters, and there aren't very many at 150 meters at all. So I'm in agreement to that. Councillor Woods, what about the size of the lots?
To me, the size of the lot, and you know, some common sense application for people to think about. I'm from Hamilton, so Ticats Field, from end to end, including the end zones, is 150 meters. For me, that is insanity to say that you have to have 150 meters of frontage to be able to build a cottage. If you look at where you are now, Deputy Mayor Lamb, sitting in the community center, if you were to stand at the center of the highway,
Yep,
at Church Street, and you looked all the way down, if you were about to step foot onto our concrete dock, that's only 123 meters. So we've got the Dundome, the whole beach, you know, the community center, the entire thing, and you want bigger than that for frontage to have a lot to build a house on. That, to me, I don't see it. It's far too large.
so the consensus, I think, Jamie, is that 90 meters goes for all over the municipality. Not in terms of the settlement areas and stuff like that, but all the waterfront, I guess. Or is a new lot creation, is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can make whatever changes that is required throughout the document.
I know other municipalities have like 70 meters for lot creation on lakes that, you know, we've got higher than that. And we share the lake with another municipality and they're only requesting 70 meters, but we've got an ask of 150 meters. Seems a little excessive to me.
Okay, anything else on page 264? I would, number E, we don't have a trailer bylaw, and at this point don't intend to have one, so I don't know whether you want to add at the end of E if applicable or something. I don't know. With provisions of the municipality trailer bylaw. Maybe you can put if applicable, because if we don't have one, then. Okay, page 265, anything here?
Through you, Chair.
Yeah.
Water quality protection. On 1304.1, The last sentence speaks to the lake capacity assessment handbook.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess I'm suggesting that we put in a section here that mentions, unless I'm totally incorrect from what we've been told from other staff or other planners, there's a lot of information out there, and the lake capacity handbook is outdated. I understand the ministry may still use it sometimes, but I think it's important that we say when it comes to water quality protection that this model, this lake capacity handbook, is a dated model. So I think it's just important that we put something in there to notify it that, and that there are other models. Does that make sense, Jamie, what I'm trying to ask you to come up with there? I'm sure you'll pick the wording better than I do.
Yeah, I think the word has always been this old science that's been disproved or whatever over the years. So Jamie, you may want to comment on that.
It's a bit of a difficult one because I know the science is being updated all the time on lake capacity. But at this point in time, when we're dealing with pre-Cambrian shield lakes, the Lakeshore Capacity Assessment Handbook is still the standard that the province uses. They haven't moved away from that yet. I have talked with a number of consultants, and most notably Mr. Parsons at Hutchison, who are kind of at the forefront of this stuff. And so him and I have talked about opportunities to kind of do a municipality as a case study to see if there's opportunities out there to modify, both from a information gathering perspective, but also the policy perspective, to potentially make a pitch to the province to change the way they do things. But at this point in time, it's still the Lakeshore Capacity Handbook that's the document. So I'd just suggest, if you don't want to refer to it, then let's take the reference to that document out, and just, you could potentially refer to current science or be more less restrictive, I guess, in terms of what you're referring to. So I guess the question for council is, do we keep it as it is in there now, or do we kind of remove the reference to Lakeshore Capacity Assessment Handbook and speak towards current science as being the guiding document?
Councillor Nash, it was your suggestion?
For myself, I don't mind it referencing the lake capacity handbook, but I would like to do the latter part that you said also, if we can, but if it needs to be one, then I guess it's the latter, to say that we'll look at more modern science. That's fine. I just thought you could have referenced the lake capacity handbook also, but if you want to come up with a little bit different wording there to say that there's other models, or however you have a much better way of saying it, Jamie, than I would. But I think you get where I was suggesting.
Well, let's leave the Lakeshore Capacity Assessment Handbook in, but also add and current science or whatever.
Yeah, something like that, in conjunction with current science.
Yeah. Anything else on this page? How about 268 or 266, excuse me.
I have a question through you, Deputy Mayor Lamb.
Yeah.
And I'm not exactly sure if this is the area where something would be put in, but something that I had mentioned earlier, and I've had a lot of talks with people about when it comes to water quality protection. So the Ontario Building Code says 15 meters that you can build a structure or replace your septic, even though we had asked for 30 from the shoreline whenever possible. But I think we need to put something in the OP about the shoreline and the preservation and protection of shoreline vegetation for the whole municipality. Yes, you own it. And yes, we say 15 meters from the high water mark, you can build something, but I think we need more increases in protection of the vegetation across the shoreline. And I don't know where that would go in, but I thought I would bring it up now because of 13.4.3 speaks to phosphorus loading of the water body. And we have all been told, and I know that a lot of people in this municipality know, that the shoreline acts as the buffer to help filter out some of that stuff, right? And protect the lake water quality.
Okay, is this an appropriate area to put it in, Jamie?
I believe I'm just trying to.
I don't want to miss it, and so I thought I'd bring it up in case I forgot. I just want to make
I'll
sure that
make
we
a
try
note
and
of
do
the
something.
comment, but I'm pretty positive we'll probably come to it later. But I'm pretty positive we've got a section in here about maintaining shoreline vegetative buffers. I think it's
And
in waterfront section.
13.04.6. I think it's just a couple ahead of where we were, Councillor Woods.
A buffer of natural vegetation.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
May
Yeah,
already.
and I was actually going to bring this item up. So Councillor Woods, you beat me to it. There'd been a lot of comments from ratepayers, and section you'll see that people had said, we don't want, we want to make sure it's 25% of the shoreline preserved. And that might have been what you were speaking to, Councillor Woods. And I know we have this section here already, which I've brought up at the Stewardship Committee before and other times during severance applications, that we have a policy in place that talks about what you can and can't do at the shoreline, and what you can and can't do. But in order to answer some of the questions again, here's one of the, instead of having a lake-specific policy, as I see it in our documents coming up on several lakes, that they say we want 25% of the frontage of somebody's riparian zone, I'll call it, to be left natural. And would this not be the spot to write that? Like when we talk about, you can do this and that, and just say no more, up to 25% of the lot you can do these things on. And that would leave 75% free. And I think that would help some of the concerns that people have been sending in. And instead of having it as a lake-specific policy, it's just a policy for every lake. So I don't know what others think of that. So when we say reworded or just reread that whole section, Jamie, and made it what we're referring to there as a 25% area, I think that would make some people in the community happy that we've used the 25% that's been requested on several of the lakes, and it's in keeping with what we are to others.
Councillor Woods?
I lost the last little bit there. I couldn't hear anything.
Jamie said he could do that in response to Councillor Nash.
Okay. I just want to make sure that
Just hold
we
on,
have.
Jamie. Put your mic on. Did you have anything to say?
No, I think we're good, that we can do the 25% piece across the board.
Okay. Councillor Woods, you're okay with that?
Yeah, I'll be okay with that. I just want to try and make sure that we protect our shoreline whatever way we can, because it is very important to all of us.
Okay. Anything else on this page?
Two other things through you, Deputy Mayor. 13.04.10. This has been something new that was added, and I think it's important, and I do support it, but I think we have to say the municipality may undertake lake capacity studies to assist in guiding future planning, and just leave it there, right? Development might be part of the planning and policies, but we're just doing it, assist in guiding future planning, period. And there could be many reasons why we're doing it. I don't think we need to call out development or anything like that, because we might not be doing it for development. We might be doing it for water quality or whatever it might be. So if others are okay with taking out and development policies for specific lakes, I think that's important. It's just for future planning. There can be so many reasons why we do them.
Counselor Woods?
Yeah, I'd be okay with that.
Passes. Anything else
And-
on that page?
Well, there's still two other parts in that. So if we have that taken out, I think it's important that we say the municipality may undertake independent lake capacity studies. These have to be studies that we've undertaken as a municipality, not that somebody else has undertaken for themselves or on behalf of somebody. So I think the word independent lake capacity studies is very, very crucial. I don't
Is
know
that
what
a
others
new
think of that.
section or under another section here?
No, that's under 130410, Deputy Mayor Lamb. The
Okay.
municipality may undertake independent lake capacity studies. So
Okay.
are others in favor of that?
Yep, I'm in favor of that.
All right. And then the same for 130411. The municipality may establish a water monitoring program, and it has to be an independent water monitoring program. You know, there's lots of volunteers that do stuff, and you can always rely on volunteers' information. But if we want to do something, you always have to confirm the data through some independent testing. And then you can say our testing is similar to the FOCA or the Lake Partners program, but you have to use that word independent in there. So basically, we'd be hiring some people to do some water testing if we wanted, and if we wanted to use all that data. And then again, at the end of that sentence, it's for lakes to guide future planning, not in development policies. Because again, this might not have anything to do with development policies. It just might have to do with the quality of the water and what we want to do. So hopefully everybody's okay with those couple updates.
Well, I don't want to take away from the good people that do water testing on their own or have through organizations. Dennis, for instance, Dennis Morrison does it on Whitestone. And there are other lakes like Lorimer and Wawashkesh where organizations are doing water testing. And I don't want to say, doesn't matter what you say, we're not going to pay any attention to that. We're going to have an independent one. So I don't mind having both, but I just don't want to, again, take away from the efforts of the people who are currently doing. I fully realize that if there's a claim to the OLT or anything else, that they go by the scientific ones and not the man studies, I guess is what I'll call them. But there has to be some
And
way
maybe,
we can do both.
well, and I think that's all where it says the municipality may establish a water monitoring program for lakes to guide. So if we did one, that would be in addition to FOCA. I think FOCA is a great water testing facility, and M&R does some, but those programs are already in place. This is saying that we may do one, so we wouldn't do the same as what FOCA is doing. And I think the volunteer work is fantastic, but can't be used for us to write policy with. And that's why I think that when we say the municipality may establish an independent monitoring program, that's outside of any of the other programs, right? It's independent to any of the other programs that are done. But you're not saying you won't use any volunteers' data, but you always have to have it tested, as we all know. So I think you just have to spell that out.
Limit the work of others who
No.
are doing,
And maybe we
work
can-
in our municipality.
Maybe we can write another line beneath this, Jamie, that we encourage the volunteer lake partner program, something like that. We support the Lake Partners program, if we can say that in there, Jamie, something like that. Would that be possible?
Or we support citizen science when it comes to that as well.
I'm sure
Yeah,
Jamie
something
come
like
up
that.
with some good language on that. Page 267, anything there? Okay, page 268. I've got a big no besides 6.6, but anyway, I'll let you gentlemen go first. We're on page
I'll let
268.
Councillor Woods go first.
So to me, when we're trying to be too restrictive on resort commercial uses, we shouldn't be looking at being so restrictive. At some point, we are going to need expansion of services, whatever business it is here, especially the ones that are going to service our waterfront communities. And I don't think we should be restrictive.
Councillor Nash, you want to elaborate on that?
Yeah, well, so when I read 13.06.3, when it says the resort commercial uses permitted in the waterfront designation shall be limited to existing and appropriately zoned tourists. So limited to existing should just come totally out. We're a waterfront community. We rely on taxes. We rely on businesses. And if somebody wants to build a restaurant on a lake somewhere, or a new marina on a lake, or another form of business that I'm not thinking of right now, why should we stop them? So to say that the resort commercial uses permitted in the waterfront shall be limited to the existing, no, it shouldn't be limited to existing. So I think to start, we just have to vote to see on those three words if they should be left or removed. And I'm voting to remove the three words.
As I am.
I'd be in support.
Okay, so that comes out.
And then 13.06.4, going off of that, the first sentence, it is the intent of this plan to provide for the continuation of existing tourist establishments. And I think you just take out the word existing, you know. The plan is to provide for the continuation of tourist establishments and resort, like, just take out the word existing again. So I'm going to ask if I have support from others to take out the word existing there.
Councillor Woods?
I'd be in support of removing existing.
Okay, that's done. Jamie, jump in at any point. I was going to. But
I just need to understand one concept, because when we're drafting these policies, I just want to make sure I'm clear. So currently, and I'm going to speak about zoning because that's really where the rubber is going to hit the road here. So currently, the approach would be that existing tourist commercial uses would be zoned. And if you want to establish a new tourist commercial use, you need to undertake a zoning bylaw amendment to do that. Is that still kind of the wish of council, that you should have to go through a zoning bylaw amendment if you want to establish a commercial use in the waterfront area? I think that's
I would think
would be a
Yep.
standard thing. So okay.
I would think the
Okay.
answer is yes, I think.
I would
Okay.
agree with that.
So then what the approach we drafted into this first draft of the OP was that if someone wanted to establish a tourist commercial use or a marina or what have you, they would need to do a zoning amendment, which is already the case. And they'd also have to do an official plan amendment. But I think what I'm hearing from council is that you don't want to require that official plan amendment. You only want to require a zoning bylaw amendment. Is that the case?
I believe so on my end it is, Jamie.
Okay. So then I think what's important then is we include some criteria or requirements that would have to be met when council's evaluating a zoning bylaw amendment to allow for a new tourist commercial use. So what the OP would do then, based on what I'm hearing, is it would identify tourist commercial uses as a permitted use, and then in the OP, and then through zoning, it would only zone the existing uses to existing tourist commercial uses to be allowed. New one comes along, Fred comes along with a new tourist commercial use, Fred's got to get a rezoning to do that. Council, and then when they're evaluating Fred's zoning application, they look at the OP and the OP says, all right, Fred, for you to get this zoning amendment to do your commercial use, you gotta meet X, Y, and Z. Right? And the OP is gonna contain those policies. So that's what we need to me, that's what I need to come back to you guys with, based on what I'm hearing today, is what those criteria are to evaluate a new zoning amendment.
And Jamie, I think you're correct, Councillor Nash here. And I think based on that, part 06.6 would be the part that you'll be updating. So instead of me going through that or others, I think we just wait to see with what you come back for. That would make the most sense and the best use of our time today, correct?
Yeah, like looking at 06.6, effectively, if they're considering a zoning bylaw, if you would consider a future zoning amendment, those would be the requirements you'd be considering in a zoning bylaw amendment. We had it written in there that that's what you'd be considering for an OPA and a rezoning, but it'd really just be what you'd be considering as part of a rezoning. So I would like to hear from you, though. I wouldn't, whether you think those are appropriate criteria or not to consider.
Gentlemen?
But I think we can kind of cut right to that section more or less, and we'll update.
Okay, well, you'll come back to us, right? So. Okay, anything on page 269? That's already been addressed, I think, by Jamie, so. How about page 270? Boat houses and boat points on water that have been. Okay, I'm okay. Anything on 270? Okay. 271. Okay, nothing on 271? 272?
So, no,
Mr.
sorry.
Deputy Mayor. Sorry. Go ahead, Scott. I can wait.
No, you go ahead, Councillor Woods.
Councillor
was
Woods,
just-
your floor is yours.
Thanks, through you, Deputy Mayor Lamb. I was just looking at the yellow highlighted section. The Council of the Municipality of Whitestone supports the establishment of new businesses in rural designation, including community overlay, to improve employment opportunities, and all areas was taken out.
That's correct.
Page you got there?
But if we're talking about ways that somebody might be able to expand a marina or open a new commercial business on a waterfront or somewhere else, shouldn't it be in all areas rather than just rural designation? Just a question.
Yeah, when did we take all areas out? We did.
Well, that had been taken out based on the approach of the plan previously, like the draft, which didn't permit tourist commercial uses in shoreline area, like in waterfront areas.
Oh, so we need to put it back in.
So yeah, you can put it back in.
Put it back in and take rural designation.
And I believe for the next section, if I might, 14.02, the second last line in the first paragraph says, with the exception of the waterfront designation. Again, I think that with the exception of waterfront designation should be removed, as we have in other areas, Jamie, for now, when it comes back.
I think so.
Dry industrial uses are permitted in any designation.
Hello? Oh. Okay. Anything else on 271? How about page 272? Okay, 273. The only comment I had in 15.03.2 is the municipality shall require assessments, etc. I just like it's a little softer if we say may as opposed to shall. So I'm
What
suggesting,
section is that?
it's on page 273, section under heritage impact, no, 15.03.2 says the municipality shall require. I'm suggesting it may require.
Okay, I'd be in support of that.
Okay, that's changed then. Anything else on this page? 274. Only 25 pages left. Anything on 274? No, I'm moving along. 275. Again, I note in section K of 1601.2, a trailer bylaw in accordance with the provisions of the municipality's trailer bylaw. We don't have one. Really don't intend to have one, so I don't know how you change that. I guess it should come out.
In that last reference, we said as applicable, I think, didn't we?
As applicable, yeah, okay. That's good. That gives us the option of having one or not. Okay,
And through you, Mr.
Yep.
Chair, I think home interest has been crossed out, and I think it needs to be put back in from what was spoken about earlier today.
Home industry.
yeah. Okay,
Yeah, I'm not sure why that was removed. That might have been
okay, let's go to page 276. Anything here?
Through you, Chair. 16.01.7. I don't agree with a lot of what's said there. It's just the ending of it. Whitestone has a rich history of agricultural uses. Agricultural lots shall be protected from incompatible development, including lot creation that would remove agricultural lands from operation. I think that last sentence has to go. That we can say there's a rich history of agricultural, but it might not be agricultural forever. And to say that somebody can't turn agricultural into something else, I don't think is a position that I would want to take if somebody wants to do something different with it. I don't know what others think, but to say that you're not allowed to do lot creation on agricultural land, I think it is incorrect in our municipality.
So you're suggesting the second line come out, Councillor Woods?
It's Councillor Nash, but yes.
No, yeah, I'm saying Councillor Woods. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I can agree with that. I mean, if somebody has a small, historic property that was used for farming and there's nobody left in the family that does farming and nobody had any interest of turning it back into a farm, then we shouldn't tell them that they're not allowed to use their property. They can only use it for a farm, right? But we don't have any, I mean, I think it was you, Jamie, that actually told us we don't actually have any what would be considered prime agricultural farmland in Whitestone. At I think it was where we were all in the community center and you presented this to the public. You gave that answer.
I think what I referenced was from a land quality perspective, it likely doesn't meet the requirement for prime ag land, but it could meet the requirement from a PPS perspective for prime ag area. That's really area dependent. So even if you have if you have an area that doesn't have a lot of agricultural land, then the stuff you do have generally should be protected. It's kind of the opposite of in Southern Ontario, where you got a lot of ag land in Southwestern Ontario and not a lot of woodlots. So they protect woodlots at all costs because they don't have very many of them. So it's kind of the reverse situation up here. you got tons of woodlots, not much in the way of ag land. So the general philosophy is that you should protect what you have. And the idea from a planning perspective is that you're not really creating more agricultural land. The stuff you've got should be preserved. And that lot creation and other uses typically aren't compatible with that historic agricultural use. So you may be correct that there's maybe not someone in a particular family that wants to farm anymore. But I'm speaking from a land use planning perspective, that shouldn't necessarily preclude taking that use, agricultural use, away and preventing someone else from using that land for agricultural purposes, if you understand what I'm saying. But at the end of the day, it's council's decision on however you want to treat that. But the provincial approach would be you should preserve it and prevent lot creation in those areas.
So
Okay.
if you can help me out here, Jamie, what would the definition of agricultural land be in Whitestone then?
Anything zoned agriculture, wouldn't it be?
Yeah, basically anything that's designated, that's got agricultural characteristics associated with it. Like I can take you to the definition in the PPS of what a prime agricultural area is, and we would have to look to see what lands encompass that. How this policy would be applied is that if someone came in for a severance application and we did a site visit, or it was demonstrated that, yeah, that looks like it was a farm or it was used for agriculture in the past, then the onus would be on that person to demonstrate conformity with these policies, that it isn't prime ag land in accordance with the OP and in accordance with provincial policy. So it's kind of like the same situation as EP lands, or if you've got a wetland, the onus is on the applicant to prove that that feature isn't there or that development will be compatible with it. It's the same concept, just applying
So
it to agricultural lands.
If somebody had their land designated as a managed forest, that would be considered an agricultural use, no?
No, that would be considered a forestry use.
I thought agricultural and like managed forest, because you'd have to manage it. It's cutting down, clearing, and then replanting. It fell under the same kind of rules.
No. Like if it's a tree farm or a nursery, then it could be under agricultural. But if it's a managed forest, like there's managed forests everywhere.
They're taxed the same as agricultural, but that's as far as it goes, I guess.
So if you were an old farm that isn't designated as farmland now and doesn't pay farmland taxes, would that be considered agricultural land?
It could be.
So we wouldn't let somebody
It would be
sell
at the
it.
application stage if someone is proposing development under the Planning Act to demonstrate that what they're proposing is consistent with the PPS policies on agriculture.
Okay. So we're on page 276. I would say under 16.02.2 that we take on the second line, take the word existing out from marinas, before marinas. And again, at the end, I would suggest we put if applicable under the trailer bylaw, like we have before. So,
You probably, based on what you've talked about today, want to take out existing before tourist commercial uses too.
pardon me?
On the next line below marinas,
Yeah,
you probably want to take out that word existing as well,
okay,
based on what
yep,
decisions you made today.
okay. Anything else on this page? Okay, let's go to page 277. Anything on this page? Okay, page 278. Anything on this page? Gee, we're moving along. 279, anything on, we still have Counselor Nash on the line? I would have thought we're cruising along pretty good now.
I think we might have lost him, Joe.
Okay, and I'm gonna go back a few pages. Yeah, until you get Counselor Nash back on the line. I thought we couldn't move along that quick. Yeah, yeah, I've just put it on pause. We missed you, so we. Counselor Nash, we missed you and didn't have quorum here, so we're back. So we had just finished, I think, on page 276, if I'm not mistaken.
For
Page
some
two-
reason, I could hear, through you,
Pardon?
Mr. Chair, for some reason, I could hear you, but you couldn't hear me. So
Okay, well, we're back. We're back. in
sorry
sync.
about that.
No problem. 277. Oh,
Well, if you don't mind, there was one thing on 276, 16022. I know you guys were speaking about removing the words existing marinas and existing tourists, but I believe in that permitted uses, we should also include the words access points and waterfront landings in permitted uses of waterfront, because we do have access points and waterfront landings, if that makes sense to the others.
Yes, we can add those, Jamie. Okay. Page 277. Anything? When you were away, we were going through page after page really quick, and I said, "Is Counselor Nash with us?" That's how we discovered you were gone. Anyway, 278.
I had a line in 278, if you hadn't gotten to it yet, and it was under 16042, environmental protected areas. We say are lands containing certain features. I'd like to add in there, Councillor Woods brought it up a few minutes ago, managed forests, that they are included as an environmental area. If somebody's going to go to the trouble of doing a managed forest and save 3/4 on their taxes, I think we can also say that that's a protected area until it's no longer deemed a managed forest.
Counselor Woods? Counselor Woods, you there?
We could add managed forest to that, I think, if that's environmental protection area. This is what we're talking about, 16.04.2.
We are.
Just my only
Jamie has
comment
a
on that
comment.
is my recommendation is you don't reference managed forests. You could reference significant woodlands if you would like, but a managed forest is more of an activity than a use of land specifically, and it's not something I don't think I've ever seen as a feature that's listed as part of an EP designation or a component of.
But we could put it in if we want, Jamie, and see what the ministry says.
You can put whatever you want in there. Yeah.
I'd say put it in and let's see. People are doing the managed forest to save taxes because they want a healthy area on their land. I think we can say that therefore it is an environmentally protected area. I'd have no problem saying that.
Counselor Woods?
I'm okay either way.
Okay. Okay, you don't want to vote on it? I think I'm gonna side with our planner here, so we won't add it. Okay, anything else on 278? 279. Now we get into the lake-specific policies, so.
Yeah, and just before we begin this part, if you don't mind, through you, Chair,
Yeah.
I think when it comes to this, is what I was talking to earlier, is there's so many spots in here. I don't mind having lake-specific policies themselves, but there's so many duplicate things in here. And I think what we've done today is been able to update a few that will take some of the line items off of some of the lakes. And I think all we need in here is very specific things that are of very much of importance to a single lake, if that makes sense.
Well, I think we should be going through each policy. It's my feeling that they should be in here. But of course, if you and Councillor Woods want to, I think the suggestion was earlier, get rid of lake-specific policies, except very minimal things in there. I guess you can ask to do that.
And I think for you, through you, Chair, what I was talking about, like in some of the lake-specific policies, it'll say, something needs to be done based on the policies of our plan. Well, we don't need to re-say it in the lake-specific plan if we already have it in our plan. It's just regurgitating information over and over and over again, right? That's where I was coming from.
Well, sure.
But anyways, we can go through each one separate, right?
Each one here, so.
Correct.
Let's go through them. Page 279, we're on to, I guess, Bolger and Kashigabi. Sorry, that's my watch going on. And Gooseneck, the start of Gooseneck. So any changes there? Okay, page 280. I've got some here, but anyway.
Deputy Mayor Lamb, if I could just ask one question about the Bolger Kashigabi Lake section.
Yeah.
Where it said often preferring float plane access. But is there a specific reason why somebody asked for that to be removed?
Where is it in here?
1701.1, about halfway down, it's a red line section, often preferring float plane access.
There was a comment made by somebody made a comment related to that. And we just felt that it was reasonable to remove it, that doesn't really matter what the preferred form of access is. It was, just felt like it was unnecessary.
Okay, that's fine. I was just curious. I know somebody that flies their plane out there to get to their place, but.
Okay. 280. Anything on 280 that you want changed?
There's one more. I'm trying to check my notes here. And under the gooseneck one, the riverine shape that consists of a narrow gooseneck-like channel and bay. Gooseneck Lake is not a river. I don't understand why somebody wants that in there.
It has been long riverine shape. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Well, it's long and narrow. I know that. Oh, this is gooseneck. Okay, no, I was.
Yeah. Oh, sir, I was trying to unmute myself there.
Yes, sir.
Councillor Woods, yeah. I can understand that. I don't think you have to say, this is, I guess, an example of what I was meaning. To say that a lake is, what were you saying, riverine shape that consists of narrow gooseneck-like channels and bays, which limits lake surface for use in recreational boating. I think you'd have to say that any bay on any lake reduces recreational boating. That's what I mean, right? Just because a lake has bays, I think that's kind of some of the stuff that doesn't need to be in Because you'd say that for every single lake, right? So I'd support what Councillor Wood said, if that's not defining a lake or writing policy, it's just describing something, right? Which I don't think has too much importance in their plan. But there is one thing on the next page, and
Just, can
I'll
we
Well,
finish
speak to
there?
that.
let's deal with this one, so.
Do you want that
It's
middle?
just describing, you know, I don't want to gut this whole plan. It's just describing the lake. I don't see any harm in it.
But
But,
Riverine?
it's up to you too, I guess. And
No, I mean, at the end of the day, it's up to the three of us to make the decision, right?
yeah, I'm just stating my position. So what do you say? Leave it the way
No,
it
I'd
is?
suggest it. No, I think I'd suggest it comes out like I'm going to suggest for every other lake policy that has lots of little things that don't mean anything. Our official plan isn't a storybook, right? So I'd suggest taking it out.
Okay, Councillor Woods?
Yeah, I don't understand the riverine shape. I mean, it's a lake. It could be narrow in sections, but a lot of the lakes up here are narrow in sections. We've got sections specifically named the narrows on many of our lakes.
Okay, it comes out. Page 280. This one does not support. My question would be, why would we have 1702.5? Why would we not be in favor of, if the provincial government decided to sell land, why would we be against that? I guess is my question.
I don't remember where that came from, so I'll have to
Good, if
think
you
a
can't
note to
remember,
figure-
let's take it out. I mean, oftentimes you go onto lakes and say, oh, this area is crown land. 80% of our land in Whitestone is crown land, right? I can never remember in my 19 years in a council where the province has actually opened up land, but if they finally in their wisdom decided to, I don't know why we'd say, well, we don't want our crown land sold, right?
I think I remember where it came from now. I think there were some comments from one of the associations related to, or from the association related to that item. And it was really to preserve the existing character of the lake. And my understanding is that it was to preserve the existing character of the lake. And preserve the crown land around the lake. That was what the folks in that community want to be included in the plan. So that was you asked, that's the basis for that
Okay.
section.
Anything else on here? Of course, the 150 meters in 17.02.8 is 90 meters. We discussed that earlier.
I have a question about the new septic systems shall be set back a minimum of 30 meters from the lake. I know that we've asked for this and people ask for this in multiple lakes. But the fact remains that the Ontario Building Code states 15 meters from a high water mark, I can build or put my septic. And a lot of people, I would say, most people wouldn't have a problem with moving it a little bit. But if the provincial rule says 15 meters, why are we trying to write something different?
Councillor Nash, on that one?
Well, I would agree with Councillor Woods is saying. I also see here it says require an amendment to this plan, being the official plan. And this is kind of one of those exact lines that I meant. New septic system shall be set back a minimum of 30 meters. No, our policy is 30 meters where possible, which we already have in our official plan. but 15 meters is the requirement, but we already have in our plan where possible it's 30. So this could just not be there, like it shouldn't be on any lake plan, because it should just be consistent throughout. It's 15 meters, but we'd like you to be 30 meters. The same as the 150 meters that you said, Deputy Mayor. It's 90 meters on all lakes. We don't need to change it to 90 meters. 17.8 could just come out. 17.7 could just come out. And in 17.6, we've already spoken about the 25% area further back in the official plan about the riparian zone and how Jamie's going to update it to say 25%. So item 5, 6, 7, 8, none of them need to be there because they're addressed other spots in the official plan, right?
Councillor Woods?
And
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to me if we're referencing it elsewhere.
Okay, it's out 17.
And
Two,
I just saw
five,
one other
eight.
that I had highlighted here.
I'm not
Sorry,
sure I agree with
Deputy
it,
Mayor.
but if the two of you do, then
17022. Right now, the municipality supports maintaining using proceeds of cash in lieu of parkland collected as a condition of development. Why are we changing that? Why are we crossing off the word maintaining? Using proceeds, is that not going to happen anymore?
I don't know. Jamie?
Let me just read this. Oh. I think it's because from a maintenance perspective, I don't think you can use cash in lieu of parkland for operational requirements and maintenance requirements. Cash in lieu of parkland to be used for purchase of parkland. And lake access, you'd want to look at the legislation, but I don't think you could use cash in lieu of parkland specifically for an access point. Like, that's not what parkland is intended to in the Planning Act. So I think
Well,
the reason
we were told
was removed there and the maintaining, like maybe you could use it for purchasing land for adding to the access point, but I don't think you could use it for your capital maintenance costs associated with it. And I think it would be a stretch for purchasing land for the access point.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Lamb, our parkland dedication money, or the cash in lieu of parkland, is the monies that we've been splitting up to upgrade and using money out of those funds for boat launches and boat ramps in the park. I thought that's what we were going to use those monies for, was upgrades. I thought we were told we were allowed to do that.
Yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor.
If you're
Councillor Nash,
Just go ahead.
Yeah, no, we were told, and that's why we did it in our budget, that parkland fees can be used for improvement at boat launches because they're considered a recreational area. So that's what has been used in our budget for many of the waterfront areas. Not for cutting the grass, but for improvements, be it gravel or docks or, I don't know, anything else that we might be doing at landing, signages, anything like that. And I think what it was referring to in 1702 was it just supports maintaining. But we can, if it's out, it's out. I was just asking, but I think it's come to a bigger conversation.
Through you, Mr. Chair, when I read that, the maintaining, I don't think it has anything to do with maintenance. I think it, the way it reads, it speaks to maintaining using, i.e. continuing to use. And I think it's just a cleaner way of writing it to say that you can use it rather than maintaining using it. So I think we're talking about something that isn't the intended language in that section.
Okay. Are we able to just leave that? Anything else on this page? Okay, page 251 or 261, I'm not sure what it says here. Oh, 281, I think. Okay, anything on this page? Fairholme Lake, Limestone Lake, Lorimer Lake?
For Fairholme Lake, through you, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah,
We talk about at least 300 meters back in accordance with the lake capacity handbook. And I know recently there's been applications on other lakes. And again, based on the newer modeling, that there's 300 meters is no longer required because of new data that had come forward. So that isn't the case anymore. So I don't know why we're adding in 300 meters when it's not what's been done on other lake trout lakes because of the newer data and the phosphorus unloading that's been done. So I think we can just leave it exactly the way it had been instead of adding that, which is outdated because it's been outdated from reports we'd recently gotten on other lakes, if that makes sense. I'm sure others can remember that in the last year.
okay. Counselor Woods?
From what I remember, that's yeah, the 300 meters was done away with. I mean,
Okay.
if we look at when they used the Dillon model for the Lakeshore Capacity Assessment Handbook, it was the old science when it came to septics. And then we were all updated and told by John Jackson, and can't remember the environmental company that told us that the phosphorus, because of the type of soils that we have, are permanently bound within 1.2 meters is what I want to say I remember of a septic bed. I don't understand the 300 meters.
So I think the both of you want to leave it as is what I'm reading. 1704.1. Okay, anything else on this page?
Lorimer Lake.
Yeah.
It's a big one to me. Again, it talks about 300 meters and 150 meters of frontage. So I think, again, the 150 meters of frontage has come off. And again, the 300 meters should come off because, again, that's outdated. But more importantly for Lorimer Lake, I did send, and I think, Jamie, hopefully you got it, that I'd like to add a section into here right after that section, which says that Lorimer Lake is a put in and take out lake trout lake. That's based on the MNR. It is not a naturally occurring lake trout lake, but classified as a put in or put, grow, take out, I think is the wording, Jamie, that's in that documentation. And I think it's really important that we note that in the official plan if we're going to have lake-specific policies, that we talk to that this lake is a put in, take out lake trout lake for sport fishing. And I believe, Jamie, you have that information that was sent to you?
Yes, we have that.
Yeah. So could that
Okay.
be added in there, please? Is there support for that?
Counselor Woods?
The put, grow, take is what I was told the lake was.
Yeah. So would you be in support, Councillor Woods and Deputy Mayor, of that statement being added?
Well, Counselor Woods, are you in favor?
Yeah, I'd be okay with us saying what the lake actually is. Yeah.
Okay. It passes. What else?
And
Anything else on,
Deputy Mayor, what do you think of it?
well, I feel like we're gutting all these things and I feel like we're gutting them too much. So, but anyway, I go with the, you know, if the majority think something, that's what rules the day. So, but I
Okay,
think.
could I ask for a recorded vote on it, please?
are going to be pretty upset, and I think there are other lakes we go through this that are going to be pretty upset. I'm all
Could I
for
ask for a recorded
development.
vote on Lorimer Lake, Mr. Mayor, or Mr. Deputy Mayor, for this?
Well, don't interrupt me when I'm speaking, first of all, but secondly, what are you asking?
For a recorded vote, if we can add that. It sounds like you're not wanting to say yes or no to something that's being added and are giving it off to Councillor Woods and I each time. So I'm asking on the adding of something that the ministry has said, if we can have a recorded vote on if it can be added.
So is this on whether it's a put lake or put in lake? Or what am I voting on?
So we're adding to vote in a comment that Lorimer Lake is a put in take out lake for stocked for sport fishing, and Jamie, our planner, has that information that's been sent to him. So I'm voting
I'm
that that's
fine with
okay
that.
to be added.
I'm fine with that if it's true, and I assume it's true because you guys say it's true. But if it's, Jamie, can you check that out to make sure that's true?
Yeah, we can review that.
Yeah, okay. No, I'm okay with that. Okay, we're on page, where are we now?
281 through you, Deputy Mayor.
Oh, we're still back on 281. Okay, good.
Yeah, and I know, and thank you for that, by the way, your comment on the last one there. Just, I know these are really, these aren't easy decisions to be made here, and we only have 3 councillors total, and the mayor's away and Councillor Bray's away, so it's hard when you're trying to balance everything. I'm sure you understand that, but getting back
sure
to
do.
what, getting back to what we'd said is new dwelling shall be set back a minimum of 30 meters from the lake. Again, we've already said that it's 15 meters as per the OBC, but in our previous policy, it said 30 meters where possible. So again, that section doesn't need to be there because it's already in our official plan somewhere else that we're trying to aim for 30 where possible. So it doesn't need to be there. And then, so I don't know what we have, if people agree, if we already have it in wording in other spots that we'd like it at 30, if that .2 item can come out now.
So you wanted to read, just take it right out.
Just take it right out. Yep. Because it's just like any other lake, the setbacks.
Okay. Councillor Woods, you okay with that?
Yep, as long as we make sure that it's going to be referenced earlier in the document, right? Everybody
Yeah.
knows they go to whatever section and they read there and it's there.
Okay.
And
then where are we? Now on page 282? No, which is blank. Anything on, so that comes out. 283.
through you, Deputy Mayor, the first paragraph there, I think that can come out altogether, notwithstanding, and it mentions a section, limited development such as one new lot may be considered demonstrated through. So I think that can come out totally. I don't know. I think that can just come out. I'm not sure what others think. But again, this one's already said, if you need a lot so big, you're going to make sure you can have a septic or water. Your type B materials have to be used, and we talked about septic. This is just re-referring everything that's already been said in a different way and making it a little trickier. Like when it says, any undisturbed soil, that you need native and undisturbed soils to 3 meters on their lake for a septic system. So the only way I can put in a septic system is if I can dig a hole 10 feet deep on that lake. Why? What is the science that says this is what we need? Why are we putting it in? Just because the Lake Association asked for it to be there? I don't even understand why we're talking about these items when I don't even think, I can't get the rationale why that would have been put in.
Jamie, any comment?
Have you?
Is this because the Lake Association asked it?
It relates to the science associated with development on at-capacity lakes, but I think the comment that I'm hearing is include a general policy section that applies to all lakes, and if they are a lake trout lake that's at capacity for development, then these are the policies that would apply. The 300-meter piece, the soil depth piece, let's just put it in one section in the OP and it applies to everywhere. So I think that's what I'm hearing.
That's exactly it, Jamie. You've nailed you've nailed it on the head. Going back, I'll call it 2 pages because of the blank page, and I think this is the most important part. When I said about, and mind me for this, Deputy Mayor, when I'd said about going and adding the section about the put in and take out lake, it says Lorimer is managed as a lake trout lake, and the lake is being identified at capacity. So I'm going to ask for a little homework, Jamie. Can you tell us where it has been identified as an at capacity lake trout lake in the past? Because I can't find any data on it.
Yeah, we can take a look
It's
at
a
that.
put in, take out lake. So I think that needs to be taken out unless it's showing that it is an actual at capacity lake scientifically for a put in, take out lake trout lake, if that makes
Yeah, I
sense.
think that's fair.
And I
Okay.
know I'm not going to be I know through you, Mr. Mayor, or Deputy Mayor, I know people aren't going to like what we're doing here, but I think what we're trying to do, just so people understand, is let's treat all the lakes the same, where we can have simple policies, put them in one spot, like Jamie said. And I think everybody, but certainly all 3 of us at the meeting today, and the council members are away, would all say that we think the environment is important, done in a balanced approach for everything, and development is important when done in a balanced approach. And it's really hard, it is for me today, to be talking about this, because I know I won't be the most favorable person, but I think we're doing it and we'll have a better policy overall in the long run that works better for everybody. And we really need to look at the bigger picture. So sorry about that little rant, but thank you.
Okay, so having said that, what Jamie is going to do, I guess we can go on. We're saying 90 meters all over the place, and I think 15 meters for a septic, unless there's some area that is special that needs something special. And I guess as we go through 284, I guess we're on now. Like, what about anything on Wawashka? Sure has.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, just one last thing on Whitestone Lake. Again, you've talked about the 90 meters, so I think that 1792 can just come out. But right above that, it says development controls may be required to protect the quality of the water. And what's been crossed out is the water quality at Whitestone Lake is good, and council will take whatever measures are necessary and appropriate to protect it. So I don't know why we're saying the water quality is good and we want to keep it good, and instead it gets crossed off and we say we might put development controls in. From what I know, the water quality on Whitestone is good. Why are we taking it out? And why are we saying, well, we don't need to fix it if it gets bad? So either take out the last line that came in. Why is this going to be the only lake that has development controls may be required to protect the water quality when there isn't a water quality problem? And I think what's being referred to here is a couple algae blooms. I don't know everything about them, but I believe other members of council might know more about them. But the water quality is good. We can say it's good. If not, just take the last 2 sentences right out.
Councillor Nash, I had said under that area, leave as is 1709.1, because the water quality is good. We've done all kinds of tests yearly on the surface of the water, and we've done 3 years of testing on the bottom of the lake. So yeah, I suggest we leave it as is.
I think it's important for the property owners and people to visit that know that council will do things to make sure it stays good. I think that's an important statement.
Yeah, okay, so are you in agreement with the leaving it as is?
I am, if Councillor
Okay,
Woods is
Counselor
as well.
Woods, are you okay with that?
Yeah, I would definitely like to put that statement back in.
Okay, we're changing we're changing back 150 to 90. I had a question mark under, what's this, under 171003. The plan generally requires that any new waterfront lot be subject to. Why have we taken all this wording out in 1710.3? This is on Wawashkesh.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think it could be left the way it was, personally.
Yeah, why have we changed this, I guess, is the question.
The reason it was changed was that it now refers back to the lot creation policies that we went through in section 8.03 that talks about requirements for access. So we're trying not to duplicate in this section.
So if we're not trying to duplicate, Jamie, do we need that section there? Kind of what I've been saying for other lake-specific policies. Can we just take that whole section right out? If it's just the same as everywhere else, why don't we need to talk about it again? Could it just not come right out then?
Give me a second here. Like, sorry, we're talking about 1710.3 here?
Yeah,
Oh, it kind of provides some details and background about the lake at the start. So I don't see any issues with that. That's the first sentence.
But-
and then the
Yeah,
second
but then a bit of it could come
says
out.
if
just
you're-
hold on one.
second
Jamie,
sentence says if you're creating a new lot, you're subject to the policies in section 803 related to access. I don't know, like we can't
Yeah,
do what you guys want, but I don't think it harms
Yeah,
anything.
I don't think it's too much harm. I think there is harm in 1710.4, which talks about, you can only have it as a marina and that sort of thing. That's got to be changed back. We've been through
And
that.
I support you on that, Deputy Mayor, to put that back. And
So
I
that has
actually
to
have one
remain
other.
as it was, so.
So I just want to make sure we're all clear, and I'm happy to change it back, but is that if we change 1710.4 to the way it is, is that it no longer recognizes, well, the policy then says the municipality will support the continued operation of these marinas and the important service they provide. So if for example, these folks come in and say, we don't want to operate these as marinas anymore, we'd like to convert this to a residential use, for example, or 3 waterfront lots, there's not a whole lot you've got in your plan to stop them from doing that. And is that what council wants? If that is what council wants, then let's leave it how it is. The approach was that the approach in this draft was that it's a similar approach to what we see in the District of Muskoka's official plan and OPs around cottage country, is that they're recognizing that marina properties are vital to providing access for shoreline residential lots, and that it's vital that they be protected and continue to provide access for shoreline residential lots. It's not to say that, and that the overall function of these marinas be maintained. So I guess what I want to understand from council is council Does council want the function of these marinas to, and their ability to provide access to waterfront properties to be maintained in the long term? Or they could go either way on it. I guess I just need to understand that, and then I can look at drafting policies based on what council's direction is on that.
If I might, through you, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Jamie, for that. I think the other side of that is you have private business owners that wouldn't be happy with saying, we, the municipality, are going to tell you what your property can and can't be done as, even though it says something different right now. And what you could get is somebody like Marina X saying in the next 6 months, we're going to turn into residential now and you can't stop us. Ha ha ha. Have fun with it. And we're just poking a bear. They can go and change the uses now and we could do nothing. And if I was them, that's probably what I'd do. So why are we poking a bear? Why not leave it the way it is and allow these people to do what they want to do on their property? And these marinas will probably be there for decades and generations to come unless we poke that bear, and then they might not be tomorrow. So I would say put it back to the way we had it. And I think we as a municipality can do a better job of, like, if we look at these marinas on this lake, we do have 2 public access points, right? We should do better of having better access points, putting more money into our access points, expanding upon our access points, not relying on private marinas to do it for us as a municipality. And there's enough land in our municipality, unlike Muskoka, that we can very easily do that now in the future, or working with M&R should we need to or want to. So with that, I'd say leave it the way we had it, not the way it is.
Councillor Woods?
I tend to agree with Councillor Nash on this one. I mean, I don't think any of our marina operators are in any rush to close. All the marina operators that I've talked to, they enjoy the family business. They enjoy serving the community. But I don't think if you tell them that they're not allowed to change their mind, maybe 20 years from now, 30 years from now, people are getting older and maybe their kids don't want anything to do with it, but still want to stay on the lake. I don't think we should be telling them they're not allowed to change. We're going to allow people to come forth and try and change their zoning on any properties around here. But if you're a marina operator, no, you're going to have to stay a marina in order to service us, rather than the municipality upgrading or maintaining or looking for new access points on the lakes.
And we've had a lot of input from marina owners, obviously, on this, and I support what Councillor Nash and Councillor Wood says on this. I don't think any are going to pack up and turn them into residential. But at one point, when they were created as marinas, they had a set of conditions of what they could put there and not put there, and I think that should continue. And I think if we go back and say you can only be a marina, is very restrictive. And I think this council believes in strong property rights, as is obvious. So I think you've got your answer, Jamie.
Okay, we'll make that change. I just wanted to, just one last point, is the whole concept that we'd propose, which is obviously getting changed as a result of this review today, was that the concept was protect existing marina properties because of the vital access they provide and the service they provide, and then restrict other commercial uses from it being established, or other properties from being zoned and permitted to establish new marinas through restricting tourist commercial uses on the water, which would then basically mean that those existing marina properties are the only game in town. So it would preserve their ability to operate without competition from outside sources, potentially. That was the intent of the policy framework we designed. But what's being considered by council now is that what it may play out, it may stay the way it's been for the last 50 years or 100 years. It may stay like that in perpetuity. But what could also happen is these marinas would have the ability to potentially make applications to change land use. And it also provides the opportunity for other residential properties currently to come in and apply to rezone and create a marina on those properties. So it does open up the opportunity for potential land use conflict in the future. I just want to raise that point. That's what we were trying to avoid with the policy framework we were recommending in the first draft. But if it's completely up to council on how they want to go on this. I just wanted to make that point clear.
Okay, thank you. I think council has made it clear.
Understand.
Okay. And now we're on page,
Sorry, Deputy Mayor.
yeah, go ahead.
Going back on that page, 1710-2. It talks about the water quality of the South basins and stuff, which I don't have a problem with. But again, it talks about 100 meters, and we're saying, I think it was 90 everywhere. So I think the reference to the width of the lots can just come out of there, Jamie, when it's updated. You can leave some of the part in 1710. But I think when it talks about the size of the lot and the frontage, that can come off that portion of it, if it makes sense, where we've gone with others today, referencing the same stuff, making it consistent throughout.
Councillor Woods, how do you feel about that?
Okay.
100 meters of frontage and 0.6 acres of lot area. Is that what you're referring to,
Yeah.
Councillor?
Yeah, I think that's what Councillor Nash is suggesting. Come out. Or
That's
therefore it would
exactly
be
it.
90 meters and I guess my feeling on it is there were probably good reasons to make it 100 meters and 0.6 hectares. The mayor isn't here to defend that, but so I'm reluctant to change that, at least at this point.
And I think 0.6 hectares is just our minimum lot standard in our bylaw already. That's all it is. So it's just referencing what we already have.
Okay, so that's no change, but what you're suggesting is the 100 meters become 90 meters, is that it?
Yeah, just like we're doing for every other lake. And we all know that based on the lake capacity handbook, that you can have up to 2,500 lots on that lake before there's a capacity issue. So why it went to 100? You know, it's in the Dillon model paperwork that we all have. So treat this lake the same as any other lake.
Okay,
If not, we get
Councillor
back
Woods,
into
are you in agreement to that?
Yeah, so it will be the 100 meters to 90 meters on Wawash Cut?
Yeah, well, it would be taken out, is what Councillor Nash is saying. Yeah, it would,
Yeah,
in that
what
sense, it's 90 meters, yes.
What I'm suggesting, Councillor Woods, is to take out that reference so it's the same as all the other lakes. We don't need to reference it on any lake-specific policy because it's just being referenced in our official plan that Jamie said he'd work on to just make some general policies for all lakes.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'd be okay with that. As long as we have a clear document that everybody can read easy enough, find the information, and we got rules that are easy to understand.
Okay, can we move on to page 285, please?
So just so I'm clear, are we making that change there?
Yeah, to 90, or either take it out or make it 90. 285. Anything
Through
there?
you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I have a couple here. So it's something I've spoken to a lot, and I'm not sure why I've always been shot down with it every time I've brought it up. But I understand, again, here's one of the items where I'd say, here's a good reason to have a lake-specific policy. 1710.7 speaks about the Atlantic coastal flora and fauna and how important it is and how rare it is in this area. And anytime I've brought up somebody's buying their shore road allowance, or there's a development application in, and I say, well, shouldn't we have a environmental impact study done on how it could affect this flora and fauna? I've been shot down by council, which I still to this day don't understand. So if we're not going to care about the special flora and fauna when somebody's buying the land or doing work on the property or creating a lot, why do we have it there? So I'd either say we've stricken it totally out, or what I'd like to see is add that if the shore allowance is being sold on Mawashkesh, or if there is lot creation on Mawashkesh, there will be a study on how it is impacted by the flora and fauna will be done. So either take it totally out or say there will be a study done, period. I just need to know what others would like to do there. I'm fine going either way. I just don't think we need it there if we're not going to push for anything to be done.
Okay, I note that Councillor Bray is now on the line. So Councillor Bray, for your information, we're going through the second version of the, in your documents of the official plan, and we're on page 285.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, other councillors' comments on what Councillor Nash said about requiring a study?
I personally, Deputy Mayor Lamb, I'm not against studies.
Okay, so you're saying yes to Councillor Nash's suggestion?
Yeah, I think when it comes to, I mean, I've said it a few times now, I might sound like a broken record, but when it comes to us getting information about how we can protect our shorelines, which ultimately we know are helping our lakes and our water quality and our fisheries, I'm not against somebody having to spend some money to get a study to give us as much data as possible to make sure that we can protect our environment, whatever way we can.
Okay. Councillor Bray, any comment on this?
Yeah, I'm fine with us going ahead with making sure that we're protecting the shoreline.
Okay, so that gets changed. We add that in. That they will require a study.
They will require a study.
And I feel like my mute button's being broken today for how much I've spoken. So, can I bring up the next item, Deputy Mayor? Do you mind?
What's your next?
Thank you. It's the next item right below it again. I'm only saying to remove it because we've already addressed it in the other areas of the plan, that EIS studies, environmental impact studies, will have to be done for pretty much anybody doing anything on any parcel of land anywhere. So we don't need to have it here. It's just a repeat. And Jamie's going to speak to that when he does his policy update, right? So.
Okay, anything else on this page?
Through you again, Deputy Mayor, Labrash Lake. Again, we talk about 150 Miskaway. It talks about the 300 meters as a trout lake, but again, that's just going to be referred back to the official plan where it talks about lake trout lakes in general, right? So again, doing the same as what we've done for the other lake trout lakes, about the 300 meters, it'll be found in the one spot for all the lakes, right? I believe, Jamie, that's what you said you could do?
Yep.
Correct.
Anything else? Labrash, nothing? Okay.
For Labrash, it was just the frontage through you, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, the frontage is not 150, it's 90.
And I don't
Was
think there's
that
much development
150
on the lake.
meters in the past?
That's what I don't know. That's what it said, but I don't know how it got to that.
Okay, what about page 286?
Oh, sorry. Do you mind if we go back to Washkesh lake-specific policy.
Okay,
Sorry, I totally forgot. I had a note where it said draft here. I'd like to see an item added to it after the last item. And what I'd like added there is there's been so much talk in specific about Lake Wawashkesh and capacity levels and flood levels. And I think it's great that Councillor Bray, you weren't here for it, but the flood elevation for septic is going to be spoken to in the official plan somewhere else, so everybody knows what that septic elevation needs to be, which I think is great that we're covering that. But likewise, whenever there's a plan that's come forward since I've been on council, and well before I was on council when I used to listen, is the lake at capacity? How many lots can be done? If we add one more lot, the water quality might be undermined. I was recently as was the majority of council at the Lake Association's meeting, and they spoke about how good the water quality was on Lake Wawashkesh and how it is good and it's remained consistent over a number of years, which is great to hear. But what I'd like to put in here is we did have, especially during the Keene subdivision that went through, a lot of reports done. And I think some of that information can be put into this lake-specific policy for Wawashkesh. And what that was is, based on the Dillon modeling, which is the lake capacity handbook, there was a section there, and I believe I've sent those to our planners, so he has them. Or they have them, not he. And it speaks to how many lots can be added in the upper and lower basin before the phosphorus is increased that would have an impact on water quality based on the lake capacity handbook, which they want to reference in here from past official plans. So I'd ask Jamie if the numbers of lots based on the Dillon model, which is part of the lake capacity handbook, be included as a lake-specific policy here that says, based on that modeling, this is how many lots you can have on the upper and lower basin. And I'd be happy to re-forward you that Dillon modeling presentation that we received from the past planner, John Jackson. Because I think that'll help everybody understand the size of that lake and what can be done there. From a water quality, this isn't a carrying capacity, this is a water quality Dillon model review. So would I have support of having that added in as an item here from council?
okay, others? What do you think of that? Not gonna comment? Okay,
Deputy Mayor, I think I probably would have to have a look at it because I can't really process that quickly to know what it will say and what it will be. So I think we need to look at it and
Yeah,
see what he's really talking about.
I don't think anywhere else in the plan we speak to how many lots are on any lake or whatever, and I'd like to keep it flexible, so I don't suggest we put it in as my feeling, but we can always put it in at this item at a subsequent, again, this isn't the end of the day. It can be put in later once we, and quite frankly, I feel like Mayor Comrie isn't here and we should be hearing from him on something like this, but that's my feeling, but if people want it in, it'll be in. So I've heard from Councillor Nash. I think you're reluctant, Councillor Bray. Councillor Woods.
I was just trying to go back on my phone here and look at the Dillon modeling, to be honest with you. I do have it. I know we have been presented with it in the past, and it is what makes up the Lakeshore Capacity Assessment Handbook, the numbers that are in here.
Like everyone knows that Wawashkesh has a lot of ability to absorb new lots. And I
Yep.
don't know during the term of this official plan that's saying it's limited to, 150 here or 1,100 there, or whatever is gonna fly correctly. So anyway, so I don't know. Let's vote. Is Councillor Nash's amendment to add lots in the north and south basin go or no go? I'm a no go. Councillor Nash is obviously a go. So the other two, you're going to decide.
I'd say no.
So it doesn't matter what Councillor Wood says because it's
Yep.
defeat. So
I was just gonna say that even if I said yes, it would be a no anyway, so I guess it would be a no. But
that-
I think we should all retake a look at that again because it is a very important piece of literature that we have in our toolbox, right?
certainly Councillor Nash can bring that back at a future meeting because this isn't a done deal today. So, okay, now we're on page, hopefully we're going on to what, 286? Okay, anything on 286? Okay, let's move on. 287. I only got 18 pages left. Anything on 287? Anything on 288? Anything on 289? Don't stop me. Anything on 290? Anything on 291? Boy, I wish we'd gone like this all day. Although the discussion has been interesting and fruitful, I think. 292, anything there? Okay. 293, I got something under 2106. I can't read my own writing here. Anyway, anyone else have anything on 293? Okay. 294. Is Councillor Nash still on the line and we can hear him? Okay,
I
good.
am. Thank you for.
Okay,
And I
thank
was just
you.
going to say, Councillor Bray, you should have come in a lot earlier today because these pages are going a lot faster.
Existing development application number. Yeah.
But I will say,
295, anything there? 296, anything there? 297, and boy, we're moving along. 298. Again,
Now
it
I have a
says in
comment.
2115-1, it says the township, it should be the municipality. 2116.1, it says the township, it should be municipality. So we're on 298. Any comments?
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I had also circled townships. I already got that, but maybe I don't need a long discussion on it right now, but if it can come back, I just see here pre-consultation and complete application. So I think what we're talking about here is for some planning items, but as we know, we're not the planning authority. It's the planning board. And we're saying these are all the things that we might want, but it's the planning board that makes a decision. And when I read this, I look at really, we're going to make people do all these things possibly. I just look at this and say, tree preservation, wind study, flooding erosion slope, D4 landfill study, traffic impact study. And I get that we might need these for certain very specific policies, Jamie, but I think maybe if it can just be written a little clearer at the beginning as to when some of these may be needed. This isn't a normal consent application or a normal thing. Because I think when people see that, it could really scare them, especially the part on the next page where it says all these costs are your own if we need these things. So I think if it can just be spelt out a little bit different there to put some people at ease, but also on the other side, for people to understand that we may be asking for this. Does that make sense, Jamie, what I'm suggesting there?
Yes, I understand.
You said yes, so I think that's fair. Okay, what about 299? Anything there? What about 300? Boy,
Oh.
maybe it's Janice, it's you joining us that's changed this. I don't know, but thank you. Second cottages, I had something on 301. I said meaning. Can you explain that to us, this whole section second? Jamie, please.
Let me just go down. Okay. So that's,
It's the
okay.
policy of the plan to permit one additional cottage and accessory buildings where the parcel would otherwise be eligible for severance and the additional buildings are located in conformity with all other provisions of the plan and the zoning bylaw, as if the lots were separated.
So this goes back to the discussion we had about additional dwelling units. So the idea was that you allow additional dwelling unit. This is from your current plan, by the way, right? This
Yeah.
concept. So the idea is that you'd continue to allow these second cottages on larger properties that could have that are large enough to be severed, and that the buildings be sited in accordance with that they could be severed and would have appropriate setback distances from potentially lot lines. So you could have two cottages on those large properties, but then recognizing that the whole additional dwelling unit piece is not on waterfront properties. So that's the background there.
So I know they can have a granny suite, and I always thought that on a lot, you couldn't have a second kitchen. Like you couldn't have a unit with a second kitchen.
This
Is that-
OP policy allows for that and has allowed for it. through the
Our
OP.
official plan is always allowed?
Well, I don't know always, but your previous official plan has allowed for that, yes.
Gee,
You-
we've set people down on a lot. Well, okay. Where there's a lot that isn't big enough to accommodate if they severed it, people have been shut down from having, so that's still in effect, right?
Yeah, this policy says you can do it. Like, let's say the minimum lot size is, well, for sake of an argument, it's 2 hectares.
Yeah,
So let's say minimum lot size is 1 hectare, you got a 2 hectare lot.
yes, okay.
You could put 2 cottages on that, one on hectare, and let's say the lot frontage is 200 meters and you're required 100 meters of frontage. You could put 1 cottage in the first 100 meters, 1 cottage beside it on the second. And then because at some point in time, you could sever that property in half and they would both still comply with the zoning bylaw. This section would allow you to do that. You'd have to rezone likely to get the zoning to permit them.
But if your lot isn't that big, you can't build a second building or have more likely a garage.
No,
with
you'd have to
grandpa
do an
living out
OPA.
back, right, except for a garden suite. I
You'd
guess.
have to do an OPA, yes.
Okay, thank you. Anything else on page 301 that anyone has? Okay, 302. Anything there?
Sorry, I tried to unmute sorry, Deputy Mayor, I tried to unmute myself. 2210, derelict vehicles.
Yeah,
The city may enact bylaws to control derelict motor vehicles. I'd like to add a section that speaks to the same thing about derelict boats. And in our West Committee, it was talked about derelict docks that might be floating around. So I don't know, Jamie, if you can think about those two, that it's not just derelict vehicles. We sometimes, because we're on the waterfront, have derelict boats, but also derelict docks that are, just rotting away. So if that can be thought of and brought back, I don't know what the wording would be. That's what I had written next to derelict vehicles.
Okay, we'll take it back.
okay. Page 302, anything there? Page 303. Anything here?
Through you, Chair.
Yes,
I was just wondering, I know you crossed off glossary for interpretation points only. I'm just understanding
where's this
that's
on the
been
page?
glossary, it says, for interpretation purposes only. It's about just below 2214. And agricultural use was crossed off. I'm just wondering, I noticed you took out a few definitions throughout. It was just an easier way to read the plan, Jamie.
Review in here.
You're on page 303?
At 303, right below, it says narrow water bodies, 2214.1, and then
Oh,
my
okay.
version says
Yeah, I got to that.
glossary and agricultural use. And I'm just, if it was in the wrong spot, I was a little confused by when I was going through it.
Yeah, I don't know what happened with the track changes there, but what we did, we had proposed just to remove the glossary altogether. And so that narrow water body section follows underneath that agricultural use thing, reference, sorry. And then if you go to the very end of the plan, you'll see the rest of the glossaries crossed out on page 307.
Okay, I think that makes sense. Thanks, Jamie.
304, anything on that page?
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, I still had something. I was waiting to see if anybody else said anything. 2214.4. And
Yes.
it says narrow development in narrow water bodies. But again, as we've done throughout other areas, I think it should be new development in new development or site alterations, as we've done for other spots. We've added the word site alterations as well.
Is that appropriate, James?
Sure.
Okay, anyone have a problem with
And-
that? Okay, that's in. Are you finished with
And
303?
it says, I'm not quite sure why 2214.5 is there.
Jamie?
Sorry, what did you say? You're not sure it's fair?
2214.5, properties
No,
and
what?
water
No,
bodies.
not that it's
Water
fair.
body.
Why it's there, Jamie? Sorry, not
Oh,
like
why
if
it's
we
there.
need it. Yeah, do we need that there? That was all. Like when I spoke earlier and said, are we talking narrow water bodies or are we talking, Councillor Wood said something about a river, and then I'd said something about, well, you have bays and inlets on all the lakes, and I think we got to be careful on the way we're wording these things. That's why I'm saying, does that need to be there? Is it an overall water body? Is it the river? Is it an inlet? Is it a bay in a lake, right? I think it just needs to be careful the way it's worded. So I have it scratched out myself.
So typically it's anywhere where what's it say, where the width of the channel or water body is less than 100 meters. So anywhere where you have that situation, these are the parameters that would apply. The idea is
And
that there may be some limitations needed for two reasons. One is from a safety perspective, from navigation, you may need to reduce the number of docks or limit the length of docks in those areas. The second could be that from a character perspective, because you're closer to the cottages that are across the lake, for example, than when you're on a larger lake, you may want larger lot sizes and larger lot areas to reduce the overall, well, you say quote unquote, density of development in an area to ensure that that balance between natural environment and built form is maintained in a sort of larger area. That's why some municipalities enact these narrow water body policies. That's the basis for them.
Thank you, Jamie. I
And-
appreciate
and
that.
we've- Yeah, okay, we've used that in the past. I'm thinking of the Tim Stiles through the Narrows, or what I call the Narrows down towards my place, where we said you can only put a dock here, there, whatever, because it's very narrow. So someone, that sort of thing. So we've used it a bit in the past. So. Okay, anything else on 303? Anything else on 304?
Oh, I'm still on 303, Deputy Mayor.
Okay.
The waterfront landings, I have no through the whole thing, but the reason I have no is I think it's really restrictive for people. So I'm just wondering what others think of that when you really read every word on these and what the requirements are. Like if I go to the next page, E, a stormwater management pond to outline how stormwater will be done for a waterfront landing area. Like what are we doing? We're trying to promote growth and then we're going to bury them in red tape. I don't get it. I'd like to get everybody's take on waterfront landing right from 2215-1 through to H on the next page and ask ourselves, why are we doing this? Why are we stopping people? We've said this throughout the whole meeting today, and I don't even know why we have this section in here. I don't even think it needs to be there, but I'll wait to see other people's
Jamie, I'll put it
discussion
to
on it.
you to explain this section first. Who asked for this, I guess?
Yeah, I'm just gonna give me a second here. So what this section would permit is it does permit what a waterfront landing is that's a location where people may park their boat on a mainland property to access their waterfront, to access their water access only property. So the purpose behind these policies is that zoning wouldn't, in the zoning, you got to think about the zoning bylaws. So the zoning bylaw doesn't and wouldn't permit waterfront landings as of right. There'd have to be a rezoning undertaken to establish a waterfront landing. That's the theory here. So shoreline property, shoreline residential, you can have your cottages, but if you want to have a waterfront landing where people come and go from on their boat, you got to rezone to allow for that to happen. So the idea is that in the OP, we want to set some parameters or some guidelines for council to evaluate the appropriateness of an application for a waterfront landing. And that's what these criteria, for lack of a better word, are intended to do, or policies are intended to do, is to provide requirements that must be met in order to get a rezoning to establish a waterfront landing. The notion behind it, or the land use planning reason behind it, is to ensure like we come back to the reason why, is to ensure compatibility between land uses. So ensuring that waterfront landing is compatible with the adjacent residential land uses. And if it can't be compatible, then maybe it shouldn't be there.
So we say earlier on that in order to have a water access lot that you need dedicated parking on shore. So if I go to some cottager and say, will you give me permission to use your dock and traverse in and out through your property, they'd have to go through something to establish that. Is that a waterfront landing then? And when they have to go through all this?
Yeah, if they were proposing that on their cottage property, then they'd basically be trying to establish a secondary use on their cottage property. In addition to their residential use, they'd also be trying to establish a secondary use being a waterfront landing, and they'd be subject to meeting all these requirements.
So if I wanted to take a back lot in my neighborhood and say, you can come across my property to use my dock, and I want to legitimize that through whatever legal means so that would now be, I'd have to go through all this?
Yep.
Okay, I want it out. That's where I vote for, so, because I think that is too restrictive for, you'd have to go through all this stuff to do that. And I think it's putting a lot of red tape in front of people, so. Not that I want one coming across my property, by the way, I'm going to the lake, so. Anyway, that's my vote. Councillor Nash thinks it should be out. What about? Well, I guess the other two don't really matter. Well, it does matter. It does matter, because they could tie and it's defeated, so. Anyway, what say you, Councillor Bray Nash?
I'm sorry. I did look at this and wondered about it, and I wanted to just check. So you were talking about private property, is that correct?
Yeah, it would apply if you had a vacant lot
Yeah.
and you wanted to establish a waterfront landing. It'd also apply if you had a developed property and you wanted to establish a waterfront landing. The idea is that if I have a cottage next door to somebody that wants to establish parking for 4, 6, 8 cottagers, is that something I want on the cottage property next to me? And should they be put through a process to establish that? Should you get to comment on that as a neighbor? That's the theory.
And in some ways, I think that is important in a way. Maybe there's a lot of things in here that we could look at taking out, but I do think it's important that people get to, I mean, if it was one person needing a spot to park their car and their boat and didn't change the number of docks, but like if you're adding docks and you're adding parking spaces and I think we should hear from other people as to whether, what that would be like. The stormwater management, I'm not sure about, but again, I think that probably, I guess if they're paving an area and it ends up that all that water comes shooting down into the lake, that might be an issue. I think that the other area might be the how big a lot it is and how big a space it is, so that doesn't really affect other people. And if it doesn't affect other people, I don't think I don't think we should say you can't have these, but I think that there needs to be some kind of oversight. But that's just.
Okay. Councillor Woods.
If I had a waterfront lot, say 5 acres for argument's sake, and I let my neighbor who's across the lake that didn't have a deeded access point, that has been using the municipal landing to get into the lake so that they can get to their property, am I right now allowed to tell them, you know what, you want to come down my place, you can take your boat down, you can throw it in out front of my place, and you can go access your property that way? Am I allowed to do that now?
No, is what I heard.
I'm not allowed to give somebody an
No.
agreement to cross my property to get to the lake?
No.
And see, one person, sorry, Councillor.
Well, but where is that written? Because that's not what I was told.
Where is it written? It's not written that you can't, it's written. Zoning is written in a permissive language. So unless that's specifically defined as a permitted use, it's prohibited. So the permitted uses on those residential properties are dwelling units.
So as a condition of someone getting a consent application, then the municipality has told somebody that they're allowed to do this and actually kind of force them to do it as part of their consent. How did that happen?
There's a number of things that they could do to provide access, and one option is to get deeded access from somebody else. And that could force that person into a zoning amendment to create that deeded access, or to allow for that deeded access from a zoning perspective.
Deputy,
Have we ever
Mayor?
had a problem, Paula, that you can remember regarding this? Yeah, yeah. Okay, so what are we doing?
I think Janice is trying to say something, Deputy Mayor
Yeah.
Lamb.
Counselor Bray, sorry.
Yeah, so Jamie, you're saying that if I just wanted to let my neighbor use my property, I can't?
Yes.
Okay, so I think there's the problem,
Well,
because I
that's a
think,
big problem. If the neighbor next door comes to me and says, can I jump off your dock this afternoon? I have to say no.
No, that's not what I said.
but I can't let them park in my driveway, and I can't let them park their boat at my dock if I have lots of space and it's not adding anymore.
You can't legally change something to do that.
Yeah,
I think
legally
is
you
what
can't do
James
that.
is saying.
I can't
Like-
legally change.
That you need to go through, a bunch of regulations in order to do that. I can never remember this coming up, but I guess the
If you
question
don't-
is,
if
do
you
we
don't
want?
it, if
do-
you don't want it, take it out. It's just, it's a
Yeah,
common policy.
that's
that
my
we
question.
find.
Do we want it in or out? So,
Deputy Mayor Lamb, I would say a little bit too restrictive and classic, gatekeeping fashion, so get rid of it. That's
okay,
my,
it's out.
And
Water-
I'd agree.
Yeah, you agree? Yeah, okay, thanks. Councilor Bray agrees. So, okay, that takes us to page 305. Anything on this? Whole bunch about lighting and telecommunication facilities and anything on 305? Okay, hearing nothing. 306, anything on this? It's important, yeah, short-term rentals are in here. It's important. We're working towards a short-term rental bylaw. I think it's like the slow boat to China, but anyway.
Deputy Mayor
anything-
Lamb, I think we might
Yep.
have missed Councillor Nash again.
Well, he's got to speak up.
I
What-
don't see him on the screen, which is all I'm saying.
Oh, we lost him again.
Yes, I think he's dropped the call.
Okay. Well, give him a second to call back in, I guess.
I am back, Deputy Mayor.
Okay.
I just didn't hear how the last vote
Well,
went
it
there.
came out.
Oh, okay.
Waterfront landings came out. For now, we're on page 305. Anything there? Okay, 306, anything there? Okay. 307, anything here?
Through you, Deputy Mayor.
Yes?
It's something I'd spoken to a little bit earlier. Right here, we have municipal road standards. And we also, on the next page, I'll kind of speak to them all at once, if you don't mind. But we also have cottage road standards and seasonal road standards. And that's what I was saying earlier. This can be referenced earlier in the OP that this is here. I think will be of importance because it does come up from time to time on different applications and people want to know where it is. So I think it's important that it's here. But on the second page, I'll call it 3. On the second page, it says cottage road standards. The one thing I think that's there that shouldn't be is surface treatment for a cottage road says tar and chip. And I think that's asking a lot. Personally, from my experience in the industry of gravel or trails and stuff and roads, tar and chip is a very costly maintenance item to do in the long term. And all tar and chip is a very thin layer, as we all know, of tar mixed with some screening on top of the gravel. And I think it should just be a cottage road, just needs to be gravel and not tar and chip. With that said, I don't know what others think about tar and chip. And then I have two other items for the roads after that, but what others think about having a cottage road just as gravel and not tar and chip as it says now.
Why can't we get rid of and just say cottage/seasonal road? They're practically the same anyway, and take out the tar and chip. Take
I
out
think
tar
that
and
would
chip,
work.
and then combine the. I'm still not sure what the difference between a cottage road and a seasonal road is, but anyway.
The only difference in the plan was the tar and chip, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, I'm still not sure what cottage road and seasonal road, how they differ. But anyway, I'm for making one standard, which is take the tar and chip out. Granular is fine. And we combine them to say whatever cottage/seasonal road standard or whatever. Is that a doable thing, Jamie?
Yep.
Is anyone in disagreement to that?
Councillor
Councillor Bray?
Deputy Mayor Lamb, I just have a question to ask about the year-round standards, and we have tar and chip in there. Are all of our year-round roads that? Are they all tar and chip?
Through
Certainly
you, Deputy Mayor, I can answer that for Councillor Bray. They are not. Halls Road, Lakewood Watchcatch, many roads are not tar and chip that are all year maintained.
Yeah. So we might want to look at taking, if we're taking it out of one, we might, or the other two, we might take it out of that one as well, because.
Make that granular too.
And then the cottage roads, are they the private roads?
Well, I think that's the problem with the definition. I only know, of maintained roads and unmaintained roads and private roads, right?
That's what I was gonna say, and I'm not sure why we're identifying cottage roads. I just want to ask about that.
How about we'll take this back as an item and come back with a recommendation once we've talked to Public Works. No sense us, I think, beating this around the council.
There are municipally owned roads that some of them are assumed and others are unassumed, right? And there's private roads. And I think that's all that I know of, but anyway. Okay, you can take that back and come back with something on that. I think you're hearing that. I think we ought to make it all granular. And we should combine the cottage and the seasonal roads, or have a different definition for them. Okay. Hey, that finishes it. Wow. When are we at curfew? There you go. 5:30. So I need a motion to. Just hold on here. Let me go back to this other binder. Okay, so we have some business matters, other business matters to consider, three of them. And then the rest is before we go to a closed session. So I need something to curfew, please. Okay, that the council extends the curfew by what? 1 hour should wrap it all up, I would think. Anyone disagree with that?
No.
Okay, I need it.
I'll move.
Yeah, till 7.
I can second that, Councillor Nash.
Okay, Councillor Bray, Councillor Nash, all those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Okay, that's good. Okay, so let's go now to business matters. 11.2 is in support of the rail safety.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we should be making a resolution or a motion regarding the official plan review and whether we're to submit it or
Oh, okay. Do you
not
have
submit
that
it.
motion?
Well, we have two proposed. One was to submit as is, and
No,
one was to
that ain't
submit
gonna-
as amended.
That's not gonna
And you
work,
you
so-
may want to consider a third, which would be to bring it back one more time before you submit it. So I'll leave that to
Yeah.
your discretion.
So I need a mover and seconder for the following. 1.2 official plan review, staff report from MHBC planners dated August the 19th, 2025, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information the report associated with the official plan review dated August 19th, 2025, and that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone directs staff and planning staff to submit draft 1.2 of the official plan to the Ministry of Housing or Municipal Affairs and Housing for the purpose of completing the 90-day review period of the draft official plan. I think we have to say that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information, and that the Council of the Municipality directs staff and planning staff to amend the plan and bring it back to council on September the 16th. Is that the date? September.
Our suggestion would be not to put a date on it and just have
Okay,
it
bring
at
it
the-
back.
at the first available opportunity.
Okay, bring it back to council. Bring it back to council, I guess it is, okay? So I need a mover and seconder for that, so do I need to repeat it? It's not
I
going to the
can move.
municipal affairs, it's just going to be brought back to us.
I can move Councillor Nash.
Okay, Councillor Nash, yep. Who's seconder?
I can second, Mr. Mayor, or Deputy Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Woods, any discussion? Janice, we've
could,
made
please.
so many changes in it, just for your information, that it's only fair that it, get amended as we discussed and come back, hopefully at a month from now. And we can look at it at that point and then submit it after that, so. Okay, all those in favor?
Oh, sorry, through you, Deputy Mayor, I do have one quick comment.
Yeah,
It was just, I know today's been a very long meeting, and we've had to push off some regular business. I'm sure when we re-go through the draft a second time, we won't take as long, but knowing that Councillor Gray and the mayor had to step out early, I might suggest that when we do bring it back, that maybe it be done through a special council meeting that could be done one afternoon or one evening or one day, whatever it might be, so that we can still get other items of business done on the September agenda if needed. That was all.
yeah, I think staff will note that. I agree with you. Maybe it just is a short meeting and Jamie could come in by Zoom or something, and because we have put off, we knew this official plan would take so long, we have put off some other business for this month. So it's pretty critical that in September we get to some things, right? Okay. 11.2, do I have a motion for that? This is for the CN Rail Safety Week.
I think we have to vote on this past motion, Mr.
Oh, I thought we did. Everyone had their hand up and stuff. Yeah, Councillor Bray, you have to say yes.
Yes.
Councillor Woods, yes. Councillor Nash, yes. Okay, that passes. Okay, I need a mover and seconder for the following motion, 11.2. CN request for support of Rail Safety Week, September 15th to 21st, 2025. Whereas Rail Safety Week is to be held across Canada from September 15th to 2025.
Raining in Pittsburgh tonight?
And turn your mic off. Whereas 264 railway crossing and trespassing incidents have occurred in Canada in 2024, resulting in 68 avoidable fatalities and 58 avoidable serious injuries. Whereas educating and informing the public about rail safety, in brackets, reminding the public that railway rights-of-way are private property, enhancing public awareness of the dangers associated with highway rail grade crossings, and ensuring pedestrians and motorists are looking and listening well near railways and obeying established traffic laws will reduce the number of avoidable fatalities and injuries caused by incidents involving trains and citizens. And whereas Operational Lifesaver is a public-private partnership whose aim is to work with the public, rail industry, governments, and police services, media, and others to raise all rail safety awareness. And whereas CN and Operation Lifesaver have requested Council adopt this resolution in support of ongoing efforts to raise awareness, save lives, and prevent injuries in communities, including the municipality of Whitestone. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone support National Rail Safety Week to be held from September 15th to 21st, 2025. A mover and seconder, please.
I can move, Councillor Nash.
I could second.
Councillor Bray seconds. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Mr.
Sorry,
Mr. Deputy
discussion.
Mayor,
Councillor Bray, yeah.
the only thing I would say is, I'm not sure whether we've received any public announcements or things like that to go with this, but I'm pretty sure there's something online. If staff could look it up so it could be put on our website and our social media, just to continue to advance this forward so that people are well aware. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Councillor Bray, yes.
That's carried. Thank you. Okay. I need a mover and seconder for 11.3. Yeah. For the following, 11.3, road grant application process update that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information, the memorandum from Treasurer/Tax Collector Jessica Sinkowski dated August 19th, 2025. I need a mover and seconder.
I'll move.
Councillor Woods moves, seconder.
I can second, Councillor Nash.
Councillor Nash seconds. I think I should punt it over to Jessica. Are you still on there, Jessica?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you.
Okay.
Through the chair, the road grant policy was amended earlier this year to allow projects to be funded either in the current year or applied to work planned for a future year. And while the policy requires applications by September 30th and receipts by December 31st, in past years, funds were often released in advance before the receipts were provided. Going forward, staff choose to release the grant funds once receipts have been received confirming the work has been completed. And where projects are deferred to a future year, the grant amount will be held in a dedicated reserve and released upon submission of receipts in the year that the work is completed. This approach aligns with public sector accounting standards and reflects best practices in other Ontario municipalities. And in short, funds will be released promptly once the receipts are submitted, and this will ensure fairness to all applicants, while also streamlining administration so staff aren't chasing missing paperwork or trying to recover funds later. No changes are required to the policy itself. The policy states that the treasurer has discretion over releasing the funds. So this is simply a clarification to ensure consistent treatment across all applications. And staff will communicate this update to road groups, and funds will continue to be released promptly once that documentation is submitted.
So are you suggesting that, that if someone puts in their application in August and says, you know, here's the work we're going to do, that you're not going to release the funds to that group until they do the work?
Yes, and until the
And
receipts are
submit
submitted
receipts?
to
That
us.
won't work at all. Believe me, people, a lot of roads associations use that money to do the project. They get their monies and they do the project, and it's obviously conditional on them putting an appropriate paper in at the end of the year saying that the work has been completed. So to do it other than that is going to really hamper a lot of roads, and I'm not in favor of that. It should be done as it's been done in the past, which is what I just described. And I see no reason to change it from what's been done for years. And in many cases on roads, what they have to do is also, you know, get more monies if you know, to improve the roads in any one year. So anyway, that's my thought on it, and that will be my position on it. So I don't know what other people feel with respect to that. Councilors?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, so, Jessica, sorry, I forgot that this was on the agenda when I asked an accounts payable, so my apologies for earlier in the meeting. With that said, though, I do fully understand not releasing money in advance and not having to chase invoices and having a more streamlined application process in the sense of when monies are released. And I would certainly hope that road groups aren't using only the money that is collected from a municipality to do their road works and would actually be doing other road works other than just the money received from the municipality. From the roads that I'm aware of, I think the grant money is only a small portion or a portion of the money that people get and not the entire funding they get for roads. So I actually have no problem with the approach of issuing a check once the work has been done and accounted for, which would help streamline, help keep paperwork in order, and certainly we're not releasing funds for a project that may be deferred for a few years, but for staff to be able to tell the road association that those funds will be deferred so they know. So I don't really have an issue in what you're proposing. I know some road associations might not like it, but at the same time, I do find that the system that we have of giving money is a good benefit to road groups, and they should understand that we're trying to do it in a proper accounting way for expenses and stuff. So I have no problem with it overall, but I do know there might be some backlash and understand that, but I think it's the best move for the entire community as a whole. So thank you.
Okay, others? Okay, others?
Mr. Deputy Mayor, I agree with Councillor Nash. I think that it's good that we make sure that we are accountable for the money we give out, that we know that it's being spent the way it's supposed to be spent, or what they have spent it. I think it's great that we will keep the deferred money and then release it as the time comes, because then again, we're being accountable to everybody, not just to cottagers. We're at cottage road associations, but we're being accountable to all of our ratepayers.
Okay, Counselor Woods?
My question would be to Jessica. Jessica, what you're proposing, the way that you would like to do it, is it something that's going to make staff's life easier or harder to track?
It will add some administrative efficiencies because we won't be having to chase down receipts after the fact. With the current method, you have to keep track of who you've released the funds to and then make sure that they are submitting the receipts. And if they don't, you have to follow up with them to make sure you can get copies, which this is my first year going through the grant program, so I don't know how difficult that's been in the past. But the main thing driving this is that you've added the clause to be able to apply the funds to future year projects. So we had some discussion internally, and we thought that there was some challenges there. If you're releasing funds to a group that's not going to be doing the work for 3 years, and then they decide at that 3 years down the road that they don't want to do that work, it's going to be challenging to claw that back.
Gotcha.
Well, they would be ineligible for any future road grants. Anyway, okay, I guess my response to at least two of you and maybe Counselor Woods, but I don't think you understand the pushback you're going to get on this. And every road is not that. Now what happens on a lot of roads, at least in the area I'm in, is they get their money from the road grant and they do the work, whether it's grading or something else. And then they put the receipts in and they have till the end of the year to do it. And now you're going to say, we're not going to give you any money till you do the work. So you got to run up and down your road and get $20 or $50 from everyone. And with the future promise that, 3 months from now, we're going to get this back. It's going to put a lot of hardship on the people that are going and getting signatures and trying to get money. And I think it's a bad decision. So anyway, I will be asking for a recorded vote on that aspect. I have a second point that so when it comes to people with a I guess it makes no difference now. If you have a project that's 3 years, you got a big project you want to do, it's $10,000 and you want to, or whatever, you're saying that you have to then tell us what you're going to do and we'll give you the money 3 years from now. Even though you could do the work right now, or you just wait till 3 years to do the work. I don't believe that's the case. I think it should work that they either get their money and say, I'm doing the work now, or I'm doing the work 3 years from now. And if they do it now, they get to bank the next 2 years against that. And if they're doing it in 3 years, they get their money each year and then they do the work in the third year. And if they don't do the work, we do as we normally would, which is very, very rare. And we go back and tell them that they're not eligible for any more road grants, and that makes them belly up to the bar. So anyway, having said that, okay, I'll leave it up to you, but I will ask a recorded vote on the two items that we're talking about. So how do I do that?
Deputy Mayor Lamb, can I ask another question?
Yeah.
So Jessica, is this because we've allowed the 3-year program this is the reason for why you want to change it to this method that you take on?
Yes, through your chair, it's the reason that the discussion started, but it does align with best practices from other municipalities. Typically, when there's grant programs and you have conditions such as submitting receipts, you wait until the conditions are met before you release the funding.
Okay.
Well,
yeah,
we started the road grant, and there are other communities that do it. I'm not sure you've researched the road grant section, but anyway. So I need a mover and seconder for what?
Were you not just accepting this for information? Is that what we were doing? Or I don't have the list of motions in front of me, but all I was trying to say, Deputy Mayor Lamb, I understand completely what you're saying. We are going to get a lot of pushback with this, with the road grant, because it is very important to a lot of people up here.
Mm-hmm.
either way this goes, either, you know, it's 2-2 or 3-1, and it's gonna cause some issues. I think
But
people
it
in the
caused some big issues. The road grant is one of the most important programs that has come in the last few years, and people look forward to it and they get their money. Our private roads are good. There's been no problems in the past that's come each year. We're not going, oh, we got to deal with that and that problem, that problem, that problem. But we're fundamentally changing when they get their money. And I can't advise you any stronger of the pushback you're going to get on this. So, but anyway, if you're willing to take it, I won't vote for it, and I'm not in favor of it. So, I don't know whether you want to just, how do you do a straw poll, or what do we
Yeah.
do, a straw poll?
Through you, Mr. Chair. I mean, right now, the only motion on the table is to accept the report for information. And if there's any other direction that council wants to consider doing in terms of directing administration to do something different than is proposed in that report, then we would need another motion for that purpose.
Okay, can you,
Deputy Mayor Lamb,
yeah.
have we had any problems in the past with people not submitting their
Very few.
and
Very,
then not
very
being
few.
out?
Sorry to interrupt you.
How many is that? Like, I just don't know. Do we have like 5 a year, 1 a year?
I know most of them. We had one year where someone put on a private road, got the ownership or the ownership of the road to agree. Then they put the gravel on in a different spot, and they paid the price, but they weren't eligible the next year. There was another time when a road group submitted the application, only the gravel went onto a private road as opposed to their own thoroughfare, right? Those are the only two examples that I know of, or that come directly to mind. We have not had a problem with this thing over the years, and it's been in place for 8 or 9 years. But anyway,
So
don't
can I ask one more question?
yeah.
This is to Jessica. Is this, doing the former practice, is that going to cause you any difficulties with your accounting and with your reporting to the government or anything like that goes along with it?
Through you, the chair, no, it won't add any challenges that way. And council does have the authority to pass a resolution to direct staff. So I'm comfortable if that's the decision council wants to take. And I would just ask that the policy also get updated to reflect that. So it's clear in the future that that's the policy.
Okay.
So for someone like the Boulder Lake people, the Magnetawan Pioneers Association, right now they get $6,000 and they do their work. Now we'll be saying, you do all your work, you come up with $6,000 somewhere, either in the kitty or go collect from all your people out there, and you've already asked them to go around once in putting their application in to say the 60%, right? They got to get 60%. We asked them to do that. Now we're going to say, and by the way, you now have to go back on top of that and get money to do the work. And if you don't get the money to do the work and you don't do the work, you don't get any money. This is not good, people. This is not good. But anyway, I've said enough on it. If I made a motion to basically reflect what I said, would I even get a seconder? Because if I'm not getting a seconder, then there's no use going through all this.
Deputy Mayor Lamb, I would be willing to give anybody a second that proposes a motion, at least so we can get it on the table to have a full discussion about that point, right? I mean, we're supposed to be accepting this report for information, and then if we're going to do an amendment or another motion for a staff direction, even if I do or don't agree with somebody, I'll always second so we can at least have a discussion, right? That's what we're supposed to do.
Can you write it out?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, you probably should vote on receiving the report for information because you need to do that anyway.
Okay,
And then we'll start a new motion for any direction that you want to give.
okay, well, you'll be writing it, so, okay, I'll call the question, on receiving it for information.
Counselor Bray,
Yeah,
yes.
Counselor Woods and Counselor Nash seconds.
Counselor Nash,
Wood.
yes.
This is just for receiving it. Counselor Bray, Counselor Nash, Counselor Woods, carried. Thank you. I think it wants to say that, council directs staff to administer the road grant protocol with respect to when payments are made. As has been done in previous years. I think it's as simple as that.
Yeah, just maybe the one addition to that would be to revise the policy to reflect that change, as the treasurer has suggested.
Yeah, and I guess we could do that, yeah. Okay, I guess I'm gonna move it. Is there a seconder?
I can second Counselor Nash.
Okay. Any further discussion? I'll ask for a recorded vote, please.
If I could, Mr. Mayor or
Oh,
Deputy
sorry.
Mayor, one
Yeah.
quick point. Kind of getting back to, I think it was Counselor Nash that had mentioned earlier when we were discussing this about monies that road grants are applied to and what road associations, the work that they're doing. I would hope that, you know, people say you got $500 from the municipality for the road grant. I would hope that everybody's not only just spending the $500, because when you look at any of our cottage roads, you look at the ones that I say are, they've really had a lot of money put into them. I don't think they've just been using the road grant monies. They've been, you know, everybody on the road is doing their part and throwing in maybe a little bit extra. And it's evident when you drive down the roads that they've been putting extra monies in. So I would hope that that's what people are doing, but I guess some people haven't been.
Well, I
But-
think a lot of people do. But if you have a small road, for instance, the road I'm on, which is municipally owned but unassumed, is a very short road. And we tend to put gravel down. And to be honest, we've got an awful lot of gravel. We don't have any major culverts or anything like that. So we basically use that money. So there's no need on our road to ask for $50 more. And there are other roads like that, but they're, you know, what they get from people, they get from people. But there's no doubt that this program has ended up with our private roads being substantially better than they were 10 years ago. And, but anyway.
I could agree with you on that one, Deputy Mayor Lamb. I do think our roads are in better shape, and the road grant is most definitely a valuable program.
Yeah.
Yep. Anyway, okay, let's call the question.
It's another one of those areas where I think, again, and we have all said it, but we should all go out and take a look at some of these roads that we've been applying these monies to, or have staff do it, and or the people on the associations take pictures and say, you know, look, over the past 10 years with the money we've applied, look how much better the road looks, because not everybody gets to see that. And I think it would be a beneficial way for people to understand more about how important the road grant is to people.
Okay, any other discussion?
All right, for the
Call the
recorded,
question.
thank you, Counselor Bray.
I get to go first. So I think I'm in agreement with what you've said, but I'm not sure what you've said now that we've had so much
It's
discussion.
Basically,
This is
Jan, it's keeping the payment system to the
keeping it
road
same.
the way
Okay,
it's been for the last 10
I'm in
years.
agreement for us to do that, especially for 1 year, and we'll see what it's like.
Okay,
Thank you. Sorry, Counselor Nash,
Abstain.
Counselor Woods,
I'll say yes.
and Deputy Mayor Lamb.
yes.
So that motion is carried.
I want to
Thank
say thank you. I think we've made the right decision here. So
And
if
Deputy Mayor,
if I've made a wrong decision, then I guess we can change it next year. But if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Yes, Counselor Bray.
Deputy, yeah, I would just ask that Jessica report back as to how it goes this year, and I think that will help us to have a better understanding. I haven't heard anything in the past, but so I would just like to know. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And the only other question I would say of Jessica is, so if I come in as a road and say, I've got a big project, a $6,000 project that I intend to do now, I guess you'd get this year, and you get 2,000 a year, say, you would get this year's 2,000, and then next year you get 2,000, and the next year 2,000 if we continued on with the program. If someone comes in and says, I've got a $6,000 project, but I'm not doing it for 3 years out because I can't fund the other 4,000, are we keeping that money until the 3 years are up, or are we giving it out as each year, 2,000, 2,000, 2,000?
Well, yes, I think with what you're directing me to do, it would be to release the funds in the current year, but to keep track of that and make
Yeah,
sure that the work is
think so.
done in the year that they said that it's planned.
Okay, thank you. Okay, what's next? I wanted that answered because I have to go to a road association meeting on the long weekend in September, and one of the things they want me to talk about, or the main thing, is the short-term rentals and the road grant. So it helps me a bit for that. Anyway. Okay, now we're on to, where are we here? 11.4. Let's get to it. 11.4, which are a bunch of pictures, I guess. So, photos from Bolger Lake that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information, the photographs provided by Councillor Woods for information, I guess. I need a mover and seconder.
I'll move.
Councillor Woods moves. Seconder.
I'll second. Counselor Nash.
Councillor Nash. Councillor, who wants to talk to this? Anyone? If anyone's on the line and has questions about this, the proper time to ask it would be questions from the public, which is at the end. Thank you. Anything here that either Councillor Woods wants to say or Councillor Nash?
I could say something real quick, Deputy Mayor
Okay.
Lamb.
Or
I
you
didn't-
don't have to. It's up to
No,
you.
I didn't have any real intention of getting into it. You know, they say a picture's worth 1,000 words, so there's a whole lot of words here. I thank staff for putting the pictures in. I understand why they're small, but on the print it makes it look a little bit grainy, but I'm sure if somebody looked online they could see the pictures more clear. I just wanted everybody to actually see because I know most don't go out there. Right? That's all. And I was trying to help staff out so that they knew what they were up against when they were going out there to clean up. That's all. Thank you very much.
Okay, okay, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Councillor
Council-
Woods, yeah.
I see Councillor Bray's hand is up, so that's passed. Okay, correspondence. I need a mover and seconder for the following. Correspondence, whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone has reviewed the correspondence items as listed in page 6 of the August 19th, 2025 council meeting agenda. Now therefore be it resolved that council receives the correspondence items for information with the following extracted for further discussion or action. So which ones do we want to extract, if any? Nothing? Okay. I need a, oh, sorry, I need a mover and seconder for this first.
I'll move.
Councillor Nash moves second,
Uh,
was that,
That was Woods.
okay, sorry.
I'll second.
Councillor, okay, Councillor Bray seconds. Do we want to extract any? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Councillor Bray, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Okay, that's carried. And we're moving along here. Okay, we're at councillor items. Any councillor items today?
A couple that I could remember and speak to real quick, Deputy Mayor Lamb.
Yep, go ahead.
The fair. We're all there. It was a great day. Pretty good turnout. I mean, it was ridiculously hot. I think everybody sweat quite enough on that day. But there was a good turnout. I always enjoy the fair because you get to see people from all parts of the municipality and watch all the kids have fun. It's always a fantastic day for me. I spent all day and most of the night there. Bought myself some raffle tickets and I was actually one of the numbers pulled. So I won a new chainsaw.
Oh,
That was
I told the rest of council before the meeting that he had won. A chainsaw and what else?
and a pump sprayer, an Echo pump sprayer, handheld pump sprayer. So if you need to borrow a pump sprayer, spray some weeds or something, then come on over. But that was donated by TXM, one of our local businesses, and that's the kind of thing that I'd like to see because this community, everybody tries to stick together and help one another, and we should be promoting our local businesses and promote the fantastic things about all of us in this municipality, right? The people are what is important up here. So I would just like to express my great thanks to everybody that puts the fair on because I know it's a lot of work. And yeah, it's a fantastic day for community.
Thank you. Anything else?
Through you, Deputy Mayor Lamb, Councillor Nash.
Yes. Yeah, Councillor
I
Nash.
just had a couple real small points. One of them was that the invasive species signs at the 3 landings that council had spoken to have the signs put up at Whitestone, Bolger, and Gooseneck have all been installed. The Works Department was able to get the ones installed at Whitestone Community Landing where there's a bit of gravel.
Yeah.
And the tools have all been installed with the exception of Bolger Lake because the tools were forgotten when Councillor Woods and I went out there and we didn't make a special trip out there back to go get them. So they'll be going up shortly. But I have been told by people on Gooseneck that the tools haven't been stolen from there. And I was told
Have or have not?
Have not been stolen
Okay.
yet, which is
Okay.
great. And that some staff members who I was speaking to have seen people cleaning their boats several times at the community center Whitestone launch, which is great. So I just wanted to let everybody know about that, which is great to see that it's getting used a bit. We'll get the tools up to Bolger.
Who's taking them up? Our Works Department?
Either the Works Department or there is a member on the West Committee, which is out of Bolger Lake. So that'll probably be how it's done.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Thank you. And you had another one?
Sorry,
No,
Deputy.
I think that was it.
That was it. Okay.
I just wanted to mention something real quick about what Councillor Nash had said there.
Yeah.
I think it's my fault that the tools were forgotten that day, to be honest with you, because I was supposed to pick them up while Scott was pushing the sign in the truck. So I just wanted to throw that in there. Get them up as soon as possible.
Okay. Anything else?
Deputy Mayor
Question?
Lamb?
Yes. Sorry.
Just
Yeah,
one-
go ahead, Councillor Bray.
Just one thing that I'd like to thank the Public Works staff for getting the green light signs up at Ald's Dump and at the York Street Dump landfill. And I hope that people see it and they remember this, and it'll be, they're in two good locations for people in both the north end of our municipality and the south end. Thank you.
Good. I take it the sign out at Snakeskin is back up again?
Excuse me, through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not certain on that. I would have to check with the Public Works Department.
Okay, would
I
you-
can certainly get you an update and send it around by email.
Give council an update on that sign.
No problem.
Thank you. Okay, questions from the public. Do we have public left here? Okay, I haven't got all of them. Tell me they're not all here. Maggie has her hand up. Go ahead, Maggie. You're muted, maybe? Maggie? We can't hear you if. I show that you're muted, Maggie.
Yeah,
There you go.
I had to be unmuted on your end. So now I've been unmuted. So thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Woods, you just said that a picture is worth 1,000 words. Can you please form the words for me about why you would take photos of me in my cottage without my permission, and why those photos were not included in your photos from Bolger Lake when the FOI request came through? Why did you not identify yourselves when you were on our lake? If you're
Just
elected
one
official?
question at a time, please.
Okay, that's my one then.
Councillor Woods, do you have any response or no?
No.
Okay, thank you. Maggie, what's your next question?
Okay, so my next question would be, why did you not identify yourselves, if you're elected officials, when you were on our lake? That would be appropriate.
Okay, any answer, Councillor Woods?
Or Nash.
Or Nash, I guess, yeah.
Oh, I can answer that, Councillor Nash.
Yeah.
It's
Go ahead,
public
Councillor.
lake, and anybody can be out there. And Maggie, it's not your lake. That's all I'm going to say to that. It's a public lake, not your lake. But I know you like to call it your lake, because I've read your emails and you just said it again, on our lake. Not our lake. It's a public lake. You should remember that.
Yeah, and you should remember that you're elected officials and you should identify yourselves when you're out in the public. So then my last question would be, why do you feel it's appropriate to not respond to taxpayers' letters, Woods or Nash?
Well, I could say one thing here. Maggie, you did not have a problem phoning me and talking to me for hours asking for help about what was happening at Bolger or Black Lake years ago. I don't understand why you've never phoned me again. I really don't. And as far as identifying myself on the lake, I obviously have no need to identify myself if you know exactly who I was, because I've never met you. Never met you. And as far as me being out on the lake, I'll go out on any lake anytime I please, because the colors that I support are red and white, the Canadian flag. And in Canada, I am free to go on a lake. And I don't have to ask for your permission or anyone else's. Nobody does. I don't understand why you have this constant personal attack against me when previously I was the only member of council who had went out to try and help.
How did you go out to try and help? That's
claims
false.
against me.
Just hold on a
Serious claims
second, one
against
at a
me.
time, and it's not going to turn into a debate.
I'm
It's
not arguing or
questions.
debating. I'm stating my answer, Deputy Mayor Lamb, and
Yeah,
she
no,
was
I
in.
realize, but then Maggie was chirping in on trying to interrupt you. So go ahead, finish.
You've made some serious accusations about me, some things online, without even picking up the phone and calling me. You could come and meet me anywhere. I would go meet you or anybody else at any time. But you don't want to do that. You just want to fight. You think I'm best friends with your ex-boyfriend and I've bent rules and all the rest of it. I've never even met the man. So I don't know why you want to yell and argue and scream with me and hurl insults online and accusations, but it's not going to go anywhere. You can do whatever you want to me. I haven't done anything wrong. I have no malicious intent against anybody. I was always the one that was trying to help. And if you don't like the exact way that I'm doing things, sorry, but you're not always going to like me. I can't do things just for one person. I'm not built that way. You can hate me all you like, but it's not going to change the things that I do. And just so we're clear, I have intentions of going out there because there's 2 nice properties for sale. So then would I still be considered an outsider if I own something there and get, beat up and slagged online? I'm a Whitestone resident, Whitestone taxpayer, Canadian citizen, and I should get treated the same as everybody else that walks in this country. If you want to talk to me, then come talk to me like an adult.
Okay.
Sorry, I just want to sorry, who's the ex-boyfriend that you're referring to that you've never met the man? This is news to me.
Councillor Woods.
Have a nice day, Maggie.
No, you just said an ex-boyfriend that
Okay,
I
we're
have.
not going, he gave an answer to your
Nice day,
question.
Maggie.
Well,
And
Councillor
I
Lamb, with
can
all due respect,
Just-
this is a recorded call. So, I mean, I would like to know who that is. Secondly, we did not talk for hours. You are not responsive to emails. There are multiple emails that you have not responded to from other ratepayers, not just from me. And you did not help in any way when you came out.
I'll thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Lamb, you and the last council should clearly, you know what? There's multiple government officials that should be able to speak to how I tried to help everybody out at Bulger. Thank you
Yeah.
very much. You told me I did nothing. I appreciate that, Maggie. You're really showing the person that you are.
Okay, listen, I think we've
And
had enough,
through-
okay?
through
Do you have any other
Deputy
direct
Mayor,
questions, Maggie?
I
Or
through
hold
you,
it,
Deputy
hold it,
Mayor,
Councillor
I was
Nash.
gonna.
I think, Councillor Nash, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now, Deputy Mayor?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say I was going to respond because I was asked to respond. And I've already said my other comments, and I heard what was going on recently just there and the conversations back and forth. And this is a time to ask questions and for us to respond if we want. It's not a debate. And the emails, some of the emails that were sent, just for the public knows, if you read those emails, you can see the tone of the emails. Sometimes it's best not to respond when you know no matter what anybody is going to say, do, or try, people will never like because they think it is their lake. With that said, a lot of those emails were addressed to council, not to an individual. Yet I'm being slagged or another councillor for not responding. What happens when emails are sent like that addressed to everybody? They get put in the file. They get put in the agenda, which is what was done today. We can choose to reply or not, and sometimes there's a good 24-hour hockey rule not to reply if you know no good is going to come from it. And people have already made up their minds out there about what they think. What also wasn't said that day was there was somebody in a boat, I believe I know who it was, who was driving around in front of us with a barking dog, passing us, snapping pictures, running to other cottagers, having them come out of their cottage, taking picture of us when we're on a lake, but we're getting questioned what our pictures were of. We haven't asked what their pictures are of because everybody's free to do that. You're on a lake, you can take pictures, be your guest. Nobody asked myself if I was okay when the boat went aground, and the person that was in the boat with the barking dog certainly didn't seem to care. But these are the things that happen. Everybody only hears one side of the story. Just like nobody heard that council has offered or councils have suggested to past MPA residents that how about $30,000 of gravel be placed at the landing to help pull your boats up on? No, we don't want that. What we hear and what's said to members of the MPA is different, and I'm appalled personally about posts that were put on an MPA website recently from an MPA representative with allegations in. And I don't think it's helping anybody with what's being done online, so I'll leave it at that. I have nothing else to say. If any other questions are asked of me, I will not be answering them today in regards to it. So thank you.
Okay. I'm gonna wrap this up, but I want to just make a couple of comments. For some reason over the last few years, not a good relationship has occurred between the municipality and the MPA. I think it's very sad. There may be fault on both sides. I've called different people. I've never, by the way, ever not called anyone back ever who's sent me an email. I've given my telephone number to people. They write nasty things back to me, but they'll never pick the phone up even though they know my number. Again, I think it's sad what has occurred, and I think everyone has to sort of turn a new leaf here, or it's just going to go on and on and on. What I think is sad, and personally happened to me, and I know, Maggie, you don't run the website out there, but I was on Bolger Bound, and I was allowed to be on last year when I said, well, maybe there's a way we can do something with the shore dockers. But anyway, what was happening was there was a post a month or so ago about shore dockers, and someone said, well, I wonder if we'll be able to, sort of bring our tin boats up on shore as we always have. And I think someone said, well, then never know with this council or something to that effect. And I went on and said to the lady who was asking, yes, you can. And she said, thank you. And this was a long thread. And the next day I went on and thought, oh, I wonder how that was all concluded. And I'm barred from the site. So all that you want to talk about out there is, communicating with counselors and council. I personally, I'm speaking just for myself. I don't feel like you want to really talk. And I've offered your past presidents and another gentleman, I'm more than willing to talk at any time, because the only way you're going to get, some resolution and get back on an even keel here is to talk. It's certainly not to go back into your respective corners and come out, boxing gloves on. So that's all I'm going to say about it. I think it's sad. I think people have to, when I'll give you another example. We offered to take over the docks, right, which is a positive thing, and has been a tremendously positive thing throughout the community. We have a standard agreement that Wawashkesh signed, and now we're not sure and whatever. And, you can't put a bunch of conditions of us taking over your dock. It won't work out. That isn't the way it works. So I've wandered into some other areas that I don't really want to debate, but I think everybody here has to turn a new leaf if we're to get along and not be always boxing. So anyway, that's all I have to say.
Deputy Mayor Lamb, I would
Yes.
also like to point out, so that maybe if there's other people in the association out there listening, there was an offer for councillors to go to their annual general meeting. And I really did want to go, and was told specifically, you're not welcome. So I don't understand if they want to have a relationship with members of council, if you want to give me the gears when I get out there and I'm willing to come out, why you would say no? Not very cooperative.
Okay. Any other questions on any other matter other than this? Okay, I think it's time for us to move into closed session. And I need a mover and seconder for the following, that the meeting be adjourned into a closed meeting at 6:35 PM. 6:35 PM for the following matters. Closed session, 15.1, closed session minutes of the regular closed session council meeting of Tuesday, July 15th, 2025. 15.2, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for the purpose and pursuant to Ontario Municipal Act 2039 2F. 15.21, correspondence from Gowling WLG Canada LLP. 15.3, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees pursuant to Ontario Municipal Act, Section 239 2B, volunteer resignation from the WESC. I need a mover and seconder.
I'll move.
Councillor Bray moves. Seconder.
I'll second.
Councillor Woods seconds. All those in favor?
Counselor Bray, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Okay. So do you put it on? I need a motion and a mover and seconder that the meeting be reconvened to a regular meeting at 6:55 PM. Mover and seconder?
I can move, Councillor Nash.
Councillor Nash, seconder.
I'll second.
Councillor Woods. All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Counselor
Councillor
Bray,
Nash, yes.
Okay, good, thank you. I need a mover and seconder for the following matters arising from closed session. 15.1, closed session minutes of regular closed session council meeting of Tuesday, July 15th, 2025, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby approves the regular closed session council meeting minutes of Tuesday, July 15th, 2025. I need a mover and seconder.
I'll move.
Councillor Bray moves, seconder.
I'll second.
Councillor Woods seconds. Any discussion? Call the question. All those in favor?
Counselor Bray, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
That's carried. I need a mover and seconder for advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for the purpose pursuant to the Ontario Municipal Act, Section 239 2F. 15.1.1, correspondence from Gowling WLG Canada LLP, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives the correspondence from Gowling WLG Canada LLP for information. Mover and seconder, please.
I'll move.
Councillor
I'll
Bray.
second. Councillor Nash.
Councillor Nash seconds. All those in favor?
Counselor Bray, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Okay, next motion. Need a mover and seconder. Personnel matters, personal matters of an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees pursuant to the Ontario Municipal Act, Section 239 2B. Volunteer resignation from the WESC. that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone acknowledges and accepts Joanne Boyle's resignation from the Whitestone Environmental Stewardship Committee and thanks her for her volunteer time and valuable contributions to the committee. I need a mover and seconder.
I can move, Councillor Nash.
Okay, Councillor Nash moves, seconder.
I'll second Councillor Woods.
Okay. All those in favor?
Counselor Bray, yes.
Councillor Nash. Councillor Nash, yes.
Councillor Woods,
Okay.
yes.
I need a mover and seconder for the confirming bylaw, that bylaw number 31, 2025 be a confirmatory bylaw for the regular council meeting of the municipality of Whitestone on August the 19th, 2025, is hereby enacted this 19th day of August, 2025. I need a mover and seconder.
I'll move.
Oh, go ahead.
Councillor Woods moves, Councillor Bray seconds. All those in favor?
Counselor Bray, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Okay, need a mover and seconder for
Councillor
adjournment,
Nash,
whereas
yes.
the business of this meeting has concluded. Now therefore let it be resolved that the meeting be adjourned at 7 PM until the regular council meeting of Tuesday, September 16th, 2025 at 10 AM or at the call of the chair. I need a mover and seconder.
I'll move.
Councillor Woods moves, second.
I can second, Councillor Nash.
Councillor Nash seconds. All those in favor?
Counselor Bray, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Okay. It's a long day, but we've had longer, I guess. So. And we did do we did get through a real lengthy document. So anyway, okay.
Take care, everybody.
Good night.